All right, I think we were live on both of the YouTube channels. Be 1 second here. And we should be live on TikTok in just a second. Just a second. I've got to log out of the Unapologetic Show and log in to Deconstruction Zone. Hey, thanks for being here, friends. It should be it's gonna be a fun day. We're gonna have some crazy unhinged guests, I'm sure of it. We're gonna have some look at the trees. Well, I'm sure we're gonna have like somebody say that you can't get something from nothing. That seems to be a fan favorite. Definitely gonna have somebody say that Jesus is God because the Bible said so. You'll have some of that. There's gonna be some stuff. People are gonna say some things. Okay, we should be live on TikTok now. We'll give that a second to double check here. Yeah, bada bing, bada boom. We are live on the TikToks. I heard, I haven't been keeping track of the news very well, but I heard that there is in fact a buyer or there's already a deal that's been had for TikTok. If you guys know about that, let me know. Oh, let me open the guest box too. Welcome in, Dalton.
I was just live like 5 minutes ago. I ended my live, so if there might be some crazies that follow me here. So we'll see.
We're definitely going to have some crazies. Well, welcome in, friends. Before we get started, before we bring in, we've got one guest in the YouTube queue. We'll give TikTok a second to catch up and get some guests loaded up on TikTok. Before we do that, let me grab a couple of super chats. Friends, thank you so much for being here. Dr. David Wasambla says, thank you for your donation. I thank you, David, for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. And Carjack is saying, let's go Pittsburgh. I cannot disagree more vehemently. Let's not go Pittsburgh. I don't root for Pittsburgh until Cleveland's already guaranteed out of the playoffs. Then I'll root for Pittsburgh. The Viking chefs have had a great cook tonight. Your work is so good. Odin approves of the low and slow barbecue method. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Viking chef. I super appreciate that. And a big W for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. Also, David again with another thank you for your donation. David, double thank you for your donation. And Jim, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, a weird one out of the gate. I do not think you have been asked if you had not left the faith and called in right now to your current show, what would your evidence be to sway the current DC? That's a good question. If I was still a Christian, I don't know if I would be in the debate stage. I was okay accepting that it was a faith and not a fact. That was something that I was okay with. And I knew that even though I had personal, like things I would say is personal experience, I knew that my personal experience is meaningless to somebody else, right? So I guess those are some of the things, like if I was still a Christian, I wouldn't be on the debate stage. I would accept that this is something I believe in and it's rational to not believe in it. I'm baffled by the amount of Christians who think that we're dumb for not believing in their fantasy. It is what it is. Edward, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, hello, friend. I've now read the entire NRSVUE. Thanks for inspiring me. That's a huge endeavor. Congratulations on completing it. My opinion is still the same. Yahweh is a punk, Jesus is a loser, and I'm a firm believer in the Doug spell of Sharon. Well, I mean, we're with you. We are with you. And big W for actually completing the Bible. Remember, friends, readers are leaders. And I've got two more supers. Dex, thank you. Oh, my guest left. Oh, well, I guess I've had four guests already come in and leave. I guess the spirit wasn't strong with them. The mind is willing, but the spirit is weak. Dex, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. And Ryan, thank you for the manifesting. And RW, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. RW says, I don't. The super chat came up last time you were live. I think you missed a word in there. So again, do you know when the book you're working on will come out? Do you have any idea about the date? Well, I'm hoping to complete it before the end of the year. I have to shop around a little bit for a publisher, but that's the goal right now. So I'm kind of delayed right now because I've got a wedding that I'm doing this week and some other stuff going on. But after that, I'm going to be trying to get like close to one chapter done a week. We'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. But thank you for the query. I'll definitely let everyone know when it's out. All right, let me grab our first guest, and the name is special, so this should be fun. God question mark hates Scott. Welcome in,
Uh,
Scott. Scott, are you with us?
Oh, hello,
Scott,
hello.
hello. Yep.
Oh, you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Are you here on purpose?
Yeah, I am. I can't see the chat for some reason. I had to reload it a few times.
I don't know what chat you're referring to, but we only need to hear your audio. So, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
I'm 48. No, I don't believe in God.
Oh, well, congratulations. You're on the right side of reality. But we're just debating people who do believe in God, okay?
Yeah, I've watched the streams afterwards a couple of times, but I decided to join it live this time.
Well, you're here. Thanks for being a fan and thanks for watching, friend. But you don't have to be in the guest box to watch. You can watch on YouTube, okay?
Justin,
Okay.
apparently the rapture has been pushed back to October 6th, from what I've heard.
I was
Man,
hearing
that's a quick turnaround.
so I heard initially the 30th, and then when the 30th came and went, I thought, are they going to be done with it? But apparently not. Well, I tried to get we had a guest on TikTok almost get in, then they dropped. So, oh, are they in? Maybe. Oh, Noah came in, and then it looks like his connection dropped. It's hard to tell. Either way, Noah, if you have Wi-Fi, link up, my friend, and we'll get you into the conversation. All right, we'll grab our next guest. Maybe. Aaron, welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Aaron, are you at least 18? And do you believe in
I
God?
am, and no, I don't. I'm a friendly. I just wanted to pop in and say, yeah, the rapture is delayed because of the Julian calendar.
Of course.
Yep,
Of course it is.
gotta love it.
That
Anyway,
is what
thanks.
There'll be new
that
cups
is what
coming up soon.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, the South African pastor said that what he didn't realize about his vision was that it wasn't meant to be the Gregorian calendar; it was meant to be the Julian calendar because Jesus didn't know about the Gregorian calendar.
Of course.
yep, gotta love a God that doesn't know about calendars.
Jesus didn't know about the Gregorian calendar or the Julian calendar. Most likely he was using the Hebrew calendar if I had to guess, but that's neither here nor there. Good information,
Yep.
Aaron. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, both of you.
Hey, thank you. Have a good one.
You too.
Since you weren't here Monday, I tried to do a live in your honor and try to bring Doug's Rocky Hardness to the masses.
How'd it go?
Actually, it was like the most lives I ever got. Like I just kind of took your audience life for a day, I guess.
It's fine. It's fine. I wasn't live, you know. Well, we lost our we had a guest come in when Aaron was up, and then they bailed. I think there's a lot of people tapping on the screen. This happens at the beginning of a lot of live streams where people are tapping because they just get the live stream going, and then they accidentally request into the guest box. But friends, if you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request in the bottom of the screen and you can enter the conversation. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest, and that same link is in the description of the video. You can click that link in the description if you don't want to type it in. So, oh, we got an Ian raid already. Welcome in, everyone, from the Ian raid. Big W to Ian. All right, let's bring in a guest. How you doing, Graphatic?
Hey, doing well. Thanks.
Graphatic, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And any particular God?
Christian.
Okay. And in your opinion, what is the best evidence, argument, or reason to conclude that the Christian God is real?
I'd probably just start with a broader thing of theism, with the Kalam cosmological argument
Oh boy.
by William Lane Craig. Whatever begins to exist has a cause. Excuse me. Let me make sure I get it right. Sorry. Whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, and therefore the universe has a cause. That's the basic outline. Obviously,
Yeah.
there'd be some more qualifications if you're talking about God, but I think that's a pretty good basic outline.
Yeah, we're pretty familiar with Kalam. So premise one is whatever begins to exist has a cause, and premise number two is the universe began to exist. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you support premise two?
Um, Maybe with appeal to numbers, like saying infinite regression wouldn't happen
Why?
or is not the case.
Why?
Um,
William Lane Craig, by the way, says infinite regression isn't a problem, so you have to reach for somebody else.
oh, well, I intend to pull from him. He's I wonder what, I know he doesn't think numbers actually exist. So maybe maybe he said that in the context of that kind of discussion. I
He
don't know,
was making the
but
case for logical infinities. There's no logical contradiction or problem with infinities existing. He says it's difficult to understand how they could be instantiated in the real world, but there's no logical issue there. And as far as we can tell, there's not a single reason to believe that there was once no universe. We lost him.
You leave the screen, we cannot hear you, bud.
sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
I I guess I shoot. I should have a yeah. I should have a better. I should probably start with a thought experiment on this to show how it's to show how it'd be impossible, because I do understand him to have said it's impossible. I just can't remember the thought experiment.
Yeah, so there's a lot of thought experiments on it. They all kind of fail because they commit category errors. Like the most famous is like Hilbert's Hotel, or somebody will say something like, well, if you start at infinity, you'll never get to today. But these are all category errors because they try to make a finite point on something that's not finite.
So if you started from infinity, so
You can't.
help me walk through
There's no,
that. You
yeah,
can't start from infinity.
you can't start from infinity
Okay.
because it doesn't have a starting point.
So then let's say today is, let's do, let's think, okay, let's think in terms of days, even though Earth days, we're going to think cosmologically in Earth days, we're going to count before Earth existed. But let's say today is day 0 on a number line. We're going to count back to, yesterday was day -1, -2, -3. If we go on forever, I think your position is that we would have to just keep going on, not forever, but at some point we'd have to go from counting to finite numbers to infinity. Is that right?
No.
Because you would say the universe doesn't have a beginning.
Yeah, there's no evidence that universe has a beginning.
And so I think that thought experiment I just put out shows that you would need an infinite number. You would need to say that it is possible to count back. At some point, you would wind up getting to negative infinity, but you
No.
can't.
You could just count negative infinite times.
So you would always be. So you're saying that you would always be in the realm of finite numbers?
Yep.
So you would always be in the realm of finite numbers and the universe does not have a beginning?
Yeah.
Is the claim the universe?
There's no limit to the amount of negative numbers that can exist.
Yeah, in theory, but I'm talking about actual days.
We're
Like,
not talking
are
about
you?
days. Like theoretically,
Well,
there's
that's
only
my
about
thought
four.
experiment.
Well, the Earth is only 4.7 billion years old or some change. So like once
Yeah,
the Earth doesn't
that's
exist,
true.
days are kind of
Yeah,
irrelevant.
I initially tried to say I don't want to think in terms of Earth days because we're going to go before Earth existed. But in term, diurnal units, whatever
Hmm.
units of time, like concrete units of time, whatever that is. Let's just say day, even if we go before the Earth existed.
Hmm.
Um, I think what you're saying is the claim that the universe had. Well, I don't know if you're saying this, but is it true that the claim that the universe does not have a beginning equivalent, or is it
What I'm su-
biconditional that if
what I'm
if
suggesting
the universe,
is that premise number two, which is a proposition that the universe began to exist, has no support for it.
in this thought experiment, if I were is counting to negative infinity the same as saying that the universe has no beginning
You
in your
can't
mind?
count to negative infinity. It's a
Well, I
category.
agree.
You're
And there's,
committing a
but I think
category
those are the
error.
same claims.
They're not. When you say you can count to infinity, it implies that there's an endpoint. There's no endpoint though in infinities.
That's right. Yeah, we agree that you can't count to infinity or negative infinity, or negative infinity, I guess is silly to say, but to infinity.
Hmm.
But to me, that proves, okay, so the universe um, must have a beginning, because otherwise it
No,
would have to have existed for an infinite number of diurnal units, so to speak.
it it did. Yes, the universe existed for an infinite number of units.
Yeah, that just seems amazing to me. I don't know. I just
How? Like
So
you're
then how did
the
we wind
God
up to a
the God
specific
that
day?
you
Because we're
believe in
counting
existed
finite
for an
days.
infinity number of units,
Maybe, I don't know.
right? So I'm saying like both of us are saying there is something that is existing for infinity. You're pointing to something that we have no evidence for. I'm pointing to the thing that we know exists and we have evidence that it did exist for infinity. Like the universe, we know for a fact exists, and the data that we have would lead us to believe that fundamental particles didn't come into creation at a point. They're fundamental, right?
Them being fundamental doesn't,
That's why matter and energy
them,
can't be destroyed.
right, they can't be destroyed. Um, but, and, it could be that God had created them.
Why would we posit that when the evidence points towards them never being created in the first place?
Well, why? Well, I think what I led with, that the universe began to exist because infinite regression,
Mm-mm.
you can't count to infinity, which implies that the universe must have a beginning.
You can't
I'm still
count
God,
not
to
I mean,
sure
infinity
God,
because you're creating a unnecessary category error in your question. That's like saying,
what categories. Am I
can you
conflating two categories?
can you smell the color blue? You can't do it. You can't start at a not beginning. You can't end at something that doesn't have an end. You're trying to say because I can't do the thing that is definitionally impossible that infinities don't exist. Your
So
scenario
you
doesn't work
can't.
because you're trying to put two different words together that don't go together.
So you're saying my category error is that I've I'm trying to move from finite to infinite in my thought experiment.
You're trying to insist that the infinite has a finite beginning or a finite end, and it doesn't.
The infinite has a finite beginning or a finite end.
It wouldn't be infinite if it had a
What
beginning
is
or
the
an
infinite?
end.
The infinite. Let's say the infinite is an adjective. What's the noun? The infinite. What?
Infinite is an adjective, and end is a
No,
noun.
you said the infinite, the finite. I think the infinite, fill in the blank. I think the finite, fill in the
What I'm
blank.
saying is if you have an end or a beginning, it's no longer infinite, it's finite.
So the universe, in terms of days, diurnal units, so to speak, is infinite,
As far as we know.
and and we and we're at a particular diurnal unit,
At a particular what?
like day.
I mean, we do on planet Earth.
Right. And that's relative to what we know about history or whatever. We're on day, it's October 1st, 2025, and that means, things. But still, that it is, just because we understand it as October 1st, 2025, doesn't negate the fact that it's also, sorry, doesn't negate the fact that it's still an actual day,
I'm
which would
lost as to
imply we're
what
on a
point you're
finite.
making. What's the point you're
It,
trying to
it,
make?
I'm saying that um, to be on an infinite, to say the universe has a beginning, therefore infinite number of days, now suddenly we're at a finite day, and that doesn't seem compatible with infinity. Like now we've got both categories, the
Are
finite and
you
infinite.
are you are you confused about how moments of time exist within an infinite collection? Like if you have an infinite
Yeah,
set, you can
yeah,
have finite elements within the set. Like so if you have infinite amount of time, you can measure between any 2 points in time because you're just using two relative bodies. You can use the motion of the sun and the earth, you can use a clock, you can use a sundial. Between any two measurements is going to be a finite point.
yeah. I didn't know that. So, and so there, and so there's it's two different categories of things to say. So a finite set is a different category as an infinite set.
No. I think they're roughly the same because we're talking about mathematical terms. But um, if you're saying that here's a thing that has a beginning and here's a thing that has an end, and we're not talking about math, then yeah, I would say those two things are not connected.
I wonder what a professional physicist would say on the topic of an infinite past. Wink, wink.
Oh fuck, Dr. Blitz is up. I didn't even see him.
Oh,
Oh, you didn't know he was here this whole time.
No, I didn't even see. I'm looking at my YouTube screen. I didn't see the TikTok screen. I got too many screens. Welcome in, Dr. Blitz.
howdy. Yeah,
Good to see you,
so I
buddy.
mean, what is the contention that like you somehow have to be able to walk back an infinite number of steps?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
and the claim
Basically,
is
that
that that's
like we're at a
impossible.
particular day, therefore the universe must have a beginning because
Okay,
infinite
why?
regression isn't compatible with being at a particular day.
Okay, what
And the
where's the
greater
incompatibility?
context was the Kalam cosmological argument. I'm
Well, I'm
using
familiar with
that.
the Kalam. I just want to hear
Yeah.
what the incompatibility is.
Well, Justin was just saying that actually within an infinite set, you can be on a particular number per day.
Well, yeah, I mean, like there's an infinite number of integers, right? There's all the positive numbers, all the negative numbers. There's zero, and yet you can still pick out whichever one you want.
I had earlier mentioned I like William Lane Craig, and so I'm just following him on this and things I've heard him say. He doesn't think numbers actually exist, and so when people mention, well, look, there's an infinite set of numbers, therefore there could be an infinite set of days, he rejects that because he says, well, yes, there's an infinite set of numbers, but numbers don't actually exist.
Well,
He's a
sure.
nominalist, like
The
Neither is
So
God.
point
Sorry,
the
go ahead.
point of the that's funny. The point of the analogy is just to illustrate how you can have finite pieces of infinite sets, right?
okay, yeah,
The-
so okay, so us being at a particular day doesn't imply that the universe can't have a beginning.
no, I mean it does that just doesn't seem to follow. I mean, look, the typical claim is that the typical reasoning for that claim is that you have to somehow like traverse an infinite number of days to get to now. But that only works if you assume that in some sense the universe began an infinite number of days ago. But that's not the claim. The claim that's being made is that the universe didn't begin.
The universe didn't begin. Is that the same as saying the universe has been around for an infinite number of
It's
not
they're
Earth
at least
days,
compatible.
obviously, but
They're at least
units of
compatible with
time.
each other, right? You can have beginningless universes that also don't have an infinite number of past days, but the point is that if you have an infinite number of past days, then you certainly don't have a beginning, and so there's no need to traverse an infinite number of days to get to now. because you don't have to start an infinite number of days in the past. There's no starting point period.
Am I fair to say that's at least, and like I'm granting you win because that's all I got really on that line of reasoning. But just as like a bystander, imagine I had no stake in it, which obviously I'm a Christian, so I do. But if I were just a bystander, wouldn't that be a counterintuitive claim?
That something without a beginning, which claim is counterintuitive?
Yeah, something without a beginning. Like the universe doesn't have a beginning, and I guess it doesn't have an end. But also I'm at a particular point in time within it.
I mean, anything that involves infinities is generally counterintuitive, but that's just the nature of infinities, right? Like we're just really bad at kind of intuiting things about them, but that doesn't really, I don't know, it being counterintuitive doesn't seem to make it any less plausible or any less possible anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to know why Christianity fails?
Yeah.
I think Christianity fails for a couple reasons, because Christians, especially the Protestant types, are hell-bent on preserving the idea that the Bible is inerrant, and it's simply not. And also because the Jesus of the New Testament didn't fulfill even a single one of the messianic prophecies from the Old Testament. So no matter what you think about God, the Christian God is dead in the water.
Okay. So can you share an example of an errancy?
Sure, yeah.
Errancy, I guess.
Sure, yeah, there's a bunch. I'll try to pick one that I haven't used recently so I don't bore the audience. So for example, let's try, we'll do Exodus 34. This is a lesser talked about error within the Bible. Actually, hold on, let me put my browser up so you can see it. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, I'm gonna zoom in though, it's really small. There we go. Deuteronomy, this is the second set of commandments that the Lord had to give to Moses. We're in Deuteronomy 34 now because he already broke the other two tablets. And it says, he was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. So in Exodus 34, it says that Moses wrote on the 10 commandments. Follow? He wrote down on the tablets.
I can see the bottom of the screen. I think I'm looking. Okay. No, I can see the top. So that's Exodus.
Yeah, Exodus 34:28.
Oh, I gotta go. I'm sorry. Okay, I gotta go. Bye.
Sure. Sound like the
I
boss
was
showed
wondering
up.
I was wondering how long. I was like, how is Justin going to slide Blitz into the conversation? I'm so glad I said something.
It's fine.
I'm sorry, Dr. Blitz. While we're here, I'm going to get Full Metal and then Jacob after Full Metal. But while we're here, I'm going to read a couple super chats. If you don't know yet, go to Dr. Blitz's link tree and Dalton's link tree. Dalton's got a YouTube channel now, and Dr. Blitz has a debunks only YouTube channel where he debates people on this channel. So make sure you're following both of their new YouTube channels, and we'll get our next guest loaded up here in just a moment. Nano from over there, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, what's a good NRSV like in Spanish? Is the Biblia de Jerusalem a good study Bible? Just in case you know about it, cheers from Barcelona. Well, Nano, I appreciate the super chat, and I don't know Spanish. I have no advice to give you on Spanish Bibles. But if the Biblia de Jerusalem is related to the same translation committee that does the New Jerusalem translation, the New Jerusalem translation series is pretty good in English. I'm guessing if it's the same organization, that their Spanish translation is pretty decent. But again, I can't speak Spanish, so unfortunately I can't really weigh in on that. Best of luck finding out, though. Jester says, binge watching your show for a while, and I'm a Thelamite. What? Hey, well, Jester, thank you so much for binging the channel, and now I have to look up what Thelamite is. Is that a...
See, I thought that was some more Doug.
Okay. A Thelmite is a follower of Thelema, a philosophy and religion founded by Aleister Crowley, which emphasizes living according to one's true will. Fuck, I might be a Thelmite too. Big W, Jester. And the Viking Chef says, when Christians throw the New Testament during conversation/debate, what is the best way to disprove the New Testament as a whole? Sinfully what for share? And I think the best way to disprove the New Testament are the two methods I use. The easiest way, the simplest way, is to show the straightforward contradictions. And then the next way is to really know the prophecies and be able to go in and understand the context and show how, in context, they didn't get fulfilled. It's just a complete flop. Yoda, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the 19.99 super chat. My friend says, halfway through the week, I'm glad you've made it this far. I hope you had a great day. Yes, even you. Rock hard for Doug. Sinfully wet for Sharon. $20 says we get 3 baby pastes tonight. Yoda, I will do my darndest to make sure you get some baby paste tonight. I don't know what variety, fruit by the foot, fruit roll up, Go-Gurt. We're going to get some baby paste going. Gretchen, thank you so much for the super chat. It says rapture was off, but on the bright side, atheists are terrorists now, so that's cool. Not only are we terrorists, but remember, we might get left behind still. They moved the date I'm hearing to the 6th. So there's time yet, friends. Smokelahoma, great to see you. It says, hello, friends. Great to see y'all cooking together. It's great to see you, Smokelahoma. Let the smoke rise, baby. We're about to make an offering to Doug. JAH says, when the Sky Daddy is not all-knowing, then that is an omni problem. Actually, I think I've gone back and forth on this, whether or not God needs to be all-knowing. And I don't know if a deity, if you're have a polytheistic system, if it needs to be all-knowing. In a monotheistic system, it doesn't have to be all-knowing, but it's kind of a chump if it's not. Peter, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I've never heard you addressing contradiction related to the sun being created on day 4 while you need the sun to have days to begin with. As a dyslexic atheist, I say, Doug, dog bless you, my son. Well, thank you so much for that, Peter. And we have used that in the past. We typically don't bring it up as a contradiction. We typically bring it up when Christians go to Genesis to support whatever pseudoscience they want. And then we kind of get to that one. So I don't want to overuse it. That's why I don't use it in my contradictions list. But it does show up I've got a tab on the cheat sheet specifically for anachronisms. Adam, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if Alma means virgin and the Alma in Isaiah 7:14 is a double fulfillment, it's not, pointing to Jesus, wouldn't that mean the pregnant woman at the time of Ahaz was also a virgin? Well, if you believe that. Now, obviously, Alma doesn't mean virgin, but if it was, it certainly wouldn't mean that the young woman was a virgin. Because here's how you could simply say, if it's a young woman and she's indeed a virgin, meaning maybe she's betrothed or maybe she hasn't gotten married yet, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, the virgin over here is going to conceive. Like, oh, okay, so she's got a marriage coming up. He didn't say he's going to conceive as a virgin. He said, hey, there's a virgin over here. She's going to conceive eventually, right? So, even if the word virgin showed up in the text, there's still nothing compelling you to believe that there's a miraculous birth within there. Good question, though.
Yeah, the Hebrew, it would have to say, Betula Tahare, she shall conceive. If it said Betula Hara, that would be something, that would be pretty miraculous. Virgin is pregnant.
You're right. That would be a miracle if they worded it that way. I can give you that one. Herbie, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W says, what another rapture so soon? I think you mean another rapture so soon? I've only just brought back all my possessions from last week's. At least the next one would be really, totally, absolutely, honestly, honest, pinky swear, absolutely real this time. And you got it. This is the time. This time we'll actually be caught up with the Lord in the air. Unless you're a dirty, rotten atheist or you're a member of the Kraken crew, then you're not going to be caught up in the air. All right, let's get Full Metal Jacket in here. I promised that Full Metal would be, Full Metal, the movie was in my head. What's that? Who said that?
You mind if I shill for myself for a second?
Please do shill for yourself, buddy.
All right, so in case you don't know, if you don't know me, that's fine. I do debates with Justin every week. However, I just launched a Clips channel. I have a main channel, has plenty of subscribers. I'm trying to monetize the Clips channel. So go to @Dr. Blitz Debunks on YouTube. Subscribe so that I can monetize it. I want to start making money from the clips too. It's how I
Will
will make sure that I don't have to, work at a McDonald's or something if TikTok goes away. So go subscribe. Anyway,
Yes.
sorry for that.
Definitely subscribe to Dr. Blitz's second channel because it's going to have all the best debate content on there. And I'm pretty excited about it. And also, Dr. Blitz is making it as a content creator, or at least trying to, outside of the halls of academia. So let's show him some support and follow his content. Full Metal, welcome in.
How you doing? How you doing?
Can't complain. How are you?
Great.
Full Metal, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And which God?
There is only one. So my whole thesis is, for one, God in and of itself is everything, right? It's not a go ahead.
What do you
What are you
mean?
gonna say? Go ahead.
What do you mean by everything? Because I know about the God Shyamalan with Ding Dong, but he's not everything.
All right, watch this. So the first law of thermodynamics says that energy cannot be created or destroyed, only
Powers
transferred,
fell.
right? So that means that energy in all of its states, all of its forms, all of its ever presence is one body. It just
No, that's
locks
not
into
what that
different.
means. Nope.
Why is it not? Why is it not?
What do you think? What do you think a body is?
A form of systems, an organization of organs.
Typically, a body is something that has some sort of a bond, like whether in proximity or mechanically. Like,
Right.
but like
For
if we're
function.
just talking about the entire universe, I don't know why we would call that a body. We don't even know if the universe is finite. The universe could be very well be infinite.
It's a system designed for function. That's the whole
How do
thing
you
of
know
a
it's
body.
designed?
Okay, so we have laws of physics, right? The laws of physics that we have are our means of understanding and interpreting the function of the universe. We agree on that?
I mean, the laws of physics are descriptions of how the universe behaves.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Do we agree on that?
I think we can agree that they're descriptive, not prescriptive.
Prescriptive in this sense,
Meaning they have to be followed, like the law to not speed or the law to buckle your seatbelt.
okay. So
That
with that being said, right? Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
you do know the difference between a prescriptive and a descriptive law, right?
Description is, I know what a description is, but when you put it in that sense, I would like you to explain it. Go ahead.
Right. So if I'm saying that a law is prescriptive, it means there's some sort of governing body that put a law into place and is enforcing somebody to follow it. A prescriptive law is that. A descriptive law is just a description of something that is observed to be constant or observed to always be the case.
And so you're saying that the laws of physics are descriptive or prescriptive?
They're descriptive.
Okay, yeah. You observe it and that's what it is. It's not a law because we said it's a law. It's a law because we observed it, and that's how the universe functions in that way.
Well, we call it a law because it's consistent. It works.
Right, exactly. Because we observed it and that's how it works. Exactly,
Mhm.
right? So laws are rules, yes?
No? Descriptions?
Why?
Because
They're rules
when you
that must
say
be
rules,
followed.
you're invoking prescription.
Why?
Because rules are something that are prescribed to follow typically.
And the descriptive law is something that just is, right?
The descriptive law are descriptions of behavior.
Right. The behavior that just is completely independent of any observation. It just is.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, so in that case, it would be a rule that you could call inherent to the system itself. It's a law, a rule that is inherent and inherent.
I mean, the behavior is inherent.
If the behavior is happening and we've called it a descriptive law, then that means it's an inherent rule. It behaves this way. That is how this system behaves.
It's how the system behaves, but you're still trying to like weasel into a prescriptive rule.
Why is that? I'm not trying to. I'm
Uh,
not even arguing prescriptive or descriptive. This is
it sounds
strictly
like you're
semantic right now. I'm not talking
sounds like
about
you're trying to
changing.
do it. All right, so I guess I've lost track
But
of the actual point that you're trying to make. What's the point being made right now?
okay, so energy as it stands, the word is a noun of one be. It's of one thing. All energy in all its various forms is still energy. Period. We're not looking at it as
What do you
it's a
think
whole bunch of
energy
different things.
is?
It's like water. It's part photons and electrons in motion.
No, no.
Electromagnetism.
Do
That's
you
what
think
energy.
energy
You
is a
understand
thing?
energy.
This is
What do
about
you
to be
mean?
my 9/11.
I know, Dr. Bliss.
What do you mean?
He's gonna get hospitalized tonight.
What do you mean? I think it's a thing.
Do you think energy is like something you can put into a bucket? Like, what do you think energy is?
What? No. Energy is particles in motion. That's what energy is.
I mean, we agree that if something's in motion, it has to have energy. I'm just making sure
What?
when you say energy, we're talking about the same thing.
We are. We're talking about particles in motion, which is energy.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so where were you? You asked me if I thought energy was a thing. What do you mean? When you say thing, what are you saying?
What? A thing. A noun. Something you can touch.
Yes.
The substance.
You interact with energy all the time. Matter is energy locked into form. You touch energy all the time. Everything that we interact with is energy locked into form.
That's a mistake.
That's a mistake. Is that not known physics?
That's an error.
Why is that?
Oh, because energy's a number and things aren't numbers.
Right.
What?
Do you think that
What-
energy is like 12 joules or 13 electron volts? And then
my
there's
goodness.
stuff, and stuff is like a proton. Do you think a proton is like 12 electron volts?
That's like saying a molecule of H2O is not water.
No, it's like saying a
We're
molecule of
talking
H2O
about the big.
is 4.
Say it again. Say it again.
A molecule of H2O is not 4.
4 as okay. So now we talk about So fine. The cell, the emergent property of the cell is to become a molecule, right? What I'm saying is,
Wait, what?
I'm going to
No.
the root of the emergence.
No, the emergent property of a cell is not to become a
Atoms,
molecule.
atoms to cells, cells to molecules, molecules to organs, organs to organisms. That's emergence.
Molecules are smaller than cells.
I didn't say molecules to cells.
No.
You
I
said
didn't say that. Then that's my mistake. Now correct the sequence, and that is emergence, correct?
Sure.
Okay. What I'm saying is we're looking at emergent properties of energy when we start talking about joules and we start talking about input to function.
Those are measurements, not properties.
Go ahead. What? Okay, you're measuring a property of energy.
No, you're
measuring
a property. Of stuff.
Thank you. Yeah, you're not measuring the energy. You're measuring the stuff.
What is joules?
It's a quantification of a property.
And quantifying something is measuring it. Yes.
Sure, it's putting numbers to it.
I said you're measuring a property. I said you're measuring a property of energy, and you said that's not what it was.
But
that's okay. That's okay.
You're measuring a property of, I don't know, a battery, or you're measuring a property of a molecule. Property that you're measuring is called energy. That's the name of the property, not the name of the thing you're measuring.
Okay, that is still you measuring a property of energy. Energy is not. Energy is. Go ahead.
Energy doesn't have properties. It is the property.
Okay, exactly. Energy is the property. Energy is just particles in motion. No matter how it forms up, no matter what the wavelength, no matter what the use, no matter what it becomes, it's still energy. That's what I'm saying.
You mean it's a property?
Say it again.
Energy is a property. Are we agreeing on that?
A property in contrast to what?
A substance.
Yeah, it's a property of substance.
I'm saying it's the substrate of substance itself.
Oh well, then that's a mistake.
No, that's not the case.
It quite literally isn't. Is not matter energy locked into form.
No, it's not.
Is that not? What?
No.
Since
Where are you getting this
since
from?
when is that not being?
That's crazy. It's never been that.
This guy watched too much Star Wars.
Where, Dr. Blitz, where do they get these talking points from?
Honestly, it's pop science's fault. Like it really is.
No,
like,
it's not.
Neil deGrasse
It
Tyson
would
was
have
right.
to be Einstein. It
It's
would
wrong.
have to be Einstein's fault. It would have to be Einstein's
That
fault. if
certainly isn't
anybody's.
Einstein.
It would be like.
Okay, go ahead and look it up. Go ahead and check.
Check what?
Go ahead and check.
Matter is energy locked into form. Check Einstein. And go Google whether or not Einstein said it.
Said Einstein, probably.
Matter is energy locked into form. If it's anybody's fault, you had to blame Einstein.
There are 0 Google results for that quote.
Yeah, none.
There is no way.
There are
Not
0.
a single one. This is another one of
they
those
always
fake
quote
Einstein
science.
quotes.
Right?
Mass energy equivalent.
Mass is not the same as matter.
Mass energy equivalence.
Yes.
Look that
mass,
up from Einstein.
Mass is energy that's stationary. Mass is not matter. Those are different things.
Okay. Define matter then.
Matter is substance. It is composed of particles with all sorts of kinds of properties. So you might call matter fermions. You might also include boson.
I love it when they throw out a bunch of meaningless buzzwords and then they'll tell the PhD physicist to go look it up.
Nah, see.
So full metal. I don't want to scare you, but I mean, just to be sure, just so you know what's happening right now, the guy below you has a PhD in physics. So I'm just letting you know this is going to be a bumpy ride.
I don't see that. I don't see that as meaningful.
Okay.
Right.
Fine.
Sure.
It's not that I don't see it as meaningful in the sense of it's not a nice accolade. Like you put in the time, you put in the dedication and the effort, and you deserve your respect for that. But as far as intellect and the ability to
What's intellect?
I can't really put too much stock.
Can you imagine? Could you imagine if you walked up and you're like, I think I know what's wrong with my car, and your mechanic says, No, actually, it's not that. It's this. He goes, Well, I know you're a mechanic, but I think I know what's wrong with my car better than you do.
It's a matter of intellect, after all.
Yeah, but I mean, there are always those geniuses that work on cars on their own and don't have to go to school for it, and they can tell you way better than a regular mechanic.
Yeah,
but
they're all
you're not
missing like
that.
3 fingers.
Yeah, but you're not that though. In regards to physics,
I got all my fingers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I would say.
The thing is it's not even the accolades that are important. It's just that I know the substance. So like I know how we define energy. Energy is a quantity that is associated with a conservation law. That conservation law arising from time translation symmetry. That's what energy is. That's what it means. If you go and you look in a physics textbook that's more advanced than what they teach 19-year-olds, that's just what it is.
Okay.
Bro's putting
all
that
I'm saying
keyboard to
is
work.
energy is mass, or matter is mass at rest, or energy at rest is mass, right?
Well, let's do this. Full metal. You can see my screen, right?
I can.
All right, I'm going to put a notepad up. No one really has any idea what your argument is at this moment. It's like completely
No, because we got stonewalled at the intro.
completely unformed. So how about we do this? Start with your conclusion, and then we'll add the supporting premises to your conclusion. What's your conclusion?
My conclusion That's not, you can't even form an argument like that when we can't even get past the original point of the argument itself. We hadn't even gotten anywhere.
You don't know where you want your argument to terminate?
No, I know exactly where I wanted to go, but I know it's gonna go over your head and you're
Right.
gonna ridicule.
What's the terminating point of the argument?
The terminating point of the argument is all things are duality. Everything is everything. Once again, I know it's gonna go over your
What's this have
head.
to? It's not over my head. It's stupid. So what does this have to do with God?
Here's the ridicule it. Go ahead. Say what you about to say.
What's this have to do with God?
Okay. Omnipresent, omnipotent. Those words mean everything, all things, thing that knows all things is everywhere.
So because all things as a phrase exists, God exists?
No. See, that's what I'm saying.
This is bad.
You just told me.
This might be the worst argument I've heard in a long time.
You just
So-
told me to
Saying-
tell you the conclusion of my argument, and
Say-
then
That's
ridicule
actually-
the
all things
conclusion
are-
of my argument
That's
without
actually
listening
premise
to
number
the-
one.
the what
Premise
came
number
before.
one is all things are all things. Premise number
Wow.
2 is God is all things. So then your conclusion would be
Wow.
God must exist because he's all things. That's your argument so far.
No.
Okay, then sort it out.
This is why I said you cannot go from the beginning of an argument to the end of the argument.
That's
All you're
literally
doing
how
is
arguments work.
ridicule.
That's the whole idea of putting together
I'm
a cogent
saying
argument.
You just forced me to jump from the beginning to the end so that you could ridicule everything in
No,
the middle.
I want you to do
That's
all
what
the
you
stuff
would
in the
do.
middle. Well, fill in the middle for me.
we gotta go back to the beginning first.
Buddy, I don't think we need to go back to the
Oh,
beginning.
man.
The beginning is all
Why-
things are all things.
I don't even understand how we're messing up at the point that matter is energy locked into form.
Well, first of all, it's not true.
I'm still saying that.
The
Okay,
phrase
okay,
"all
okay.
things
So
are
we-
all
we-
things"
we
is
just
about as
talked
useful
about
as saying
PhD.
"chairs are chairs."
We just talked about a PhD, big PhD, whatever, cool, right? The reason why I don't hold too much stock in that is because I've had similar conversations with NASA JPL division administrators, and they understand what I'm talking about
Admin?
off
They
the
don't.
top of the conversation. Okay,
They don't.
we
I
didn't.
think
we
that
didn't get
I
hung
think
up-
they
we
just
didn't get hung up
placate
at
you
energy.
to get you to leave them alone.
Oh my goodness!
That's what I would.
Oh
That's
my
what I'd be
goodness.
doing.
Placate.
I'm like, what's this
Placate.
clown
That's
doing?
what you're doing. That's what you're doing to your audience. You're placating them,
Okay,
running in
so
circles. Nobody
premise number
nobody
one
disputes
is
that
matter
energy
is
locked in form.
is
Nobody disputes that.
energy, right? Is that your
Everybody
claim?
watching,
Matter
go look up,
is energy.
or is matter energy locked into form? Everybody look that up on your own and see what it says.
Well, then the first thing you need to do is support premise number one, which you haven't done yet. What's the support for premise number one?
I'm in the middle of it. I'm in the middle of it. Everything that exists is
You're
energy
drowning in the
locked
middle of
into
it.
form. Everything that exists is energy
You
locked into
can't
form. It's
lock
photon-
energy
it's
into a form
photons,
because energy is
electrons.
not a thing.
I didn't say locked.
How do you
into
lock
form as in
something
set.
that doesn't have like actual ontology? How do you lock something that's only a property?
What are you talking about? Energy
Buddy,
is particles
I don't
in
think
motion.
I don't think words are your thing. I don't think this is the thing you should be doing with your free time.
What? Are you okay? Energy
That's not a good
is
look for
particles
you.
in motion. Energy is particles in motion, correct?
You can say it all you want, but no.
What?
Energy is the
Inconceivable.
measurement. Energy is the measurement of change. Anything that has a change in position or velocity can be measured, and if it's changing, it has energy. But energy is not a thing. It's not a substance. It's a description of the change.
Oh my God! So you got kinetic energy,
Oh,
right?
there he goes. Oh boy. Can you give me
No,
a
I'm
bucket
saying,
of
you
kinetic
got-
energy?
No, I cannot give you a bucket of
Right,
kinetic
because
energy,
it's-
and you know
because it's
that.
not a
Once again,
thing.
that's an asinine question in order to dilute the argument. Once again,
I'm
diversionary.
not
tactic.
diluting the argument. I'm showing how silly it is. All right, listen, Full Metal, I don't think you came with a full box of crayons to this discussion. I'm going to move on to the next guest, okay?
Okay.
Bro met a janitor at a university and thought, I had a conversation with him and said, yeah, everyone there believes what I just said.
That's 100% what happened. Yeah. He thought he was going to do the Goodwill Hunting situation, and I don't think it's going to pan out for him. Herman, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says infinity isn't a number. It's a concept of endlessness. You can always add another digit forever. How is this confusing? Well, the guest was very confused. And I got to be honest, I think the second guest was even more confused. At least the first guest was willing to admit that he was working through it. And I think he was doing his best. Second guest was just out there. Patch, good to see you, Patch Griver. Says, if time goes forward infinitely, why can't it go back infinitely? Why is it so hard for theists to understand? It's not hard for them to understand. It's hard for them to accept, because if they accept it, then it's hard for them to plug their God into that gap. They need a gap for their God. Jennifer, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, what? I can't count to infinity? Rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, if you could live forever, Jennifer, you can count infinitely, but you can't count to the termination point of infinity. Lala Brooks, thank you for the super chat. Says, my hub said all Christians know is Exodus 17:6 is a prophecy. I pushed him to explain. He said, come back to him when I find out he's right. Thoughts? Thank you. Thank you for help in deconstructing. Well, Exodus 17 is the war with the Amalekites. So let me see because Exodus 17, the passage you referred to, verse 6, is prior to the war. So let me see what was happening prior to the war with the Amalekites. It says, I will be standing there in front of you on the rock. It's just instructions. I will be standing there in front of you on the rock at Horeb. Strike the rock and water will come out of it so that the people may drink. But yeah, this is just Moses is striking the rock, and then he defeats the Amalekites. I don't, what? What's there to explain about prophecy? There's no prophecy here. Moses did the magic water trick. I don't know what to tell you, Lala. There's no prophecy here, friend. CJ says China and ByteDance, the company that owns TikTok, have yet to officially approve the deal. I know it's a shocker, but Trump is a liar. CJ, I didn't know that. That's crazy that they haven't even approved the deal and they're announcing it like it's a done deal. I shouldn't be shocked. This is what happens. Hammond, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hi, everyone. Is it fair to say that the Witch of Endor is treated as evil, as Saul banned necromancy and is in desperation of his impending doom, asked a medium in disguise? Yes, for sure. The story of the Witch of Endor doesn't really paint the witch necessarily in a good light. She's just one of those, she's like a bystander in the story. She's not really all that important to the story, to be honest. She's just there because the story needs to be told. John, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Justin, you never seem to debate Amish folks. I think that debate would be electric. Oh, I love that. That deserves a drum roll. I agree. That would be an electric debate. I'm with you on that. And then I guess they'd have to go pray for forgiveness at the end. Mike, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And Dr. David, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, thank you, Justin, for your great work. I am a new deconstructee, and I've been binge watching both of your channels here on YouTube and TikTok. I am still looking for resources, but your channels help. Well, thank you so much, Dr. David, for doing the binge watching. It really does help the channel quite a bit. Any suggestions, let me know. And join the Discord, friend. 1999 from Jesus Tap Dancing Fucking Christ. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Says, I know you're probably too smart not to know this already and just too nice to say it. But my name isn't tap dancing. It's pronounced TT-fing. Oh, thanks for giving me another excuse to support you and all you do. You're right. I'm so one of the things I heard a lot growing up was Jesus Tap Dancing Fucking Christ, because my mom used to say it all the time because she was a good Catholic. And so when I saw your name, my brain instantly put TF, not TTF. I was like, oh, TFN, Tap Dancing Fucking Christ. I was like, I see what you did there, but I'm wrong. I'm totally wrong. Sorry about that. Jesus TTFN Christ. But now, TT Fing, the question needs to be asked, what does TT Fing mean? Does anyone know what that means? I'm lost on that one. That's entirely new.
It's a mystery to me, but I'll Google it.
Yeah. And Chance, good to see you tonight. Chance says, I just looked it up and he said to do I just looked it up like he said to do and got no, matter and energy are not locked into specific form. Oops. I guess he shouldn't have challenged you to look it up or do your own research. Dr. Fudge says, actually, matter is you, because as we all know, what's the matter, you? that checks out, actually. That checks out. I'm on board. And Hank, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 777. Says, regular reminder that Bill Craig isn't a physicist, and neither is Full Mental. Dude's counting on his fingers while flexing. Oh, I couldn't agree more. That dude needs to get a calculator. I'm going to read 2 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Susie, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the super chat. Says, check out Dark Matter 2525 cartoons. They're amazing, by the way. They're really good cartoons. And the story of Job. Great cartoons with God and Jesus. I love Dark Matter. It's hard for me to believe that
He's
somebody
so
here doesn't
good.
know Dark Matter.
His whole series on that whole series about Yahweh being some kid in a like a VR simulator. So entertaining. Yeah,
It
I
really
couldn't find
is.
anything on TT Fing. It said possibly Jamaican TT for tatas and Fing for thing. I don't know.
Oh. Okay. All right. Okay.
That's all I could get. I don't know.
We'll dig deeper in this. Richard Cox, thank you for the super chat. Big W says, at age 74, still rock hard for Doug. Well, big W for being rock hard at 74. We really appreciate the support of Richard Cox, and amazing sense of humor, too. I love the name, by the way. All right, let's get Jacob into the discussion. He was next in line. I'm going to bring Jacob in on YouTube. Welcome in, Jacob.
Hey, what's going on? I'm quite
Not too
excited
much.
to
How are
meet
you?
you. I'm doing great. It happens to be I am an atheist, but I have a couple of questions for you. Number one, I grew up ultra-Orthodox, religious, Jewish, dreadlocks, black hat kind of guy. So I kind of debate a lot, people in my community. So very very little Christian stuff, more like Torah stuff, Talmudic stuff. And there's a couple of objections that I get. I know the answer. I always give them the same answer. But I'm wondering if you have a better explanation. Maybe I'm just not doing it right. So I typically ask them, like, okay, who says like the Torah is true or the Torah is real? Like, what's your evidence to that? You know, basically how the conversation starts. And pretty much 90% of them land on, well, there was the Matan Torah, you know, there was the Mount Sinai, and it was given to quite a lot of people, and a lot of people can't make up the same lie altogether. And I kind of struggle explaining that, the objection to that. I mean, I know I listen a lot to, I keep forgetting the name of him, but he wrote the Old Testament, the Atheist Guide to the Old Testament. He like breaks it down very well.
Dr.
But
Bowen?
I have a hard time like trying to get them on board and to explain to them. I'm losing that. That's like a huge part where I lose, because like, well, a lot of people can't make up a lie, you know, and it's like,
A lot of people didn't make up the lie. It was made by priests. So we have no documented evidence that would suggest that Moses received any laws on Mount Sinai. It seems that they came in waves over the course of a couple hundred years and were forced upon the people. That's why Exodus 20 and 22 directly mirror the law code of Hammurabi. Why are they copying the law code of Hammurabi if it was from God?
Right. I guess they're trying to say that since their story includes so many people, you can't make up a story that includes so many people. My objection.
Have you read Harry Potter?
I know. I kind of say something similar to like, well, there's really only one account of millions of people. It's not like you have millions of accounts of millions of people. You have one account. But I'm just wondering if you have a better explanation. Again, I'm just fishing for some, because most of the content that people put out is Christian stuff. I'm having a hard time finding Torah stuff that religious Jews would find pretty interesting.
I mean, you can.
There are two.
Go ahead, Don.
There are two books I would suggest for Jacob. One is actually a Jewish book by Mark B. Shapiro, The Limits of Orthodox Theology. and talks about a lot of the assumptions that we make about
Okay.
like the origin of the Torah,
I'll
the
forget
limits
that
of
name.
Orthodox theology. But the one specifically about the Torah that I would suggest for you is the composition of the Pentateuch by Joel S. Baden, specifically pointing out the fact that the Torah contains so many doublets of the stories that contradict each other in their details,
Right.
is where I would go.
Right. Yeah. The documentary hypothesis. I kind of went down that rabbit hole. But anyway, thank you so much for your time. I don't want to waste your time. And since I'm Orthodox Jewish, tonight is Yom Kippur, so have a sandwich for me. Have a great day. Thank you so much. I appreciate your stuff. You guys
Cheers,
are
friend.
amazing.
Funnily
Keep it up.
enough,
All right. Thank you.
I'm also going to temple in like 2 hours.
All right. Enjoy
I
the song.
completely forgot those
Cheers,
Yom
buddy.
Kippur.
All
Yep.
right. Thank you.
Yeah, you
When I
don't
practiced
find...
Judaism,
Mhm.
when I practiced Judaism, I was all about remembering when Yom Kippur was supposed to happen. But like,
Obviously, you're
Well-
not celebrating.
Good.
Let me grab a couple of super chats, and I think it's going to be the cat down the road and then Musa next. Late says, "Hey, Justin, praise Doug. Also, sorry, sincerely a Lions fan." I know. Listen, guys, the Browns are the Browns. This is my lot in life. I'm okay with it. It is what it is. I'm going to cry. I cried myself to sleep. I'm okay now. Hercules, thank you for the super chat, says the caller is taking can't count to infinity and concluding therefore infinity isn't a thing and the universe had a beginning. Yeah, it's crazy the logical leaps being made there, but the reality is he didn't think through the argument and he's basically repeating prior arguments that he's heard. Hopefully he'll think about it and maybe come back with a more well-formed argument. Master Machetier, thank you for the super chat, says God has the same problem as the eternal universe, plus the problems of a God. Such a good point, right? Because if we're just saying that something existed eternally, one has way more problems than the other. Like, we don't have to explain why the universe ended up with an Earth with natural disasters. The universe is not all good, or nor is it all knowing. Flash, thank you for the super chat, says the prophet, dude who insulted your son, that guy, it's getting more and more unhinged. He is. He called in on Blitz Nazi video, Ian and unapologetic. I didn't know that. Was that the same guy? That can't be the same guy. I know the guy who called me under the name Prophet. He's got 2 or 3 different accounts. I didn't know he called in on the other channels, but I would not be surprised. I don't think he's coming back here though.
So the guy in my video goes by the name MX Racer. And
Different guy.
I think it was a different guy. Yeah, but
Yeah.
they all sound the same.
I know,
I think
right? They have that
Hadassah
same
called
crazy
me-
voice.
I think Hadassah called my live yesterday under a different name.
Oh, hell yeah.
It sounded just like her. I got Hadassah, so there you go.
Well, you got blessed. Make sure you clip it, friend. Carl, thank you for the super chat. Says revelation from Doug: flat Earth BS is a Christian nationalist plot to raise another generation of dangerous idiots who don't ask questions. Doug is all. Absolutely. Doug is all. Your feet are firmly rested on Doug as we speak. And Hillhugger says, when Jesus said the date and time of his return are unknown, can we be generous and count that as a fulfilled prophecy? That's crazy because, to be fair, I mean, we'd have to wait and see if anyone ever guesses it. Like, if it happened and then somebody guessed it, then we would say it's a failed prophecy. But since it's never going to happen, we can never test it. So we can't. Open-ended prophecies can't come true until they've become tested, I think.
Yeah, it's not like Antiochus, where we know for a fact that prophecy did not come to pass the way that Daniel said. It's unfortunate. I mean, technically it's not open-ended because he said within this generation, so it did fail.
Indeed. Jennifer, again, thank you for the super chat. Says, I never learned physics well. I appreciate this so much. I do too. I know like 5th grade physics. I didn't have physics training other than basic, like the stuff I had to learn that all of us learned in school. Some of us less or more than others. Nobi on Fire says, everything is everything, and if only my head is full of nothing. That is an accurate description. If nothing is part of everything, I can assume that at least his head contained the nothingness. All right, let me grab our next guest. It's going to be the cat down the road. We'll get Kat in here. Welcome in, Kat.
Hey, what's up, Justin?
Not too much. How are you?
Doing all right.
Kat, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, on both accounts.
Cool. And which God?
Well, I wouldn't say they're necessarily which. I only believe there to be one. You know, and I don't think it's specific to any religion. I think it kind of underlies all religion in that each religion has its own way to hint at it. I see you making a face there, but
So it's
Is this
a nameless,
perennialism?
bookless, religionless God?
well, no, I think it ties up with the perennial philosophy.
What's that?
It's this the notion that there is one metaphysical truth, and it's expressed various ways throughout epochs and different times and different eras throughout history, through each of the world's major religions.
How could you possibly test this hypothesis?
Well, so like, I know you deal a lot with Christianity and the Bible. I don't know if you ever looked into Christian mysticism, perhaps at all.
I think all forms
I
of
have.
mysticism are silly, but my question was, what could you possibly do to test this hypothesis?
Well, yes, I was leading towards that. And you see, I don't think that you may say they're silly, but I think they have basis in our reality, in that we study in neuroscience what's called mystical experience, and that lends towards their, ontology. I don't know if you ever looked into studies on mystical experience out of Johns Hopkins or various other places.
Yeah, University of Virginia, Raymond Moody, a bunch of people wrote about him. I'm aware.
Well, yeah, see, these professionals make a similar argument. They'll say that they align with, the perennial philosophy, and that the mystics of the world's religions seem to be arguing the same point, that, whether you're talking about the Holy Spirit of Christianity or Nirvana of Buddhism or the Samadhi of Hinduism,
Those
they're
aren't the
all
same thing.
they're referring to this phenomenon in consciousness, because that phenomenon in consciousness is universal. And yeah, they may not appear the same in description when you read the scripture, but what these professionals are saying is that they're alluding to, in their own various ways, to this phenomenon in consciousness that is now recognized in neuroscience.
It's not recognized in
And
neuroscience, to be clear.
I beg to differ. I look into the neuroscience of religion, or neurotheology, and
All
it's well
the
established.
It's not well established. It's established that people have mystical experiences. It's not established that they're meaningful or that they're not hallucinations.
No,
And I'm not familiar with any Christian mysticism that says anything about perennialism or even like alludes to it.
Well, no, the perennial philosophy absorbs Christianity. I don't think it's the other way around. But no, I mean, mystical experiences go all the way back to the work of William James in the early 1900s. They are well established, and they do make them distinct from hallucinations. No professionals would equate
What
hallucinations
makes them
with
distinct?
in that see, hallucination, it can kind of occur in different modalities, like your olfactory. You can have synesthesia like hallucinations, but however, mystical experiences are very concretely defined in the
That's
context of this
that's why I'm
research.
asking. What's the difference?
So yeah, the mystical experience is more a universal phenomenon in consciousness, whereas hallucination is more a kind of like a visual disturbance, where people describe things maybe that appear in their visual field that aren't truly there, things like that. That's not necessarily
Mystical
what
experiences
people
do the same.
Yeah, these are just malfunctionings of the brain.
No, I don't think so, because these
They
are,
are.
they can potentially occur in any one of us.
One of the examples you gave was synesthesia. Synesthesia is nothing more than like the brain working in ways that otherwise it normally doesn't, but it's
No,
completely natural.
but I wasn't equating synesthesia with mystical experience. I was saying that they're distinct phenomenon.
So, how would you distinguish between a hallucination and a mystical experience?
Well, okay, like I said, mystical experience, there's decades worth of research on this, going all the way back to William James. They've been very concretely defined in this
Okay, so
context.
so I'm asking you, so if you had how like if you're an individual and you have an experience, how would you distinguish it between being a mystical experience and merely a hallucination?
Okay, so like I said, mystical experience are concretely defined.
Okay, great.
So,
Do the concrete definition. What's the distinguishing features?
okay, all right. The distinguishing features at this point they go by 6 characteristics. I'll list them quickly for the sake of time, but the core feature is what they call unity. It's the interconnectedness of all people and things, all is one or pure consciousness. The
Have you
second
never
listed
been
is
to a rave?
I've heard of people taking MDMA at a rave, sure, but I wouldn't equate that to this.
Have
Well,
you
wait a
taken
minute. So
it?
are you saying that there's a feeling of unity?
Well, yes, because in a rave you're able to still walk around and so forth. And mystical experience, it's a complete transformation of consciousness. You're in a,
Okay, so you're so I'm just asking for clarification. So what you would say one of the distinguishing features is that in a mystical experience there is a feeling of unity.
yes, like the sub. Okay, right now you I don't know if you're on your phone or on a computer, but as you sit there looking at the screen, you have this impression that you're a bodily entity relative to an environment.
Okay.
Correct?
No, I understand. I was just clarifying. So what are the other five?
Yes. Okay. So the next on the list is sacredness or reverence. People have this sense of a majesty when they encounter these experiences. Another one that William James listed is a
Well,
noetic quality.
people have the same mystical experiences or religious experiences on drugs. Like, I don't understand why you think these are unique to mystical experiences. People have religious experiences on all kinds of substances.
Well, no. Okay.
Or why we should think
No,
it's anything other than like a natural phenomenon in the brain.
well, that's what I'm trying to get at. That it is these professionals do consider it a natural phenomenon in the brain, and it's not necessarily. I wouldn't say drugs offer some other phenomenon. They have established that psychedelics can invoke one and the same phenomenon. So it's not like it's a different area of experience. You're talking about the same thing essentially.
Okay, and what are just so then we can get past this, what are the remaining four?
Noetic quality. So people have a sense of encountering ultimate reality. Often say that
Okay.
it's more real than
What's the next three?
waking reality itself. Deeply felt positive mood is the fourth. People have this heightened sense of love, agape, as it's expressed in
It's
Christianity.
English. We know what those words mean. What's the fifth?
Well, I mean, it's not just your average. It's like an infinite, unconditional, so on and so forth. The next one would be
So DMT
transcendence of
therapy.
space and transcendence of space and time, past and future collapse, past, present, and future collapse into the moment. And so when people describe it after of course, when they come, when they return to the baseline of consciousness, they often say, either it was, there was no time there or it was beyond dimensionality. They'll use this kind of descriptors to describe the phenomenon. And then the last one would be ineffability and paradoxicality. So like one of the first things that's noted when people come down from these experiences is that they cannot possibly put it into words. Of course, in these type of studies, they're followed along for several months, up to 16 months in some of these cases, even longer in some cases. And then eventually they're able to say something about it. But,
So I'm a little confused. So it sounds like these are all properties that hallucinations could have. So are you just saying that a mystical experience is a type of hallucination? It's like a defined category?
yes, it's defined by expressing all 6
Okay,
characteristics.
so this is just a type of hallucination, though.
You could put it that way, but they specifically refer to them as mystical experiences in that they seem to be, they appear throughout history in individuals since time immemorial. I mean, they've been occurring
Sure.
for
I mean, but like so do
millennia.
hallucinations, right?
Sure, but so as people have also been doing. There's a lot of phenomena that have been occurring for a long time, but
Why
this is
why why, sh- why should we believe that this hallucination is telling us anything real about reality?
well, it's if you're going to consider it, it's something like an illusion or something like that. You would have to say that there's an illusion that people have, but it's unanimous across the board. People are not.
I don't think it's unanimous. And also, I'm looking up the descriptions that people give of their DMT therapy, and they're all the same. There's a sense of unity. There's a sense that like the physical parameters of the world dissolve. They have spiritual insights. They have heightened emotional sensitivity. They go into hyper realism sometimes. Like everything you've described is something you can experience just taking a drug.
What?
But go ahead, Ems.
So, did he mention that these would be following different mechanisms than normal hallucinations? I think he did.
Yeah, and I don't think you're necessarily saying anything different there, Justin. I mean, these professionals have
Answer your
established
question,
that
though.
Kat, did you hear him?
that psychedelics.
I asked
did you
you.
hear the
Yeah, I
question?
asked you. Yeah, I asked
Yeah.
you. Did you say that these religious experiences are being caused by different mechanisms in the brain than do usually cause hallucinations?
Well,
You mentioned something similar.
There could be some overlap, but I would say that when professionals refer to mystical experience, they do refer to this very specific transformation where all 6 of these characteristics are present. And when you're speaking of hallucination,
When you're talking about professionals, are you talking about neuroscientists?
yes, neuroscientists.
So they would describe the pathways in the brain that would cause this.
Yes, they do
So what is the
establish
pathway?
neurocorrelates inside these, and they use fMRI to do so. And
What is the pathway, though?
the pathways, they seem to be throughout the brain. There is no specific pathway.
So what is the mechanism behind it happening? So, for example, an increased surge of dopamine in the brain can cause hallucinations, which is why D2 antagonists sometimes reduce hallucinations in patients. What is the mechanism behind these religious
Well,
experiences?
There's in the case of like naturally occurring mystical experiences, there is speculation that since we produce NN-DMT ourselves, like Justin mentioned DMT, we have endogenous DMT that may be released during instances of mystical experience. So that may be an explanation of why we have mystical experiences.
Which then wouldn't make it anything that is supernatural. It would still be a type of hallucination.
Well, but I don't think necessarily that the argument is. I never mentioned the supernatural. I think that's missing the point here. Because even the professionals say that these experiences are biologically normal. That we're wired for such experiences.
I know they're biologically normal. They're not supernatural.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand why that would be.
But what is the point of bringing that up?
I think where people get confused about this is that I mentioned that one of the characteristics was transcendence of time and space. That's something inside the perception of this experience. So it's not like literally pushing the boundaries of physics. It's more pushing the boundaries of one's perception. And I think people they conflate those two, thinking that it's supernatural in the sense that defies the laws of physics, when really we're talking about something that pushes the boundaries of our perception.
In other words, these drugs are causing you to perceive time and space in a way which is not congruent with reality. In other words, this is not relating an experience that's accurate to reality.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say it that way. I would say they produce it in such a way that it's not normally conceived. That we usually experience time in a linear fashion, whereas in mystical experiences, time is seems to be occurring simultaneously from with all past, all future occurring at once. So it's in a way we usually don't perceive it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's unmatched from reality.
This just sounds like somebody describing what drugs feels like.
Yep.
Would I say that one more time?
That sounds like somebody describing to me what taking drugs feels like.
Well, yeah. I mean, like I said, professionals have established that psychedelics are very capable of inducing this same phenomenon.
Yeah, you're introducing chemicals to your brain, and it's causing your brain to malfunction, so it's not operating correctly. Therefore, you're not perceiving reality as it is. That's all. You're just describing a malfunctioning brain. By the way, I'm curious because you sound familiar. Did you call the atheist experience like a long time ago?
I've called the atheist experience before.
I thought so. I've heard you before talking about Dylan.
Yeah, so I mentioned, say that last thing you said. I didn't catch it.
You're introducing chemicals to a brain, causing it to to function and malfunction. And you have a healthy brain, which is able to actually, for the most part, understand reality around it. And you're introducing these chemicals, which is causing your brain to malfunction and not actually properly understand reality.
And
No, I see. I don't think it's necessarily a malfunction because it occurs in completely healthy human beings. And people engage in temples and meditation to induce
Yes,
these type of experiences.
if I give mushrooms to a completely healthy human being, their brain function is no longer it's no longer functioning the way it's supposed to. It doesn't mean that you're sick. This can happen to a healthy person.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily the conclusion to make here. Are you familiar with the mind at large of Aldous Huxley, for instance?
Auto what?
No.
The mind at large. So Aldous Huxley had this notion that your brain right now, in your sober state of mind, is actually filtering reality. And so when you have something like a mystical experience, these filters are removed, and so what
Wait.
you're receiving is
Have
a
to
kind of
interrupt. Why-
higher bandwidth.
Why are you keep pulling science from guys that died almost a century ago? What's happening here?
Well, notions like these I think, are still speculated among even professionals inside, that work
I
in
don't
these
think
fields.
so. My friend Dr. Joe's up here, and she actually has done some research in this field. What are you thinking here, Dr. Joe?
Hey there. Yeah. Hi, everybody. Kat, I'm curious what research and professionals you keep referencing. I literally work with neuroscience every day to develop treatment and curriculum for people in my facility. And I'm not familiar with what you're describing. And I interact with valid peer-reviewed research every single day. Also, I want to add that the state that you're talking about, I think you're making some attributions to people's experience, and I believe that that's what their experience is. I just don't attribute it to being mystical. The same experience can be organically manipulated through, and they do it all the time at youth events and at charismatic rallies and other things. They can be manipulated with sleep deprivation and with a diet mostly of carbs, and hyper socialization and other things can create a neurochemical pattern that puts people in a basically a psychotic state.
Well, are you familiar with the work of Dr. Roland Griffiths out of Johns Hopkins?
No, it doesn't come to my mind.
Well, he was the original leading neuroscientist there that was running these studies, and he was building on earlier work that out of Dr. Walter T. Stace, all the way back to William James. He died a couple years back, but the work was taken over by Dr. Frederick S. Barrett, and they've managed to publish a number of studies out of there on mystical experiences. And I would recommend looking into the research itself to I guess get a better grasp here. But I don't think we can come to hasty conclusions about this. Like I think the Bible guy was trying to. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Not to get too far, but I'm looking at one of the articles that he published, and he says psilocybin can occasion mystical type experiences having substantial and sustained personal meaning and spiritual significance, which again, like if we can just reproduce it with drugs, I don't understand why it's spiritual.
Well, of course, when they say mystical or spiritual, they're not referring to something that defies the laws of physics. They're referring to this very, this bandwidth of characteristics, or this cluster of characteristics that occur in individuals. So when they refer to so-called complete mystical experience, they're referring to all 6 characteristics. They're referring to a volunteer who meets criteria on the gauges they use to measure this phenomena, and on all 6 criteria simultaneously.
Right, but
that's essentially.
But my point is, if you can duplicate it with psilocybin or DMT, I fail to understand why we would say that it's anything other than drug-induced psychosis or hallucinogen.
Well, okay, but I think that assumption there is materialist in that you're assuming that consciousness is something that's generated by the brain itself, or an emergent
Why should
property.
we not? Why should we not have that as our default position?
Well, I think studies like this actually call a lot of that into question. And, I think that's why it's an ongoing debate. You may shake your head and feel like it's settled, but I disagree.
Kat, how would you define consciousness?
Well, I think that's one of the hardest things to do. I mean, we could say that it's our self-awareness or something like that, but I think I don't think we've nailed it down in neuroscience, and I think it's still quite a mystery to neuroscience.
And why do you think these studies are disproving the notion that the brain is what is causing consciousness?
Well,
what is the correlation?
I think they're kind of I think they're undermining materialism a bit, and they're causing.
And how is that happening? You're introducing a physical substance that is affecting physical receptors in the brain, causing a specific response. Right? Everything in this pathway is physical. How is that disproving materialism?
Well, when people have these type of experiences, they're not reducible to their personal history or their upbringing or the culture they grew up in. They seem to be more addressing them in a universal sense. That people all go to the same place, so to speak, when they have such experiences.
If you have a random North Sentinelese islander and you give them the same chemicals as you did, for example, a random Westerner, they would also experience, for example, let's say, Jesus Christ.
Well, no, I think they're a little bit more elaborate in the research, that they do make a distinction between, because they do occur on a spectrum. And so that's why you'll find the term, this phrasing, mystical type in the peer-reviewed material.
Well,
but
I think, Kat, that misses the point of the question. He's saying if someone who's literally never, ever heard of Jesus or God is given one of these substances and they have a mystical experience, will they ever see Jesus? Will they have a Western style experience?
Yes, and I was trying to get to that. I was going to say that they do have these. They kind of separate them in these two categories. One they call visionary archetypal experiences, and these could be very relatable.
But it's just a yes or no.
Well, I think it's a little bit more complicated than yes or no.
No, it's not a yes or no. Is there someone who never heard of Jesus? Would they take psilocybin or DMT or something else and then experience the Western Jesus or the Mediterranean Jesus?
Experience.
Of course they wouldn't, right? Because people's mystical experiences always seem to mirror their actual backgrounds.
No, okay. Well, see, that's what I was getting at. If you let me elaborate, they make a distinction. So on the lower spectrum, if you will, on this spectrum, they call visionary archetypal experience, meaning that they are related to the unique personality of the individual. So if they grew up with Christianity, they may see Christ on the cross. Muhammad, if they grew up in Islam, so on and so forth.
Because your brain is producing the hallucination. That's why it's relevant to your background.
Sure, but however, when you go higher on the spectrum to what they call the complete mystical experience, it no longer has nothing to do with your personal history. Now you enter the domain where the experience is now universal in its characteristics to the individual. It has
drugged out of your mind.
It has nothing to do with one personal history at that point.
You cite the study, please, that you're referencing. I have one from Frederick, but it's literally 40 pages long. Like, you have a specific section.
Sure. One I would really like for you to review is it's titled "Classic Hallucinogens and Mystical Experiences: Phenomenology and Neural Correlates." I would really like for you to review that one. It's by Dr. Frederick S. Barrett and Dr. Roland Griffiths.
But it is 40 pages. Which specific part do you want me to read?
You could start at there's I think section 2 is titled "What Are Mystical Experiences?" Or you can start at the introduction, but that'd be a pretty good place to start. But I mean, I don't want to take up too much time, Justin. I'm welcome with you taking the next caller if you want.
I'm simply just asking what specific part of the paper says what you're saying.
Well, I would like for you to highlight the areas that refer to the perennial philosophy, because that's really what I'm interested in, and that's what I feel that mystical experiences do offer evidence for. And I think
You're not answering my question, though.
yes.
Which part of the paper is saying what you're saying?
I would say I highlighted the section. I said section 2.
Section 2, so when it is talking about what are mystical experiences, that is the section that you want me to read.
Yes. I would recommend reading that section.
I've
So
got it right
literally
here.
page 2. Have you read past page 2?
I've read the entire thing. I'm obsessed with this research. I've read about every peer-reviewed paper you can get your hands on relative to this type of research.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out.
Thank you. I appreciate it. If anything, that's all I would like to offer you guys. I mean, Justin, I'm good with you taking the next call if you want.
Yeah, well, thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Justin,
Cheers.
I gotta run. Can I show myself before I run?
Yes.
All right. You guys know what to do. So I started a new channel recently on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube or on TikTok, just go to YouTube, type in Dr. Blitz Debunks. New channel, just to where all the clips will go, all of the debunking content that's not usually on TikTok, it'll go, or on YouTube, it'll go there. So you should go there. But anyway, guys, thanks for
Subscribe.
having me.
Dr. Blitz, thank you so much for being here, friend.
Yeah, of course. Have a good one.
Cheers, buddy.
It's insane that I recognized that caller's voice from a single episode of AXP that I watched over 10 years ago.
That's pretty crazy, actually. It's pretty wild. Well, we lost Dr. Joe before I could say thanks. Thank you, Dr. Joe, for popping up. I really appreciate you being here. Guys, make sure you're following Dr. Joe as well. She does amazing work. And we're gonna get our next guest into the queue. Let me grab just a couple super chats and we're gonna get Musa into the discussion. Von Doodle, good to see you. Yeah, I know, right? Don't go anywhere. Timeline. Now is not the time to argue about time. We don't have the time. Detroit. That's good. I've heard that before, but it's been a minute. Mr. Morpheus, good to see you. My friend says, I love a good Wednesday night barbecue. Well, thank you, Mr. Morpheus. It's good to see you, buddy. I hope you're doing all right. And Useless says, can you talk about Moses' staff displayed in Turkey? Listen, we have no reason to believe that Moses' staff has survived. I don't know why people grab these random artifacts and just claim that they belong to somebody who didn't exist thousands of years ago.
I don't know why.
I don't know why. Here's something funny. Search up Muhammad's beard in Turkey.
Oh no! Oh no!
I don't know why people are so focused on the staff of Moses when it was Aaron's staff that performed all the miracles. People watch too much of the Prince of Egypt.
Yes, it was Aaron's staff.
Islam it is Moses's, which is why in Turkey it is the staff of Moses, because Turkey is Islamic.
Oh.
So there's the relics of Muhammad, and you're saying it includes the beard? Oh my gosh!
They have hairs from his beard.
Oh my gosh! Yes, known in Ottoman Turkish as the Sakal Serif, the beard was said to have been removed from Muhammad's face by his favorite barber in the presence of Abu Bakr, Ali, and several others. Individual hairs were taken away, but the beard itself is kept in a glass case. That's crazy.
It is funny that they preserved the beard.
I'll never understand.
And by the way, the paper that he mentioned, like the whole point of the second section, is literally just talking that the spiritual experiences are a sense of unity with everything. Literally every single drug addict.
I was scanning it as he was talking. There was nothing really in there other than describing what people's experiences were like.
As weird as beard is, not nearly as weird as foreskin. So
I was about to say, do we have his foreskin?
No, we don't. But apparently his penis is still intact.
Oh, good grief.
Of course it was.
Herbie, thank you for the super chat. Says Fireman the philosopher in chat is a fabulous moron. I don't know who Fireman, but Fireman, you really had to do some say something dumb for someone to pay $5 for a super chat to call you out as being dumb in the comments. I hope you think about that when you go to bed tonight. Hammond, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I think we should recommend informative YouTubers on biblical scholarship. I would like to recommend Inquisitive Bible Reader. It is really underrated, but really informative. I actually haven't followed that channel. Now I need to go to YouTube and check it out. If my audience thinks it's a good channel, it probably is. So I'll check it out. Inquisitive Bible Reader. Of course, it didn't go. This reminds me of maybe what Joel is doing. I see the Inquisitive Bible. All right, I'm subscribed. We'll check it out when we get time, and we'll keep on moving. In the same vein, if you like that channel, you'll love Joel Reads Bible. Mike, thank you for the super chat.
I just discovered him.
Oh, he's amazing. Yeah, more for fellow chatters. Go watch Ewoks Battle for Endor, starring Wilford Brimley and an actual Witch of Endor. Listen. Is it Wilford or Walter? What was his name? The mustache guy, Brimley, though. Is that the same guy? Now we gotta. I don't know. William? I'll have to look it up. If it's the same guy I'm thinking of, I need to watch it. Sam says, please send me the link to your video where you explained your journey from Christian to atheist. Love you. Well, my friend, it's on Deconstruction Zone channel. It's like the first video I ever made. It was like my introduction to TikTok. And Steve, thank you for the $10 super chat. So relax, Jesus isn't coming. Frankie11. And Steve, I agree wholeheartedly. We are in violent agreement on that point. That sky carcass ain't coming back. There's no cadaver coming down from the clouds. Caucasian space Jesus is not coming for you. Jamie says, atheist dogma is what I believe. I love that. That was really good. To play on dogma and dogma, that was good. Appreciate that, Jamie. Thank you so much. And our friend Cameron's with us tonight. Good to see you, Cameron. Says, hello, Justin. Falcons are number 2 in defense, but your Browns are number 1 in defense. Yeah, if only we can get a fucking quarterback to throw a tight spiral where it needs to land. Stay positive. Happy to see Dalton and Ashlyn reunite. Love y'all. We're all happy for that, actually. We are certainly happy for that. And listen, the Browns may be able to stop a couple teams from scoring, but it doesn't matter because we'll never see the end zone. Red Trek, thank you for the $15 super chat. Says, I hope you, Dalton, Dr. Blitz, Ian, and others are careful in light of NSPM7. Please stay safe, you all. That must, Brittany, thank you for the paint. That must be the new legislation for, I'm sure we're terrorists now.
I haven't heard about this. This is the first time hearing about it. What?
We'll find out. I'll let you know if the black suits come knocking. Minutemen, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. Big W, my friend. Says, dude, I haven't been on in a while, and then I joined, and some guy is talking about tripping balls on a regular basis. Who wants to hear my Jesus and Mary Magdalene vision while high on mushrooms? It was very colorful. Praise Doug and fuck the patriarchy. Agreed on both accounts, and yes, please, by all means, if you went tripping on balls and saw Jesus and Mary Magdalene, please write the story out and share it with me. Share it with the Discord. I'm sure other people would love to hear about it. It sounds like a great story, actually. And Kernel of Truth, thank you for the $10 super chat, says transcranial magnetic stimulation of the right temporal lobe can induce mystical experiences. Part of it is turning off the part of the brain that constructs individual identity. I've actually read a paper on this, but I didn't read it careful enough to be able to reproduce what you just said. So I really appreciate that. But you're right. We've induced mystical experiences in so many different ways. It's hard for me to think that there's like a spirit world out there doing it. And Ripsteak says, a fellow denied evolution, said fossils are just an illusion. While standing on shale 3 billion year tale, the irony missed his conclusion. Yes, indeed. But they'll say, well, it was a miracle of science during the flood period or something, some dumb nonsense like that. The atmosphere was different back then, you know? Zomble, thank you for the $20 or $10 super chat, says, isn't microdosing drugs kind of like microdosing a lobotomy? A spoonful of brain damage makes the bad feels go away. I think it's more temporal. I don't think it's quite as permanent as a lobotomy. All right, last super chat, last one from our friend Austin. Thank you. It says, for $9.99, says, how has circumcision changed since it started in ancient Egypt? Would a circumpepe of 3000 BC look the same as a circumpepe of 2025? No. So famously, the Egyptians did partial circumcision, and they did it while you were an adult. Now, what that actually looked like, I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you exactly what it looked like. But
The Jews
there's
did it too, only partial circumcision. Like the full thing that we do now, they were not doing in Paul's time, which is why you could reverse your circumcision according to Paul.
Yes. That's how you could, quote unquote, hide the marks of circumcision.
And the amount of babies who would have died, again, because they would have genetic diseases like hemophilia, for example,
Right.
just bleeding out from the wound.
Right, exactly. All right, let's get our next guest in here. It's going to be Musa. I clicked. There we go. It was a little bit delayed. We'll get Musa in here.
Muse.
I think it is
Muse.
Muse?
Oh.
Muse.
Yeah, that's me.
The text is so
How are
small
you?
on my screen, and I'm standing so far away from it, so I can actually get on camera. I can't read half of this stuff. Sorry, guys. Muse, welcome in. I really appreciate you being here. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, indeed. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Yes, I do. Both of those.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God, the Trinity, Jesus Christ.
Sure. And what would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, I would actually like to start, if you don't mind, from getting to know your perspective a little bit on your prompt here. God is imaginary, prove me wrong. I just want to know what you mean by that, number one, the term God and then imaginary.
God is typically some sort of mind that created all things. And by imaginary, I mean that you can imagine it, but you can't actually demonstrate its existence.
Gotcha. Okay, so I have a question then, before I get into my aspect of it or my perception of it. If God is imaginary and there's no absolute being and all things are essentially created from matter and essentially mindless processes, let me just ask you, is that what you believe in the first place? That essentially creation is a naturalistic thing? You know, everything comes from natural processes?
Until evidence is presented to the opposite, yeah.
So all things are naturalistic by nature. You know,
I mean,
nature begets nature.
Theoretically, yeah, everything by definition is part of nature. So if it exists, it's natural.
Got you. So what do you say to things like logic or reason or morality?
What about them?
How do you get these things through purely naturalistic means?
They're easy. Logic is a description of how the universe behaves, how things behave. Reason is what our brains engage in. Animals can do it too. It's not special. They've been doing it for millions of years, billions of years actually. And morals are constructs that animals make up, and they happen pretty early. Sometimes they happen in objects or living entities that aren't even necessarily conscious. Conscious is a difficult word to describe, but like even bacteria have been seen to form, we'll say, like rules of engagement. Now, obviously, it's more likely an evolutionary trait that they developed, but it's surprisingly effective, and it does require a decision to happen. So, like, it seems like the more abstract brain power you have, the more likely you're going to develop systems of like do's and don'ts.
So, like with logic, for example, how can we trust that if it's all rooted in mindless processes? You know, for example, we come from essentially the evolution process and things like the Big Bang or whatever theory someone insert theory. It doesn't really matter, but
because
the
it's
essential
never
idea-
observed to be, it's never observed to fail. When it fails, then you
Okay.
stop trusting it.
Right. So I'm saying that we have consistency throughout certain things that we can recognize as consistent and as unchanging in a sense, right?
As far as we know.
And I'm saying there are principles in the universe and throughout our own experiences that are consistent. They don't change. They always have been, as far as we know, and always will be, as far as we know and can demonstrate. How do you have that from essentially no reason or no logic in the universe itself? Like, how can an illogical...
Why do you need logic for that to be the case?
In order for there to be...
To be sure, Muse, you're trying to ground reality in logic. Why would you do that? Reality is not grounded in logic.
Why do you say this?
You can't even demonstrate.
I'm saying that you can't know that something is reality without having logic or reason being grounded in something absolute.
No, why do we need to ground it? Why does it even need grounded?
Because you wouldn't be able to have things like debates without them.
Why not? Why does logic need to be grounded in something for us to know that it works?
Can something be, if something's going to be right or wrong, for example, says who? Is it you or
I
is it
don't
me?
believe there's objective right and wrong, and I'm willing to bet with a little bit of pressure you don't either.
Right.
Depends on the goal.
If you don't believe that there's objective right or wrong, then why should anybody? Yes, I do.
Why?
But let me finish asking this. Why should I?
So Muse, the problem with what you're doing right now is you're trying to do a soft version of tag, and that's fine. We all know tag. It's like baby's first apologetic argument, right? You're trying to do a soft version of it by just asking questions, but we all see what you're doing here, right? You're just presupposing that your God is necessary for the universe to exist without demonstrating that your God is actually necessary or that it exists. It's like tag is necessarily just a cheap God of the gaps.
No, it's not, because again, if you have a premise or a statement that you're making and you're making an absolute claim about it, you're saying that everything is subjective in essence by that same reason. I'm saying not.
I didn't say.
No, I'm saying that if you don't have
making absolute claims.
Yeah,
I'm saying if you don't.
Why are you putting words in my mouth?
I'm not. I'm just saying if you don't have something to root everything in and ground everything in an absolute sense.
Why are Phil Bros obsessed with the word grounding? What do you think that does for you? You know, in the real world, no one cares about that, right?
Of course they do.
The idea that something needs to be grounded in something else is not a reality that normal people have to contend with. This is something that weird Phil Bros engage in. Like, if logic exists, it doesn't have to have grounding. It's just a process that we engage in that doesn't fail us. When we find a section, when we find something where it fails, then we'll modify it.
Again, when you have things like right or wrong, for example, or good and evil, things like that.
Yeah, okay, so, right or wrong are sort of like, it depends on what the goal is. If we could talk about what the goal is, then we can talk about what's right and wrong in comparison to the goal.
But I'm saying I don't think that in your own reality or in your actual practice day to day that you actually believe that. I think you give verbal credence to it, but you don't actually practice it.
And you'd be wrong.
Yeah.
I believe in subjective morals, and again, so do you. You just don't realize it.
Prove it to me.
Okay. Do you think it's ever okay to put a sword through an infant?
No.
Do you think it's okay when God does it?
No.
Okay, then you have what you think are objective morals until I read the Bible to you. You want to read the Bible where God commands it?
Okay, the difference between God doing something
and here it comes. Oh, but God can do it. Okay, so you do have subjective morals.
No, it's not subjective for the fact that God is...
Does he know the meaning of the word subjective?
I misspoke and was wrong earlier. You're right. I was wrong about that.
Muse, do you know what the meaning of... Do you know what the word subjective means?
It's arbitrary. It doesn't have to be an absolute
thing. That is not what subjective means.
It's your experience versus mine, or the collective experience versus
subjective.
Someone else.
Is just means that something is stance dependent, or mind dependent. God's a mind.
Again, but I'm saying in the case of God, for example, you asked us if it was okay for him to again go through the heart of an infant or kill an infant or something like that versus a human doing it. The difference when God does it is that God's the one who creates life and is able to take it. Versus,
no, what Justin means not. By the way, when Justin talks about God doing this, he means when God tells the Israelites to do it. So the Israelites are the ones who are.
I understand. I understand that. Yeah, I do know that. But it's no different than like God giving the authority of the state to take and keep life of people.
So morals are relative.
That's fine. No.
Yeah, well, if they apply to me, but they don't apply to you, if they apply to me, but they don't apply to God, then they're relative.
No, I guess you could say relative in terms of us to God, but not from us us to, humans to humans. No.
No, I didn't say humans to humans. Relative. If God is
Yeah,
an agent and we're agents and his morals are different than our morals, then morals are relative. So
no, I'm saying
you believe in divine command theory. You don't believe in objective morals. If you believed in objective morals, then morality not only wouldn't change, and it wouldn't matter who it's being applied to.
no, it does matter in the sense of God doing it, because he's number
Why?
one, he's outside and above all
What do you
these
think the
things.
word
So
objective means? I don't think you know what that word means.
when I'm saying objective, I'm saying in relation to if God gives a command or a general decree about something.
No,
then
that's
That's
just
that
called
is
his.
divine
That's just
command theory, Muse. That's called divine
that's
command
fine.
theory. Objective
That's
and
fine.
that's
morals
Okay.
just
mean that they exist independent of God. Oh,
yeah,
I'm
that's
who
just
just
God's subjective opinion. This
who
M's
just
just
lost
left.
Ems?
That's just God's subjective opinion.
No,
He's
but
got the biggest stick.
I'm saying if God is the one who makes it the rule, then it's not subjective, it's objective,
It
because
is.
he's
No,
the
God's
one
a subject.
he
He's a, do you think God
he
is a mind, Muse?
yes.
Okay, then subjective means that it is mind dependent, as in it's coming from a mind. The only way
Mhm.
something is objective is if it's not coming from a mind. It exists independent of any stance or mind. But since God is a mind, that means that the laws he is putting forward are not objective unless they're not coming from God. That God is like sort of like leaning on some other like objective force outside of himself.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying he's not leaning on any objective or any other force outside of himself. I'm saying he's leaning on his own.
Then it's
So it's
subjective.
subjective.
But I'm saying it's not subjective in the
It
idea that
is.
if God
Definitionally speaking, it's subjective. You just don't like the phrase. You've
no,
been programmed
okay,
to
fine.
think that morals are objective, but they're not.
Let's get rid of that phrase then and just say it your way, since these are the words that
Right.
I'm fine. I'm willing to concede that.
So
But
what
all
you
I'm saying
believe in
is
is divine command theory, which is if God says
Sure.
to do it, then it must be good to do.
I'm saying if God commands to do it, then yes, essentially it must be good
Okay.
to do. But that doesn't mean
So
that
so
doesn't
what are the
blanket.
limits?
Hold on, that doesn't. I'm saying that doesn't blanket statement to mean that it is every single time. There's examples of exceptions to the rule that God can make, and He can do that.
Is
versus
it
the general
always
rule.
is it always good to be obedient to God?
Yes.
Okay, so if God commands you to put a sword through an infant, it's good to be obedient to God's command, right?
Yes, it's good to be obedient to God's command. Yes.
If God told
But
you
I'm saying in the
to
event
burn down
of
the orphanage, would it be good to follow God's command?
yes, it would be. But let me
Okay,
first
if God
elaborate
told
on that,
you
because I
to,
think that
before you
I
burn
think
down
that
the
you're
orphanage,
using
if God told you to take the babies out of the orphanage, you can burn down the orphanage next, but take the babies out of the orphanage, put them into a meat grinder, and then you're going to put them into a bit of a baby paste with some whey and curd, and make a little bit of baby paste yogurt and fill your Go-Gurt sticks with baby paste
you're not letting
Go-Gurt.
me finish.
Would it be good to be
and
obedient to that command?
you're not letting me finish and elaborate on what I'm saying with that.
It's just a yes or no.
No,
Would
it's
obedience,
not just a yes or no.
Would obedience be the
It's
right
not-
thing?
Yes, obedience will be the right thing, but the reason
Okay,
obedience will be
and
the
so we
You're
started
not
this
letting
whole
me finish
conversation
again.
with you
If we're gonna
trying
have a
to.
conversation, how are you gonna?
We
how you
started
gonna
this
cut me off without
conversation with
finishing
you
what I'm
trying
saying?
to demonstrate that atheists don't have a foundation for morals, and you're willing to do baby paste Go-Gurt. So I'd say
Again.
my subjective morals are better than your subjective morals.
No, and you haven't even let me finish. You kept cutting me off when I was trying to finish.
Dalton,
what
what do you think about baby paste Go-Gurt?
I don't
Can you
think
even
baby
hear me?
paste Go-Gurt is very good.
Can you
No,
even
I
hear
don't.
me?
I don't think if somebody commanded someone to do baby paste Go-Gurt, I
Hello?
don't think there's ever a situation where that would be a good thing. We're listening, Muse.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, what I was trying to say before you kept on putting all these different examples in front of me was that we can only see things from our perspective and from our time in history. So if God gives a command for something and we're going on the premise, I'm going off of the premise that God is good by his own words. If God
Why?
is absolute good, let me finish first. If
You're
God
just
is absolute,
kind of taking his
if
word
God
on
is
that, aren't you?
if God is absolute good and he can see all of past, present, and future, and he knows what is
Muse,
necessary for the
if
most.
God were evil,
I'm not
if
even
God-
able to finish an entire
if-
sentence.
if-
Can I just
if
finish?
No,
God-
the sentence
let him
first?
let him finish. Let him finish.
If God can see the entire perspective and all of past, present, and future, and he knows everything that could possibly be, and his goal is to unite us to him eternally, and he knows that because of our fallen state, some bad things have to happen to maximize the amount of people that will be saved. If he can see that some people will have to do some things that normally wouldn't be good in order for us to have as many people saved as possible, then that in and of itself is God seeing beyond just the individual human and seeing humanity as a whole. That's why I was saying that
A lot of
it could be
assumptions.
good. But it's no different than, for example, when we go to war for certain things. Sometimes we have to kill people in order to save a whole
Not-
lot more people.
Yeah.
Not babies.
And
Not
sometimes
babies.
we do the wrong thing.
Like-
I'm not-
sometimes
I
sometimes
only
we
said-
kill
I only said-
sometimes we
hold
kill
on.
individuals that were commanded to kill and we shouldn't have done it.
I only agreed to the babies part because he was using an extreme example, and I was just
I
saying
know.
that the thing
That's not
the thing
extreme.
that the thing of course it is. It's extreme to want to
It's in the
grind
Bible.
up babies and these and I understand that, but that doesn't change its extremity. If the Bible said that you had to go and kill 10,000 people and then grind them all up, would that change the fact that it's extreme? No, it's still extreme. But I'm saying
Muse,
that
if
doesn't.
if God was evil, would you be able to tell?
Of course,
How?
Ow.
because he would contradict himself and he would lie and he would deceive the people.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
that's not even hard to demonstrate. That easy?
That's in the Bible.
Have you not read the Bible?
Yeah, I have.
Has God
Did-
ever sent spirits to deceive people?
I would say, yeah, even from the devil.
Well, not from the devil. He not spirits coming from the devil. God sending spirits to deceive people.
Yeah, but I'm saying that these are evil spirits, not just
From
yeah.
God.
Yeah, I mean, even okay. Let me give an example. Even when in the book of Job, for example, Job has all these afflictions placed on him. God allows the devil to do all these things, and even says, "Hey, do everything except kill him." That's an example of God allowing and what?
Well, we're not talking about that, although that is problematic. We're talking about God specifically. I assume Dalton's going to 1 Kings 22, where God says, the Lord asked him, and he replied, I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all of his prophets. Then the Lord said, you are to entice him, and you shall succeed, and go out and do it. So God sends a lying spirit and causes deception on purpose. So he does cause deception.
Sorry, just give me 1 second.
So does this? I mean, you said you would know God's evil if he was started to deceive people.
But in this case, in the case of First Kings, it looks like what we have is God's divine judgment being used as a way to essentially harden the hearts of the people there. I mean, if we read the entire context of it,
Yeah, we know.
because God never does things like harden people's hearts without good reason,
So,
or
to be
cause
sure,
them
God
deceived without good reason.
God can deceive people then, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's all he's
Like, there's
addressing,
an-
is that
there's
God
an-
does in fact deceive people.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
one of your criteria to tell whether or not God was evil, is if he
Right.
deceived people.
But the point of it there, again, God deceiving people, when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about just everyday people for no good reason. And again, when I said that God allows these certain things to happen, or even commands these certain things to happen,
That's a
God commands
goalpost
people-
shift, Muse. You didn't
Hold on,
say
God
that.
commands
You had to
people-
add that
God
to it
commands-
now.
God commands people to be killed too, but again, we don't know the whole purpose of it. He's saying that the purpose of it is for as many
And you're
people
just
to be
taking
saved
it,
as
and you're just
possible.
taking his word for it, aren't you? Like, how
Again,
do you know he's not lying to you? Wouldn't
I'm
be the
saying-
first time he's lied directly to somebody in the Bible.
Give another example.
Okay, did Adam and Eve die on the day they ate the fruit from the knowledge of tree and evil, good and evil?
Yes. Yes.
No,
Yes,
didn't.
they did. And I think that's a misunderstanding of scripture right there, because Adam
Oh,
and Eve,
boy.
they did die. They died
did not.
spiritually. They
That's
were
not what the
disconnected
text
from
says.
What? Yeah, Muse. Where does it say spiritual in Genesis chapter 2, verse 17?
Okay, so now all that's happening is that because it's just like what the Muslims do. They say, where did Jesus Christ say, I am God, worship me? Because those specific words aren't
Right.
there. And I'm saying that that's not how it works. You have to interpret the scriptures from the tradition of the church. You can't just interpret it on your
Oh,
own.
why would we do that?
What?
Because
Why would
the Bible,
Imagine I
Why
was
would I-
Jewish. Why the hell would I do that?
Yeah, why
The-
and why would we
when I
give
say-
authority to a group of people that routinely has molested boys throughout the generation?
I'm not talking I'm not. Individual people have nothing to do with the entire body of the organization. That's just
Well, the
like our
body's
United States.
corrupted.
What are you talking
I'm not
about?
going to trust a body that's corrupted. That is the number one institution of sexual assault.
What are you talking
Yeah,
about? What body are you talking
forgive
about?
me if God couldn't get his body on board with touching little kids, and maybe he's not real.
Are you talking about the Roman Catholics?
I'm talking about the Roman Catholics.
Yeah, I'm not talking about them.
Oh, so you're Orthodox.
I mean,
That explains
Yeah,
okay.
a few things.
Then I can just say that why should we consider what the church fathers have to say when they have repeatedly demonstrated that they can't read or understand the Hebrew Bible?
I don't understand how that's relevant to the
It is relevant.
conversation with them, because the church fathers don't even what is that? The church fathers, for the most part, don't even consider the Hebrews or the Jews to be authoritative on anything, and they most of the time read from the Septuagint. And even
Yeah,
when
but
they're
they
reading,
their
even
their
when
reading
they're,
comprehension seems to be quite shite because they never actually know what the Hebrew Bible actually says in its context.
I don't think that you're right on that. I think that you're wrong. I mean, give me an example.
All right, here we go. Isaiah 7 is a good place to start.
Okay.
Do you think Jesus was born of a virgin because it was prophesied?
Yes.
Sure. Can you show me where it says in the Hebrew Bible where there's a Messiah born to a virgin?
And again, when you say Hebrew Bible, are you talking about the Masoretic text?
No,
I'm even talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay.
You can even include for the Torah the Samaritan Pentateuch, although it's probably not as old as people think.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up. So I don't really see any problem in Isaiah 7:14 when it says, "Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son; his name shall be called
Does it?
Emmanuel." What's
Where's
the
that
problem
at?
with that?
Verse 14 says, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel." She's already pregnant
Yeah,
at the time of the prophecy.
I'm sorry. Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. So what's the problem here?
This is a child born during the reign of King Ahaz, 725 years too early.
Right.
Yeah. Do you get the difference between the phrase "a maiden," the young woman is with child, versus the young woman shall be with child?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
What's the
I'm
difference?
is with child, or I should say, the virgin shall conceive, meaning that
Well, no, that's
she
not what it
will.
says.
I'm reading from the King James here, but I
should.
know
So the
that.
Hebrew, the Hebrew says that it says "ha'alma hara," the young woman is pregnant, is with child.
Mm-hmm. But I don't. Again, I'm not seeing a problem with that in reference to the prophecy later on. It's just like saying it's a fulfillment of, just because there was just even if there was a woman back then who also had a child and it was similar, she had a son
Yeah.
and will name him Emmanuel.
Who do you
And then
think this
later on,
prophecy is being given to, Muse?
Say it again.
Who do you think this prophecy is being spoken to?
The Israelites.
Almost. Try again.
Just go ahead and tell me.
King Ahaz and the household of King Ahaz. So King Ahaz is under attack by two other kings, Rezin and Pekah, the two kings of the north, particularly the Israelites and the Arameans, and they're trying to replace them. And God is like, no, it's okay. I got you. You're going to be okay. You got to stand strong. And then he sends two prophecies initially in this chapter. And the second prophecy says, "Again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, Ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, Hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. This is where it gets interesting. It says, he shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is specifically to King Ahaz about a child that's born during King Ahaz's lifetime. And it says, before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, these other two kings are going to get their asses kicked. It's going to be okay. It's not about a Messiah coming 700 years later.
Well, I'm just saying that I just was looking real quick, and like you have Justin Martyr here talking about that, and then it being quoted directly again in Matthew 1:23. But the
Why do I care?
Justin could.
But hold on,
I got two Justins before me. I got one who speaks Hebrew, and which is this Justin, and I got another Justin who apparently doesn't speak Hebrew. Which Justin should I go with here?
I'm talking about Justin Martyr, the one who does speak Hebrew, and he says that the word Allah, what is it? Almaha
Ha'alma
means virgin. Yeah, it means virgin, not merely young woman.
It does
and
not.
That's not just
word,
him.
The Hebrew word for virgin is Bethula.
We can show you in the Hebrew. Yeah. Joel 1:8 uses the word for virgin being Bethula.
Yeah, but many words can have the same meaning too, or different meanings.
Ha'alma in the lexicon is just a young woman. That's it. She's not a virgin. Nothing in here about a virgin. The reason why the New Testament has virgin is because Matthew is a goof. Matthew doesn't even know classical Hebrew. In classical Hebrew, at the time that the Septuagint would have been translated, Parthenos in Greek would have also meant someone who was either a virgin or not a virgin. It took on a tighter semantic range closer to the New Testament time period, where almost universally at that point meant someone who actually was a virgin. But we have lots of instances in classical Greek where it's used of non-virgins from the same time period of the Septuagint. Genesis 34 has Dinah being referred to as a Parthenos after she's already had intercourse. The writings of Homer talk about multiple women that were Parthenos even after they were married and had sex. So what happens is Matthew is reading this older Greek edition of Isaiah and just assuming that Parthenos must be referring to a virgin birth. Not only is it not referring to a virgin birth, it's also would be wrong to conclude that it's a virgin birth to the Messiah, because if you're reading the passage in context, it is quite clearly a prophecy to King Ahaz about the stuff happening at his time period about his particular predicament.
Well, I'd like to definitely. Will you be live again some other day?
Like
sometime later.
I'm live pretty often. Monday, typically, Wednesday, and Friday.
Okay, well, I'd like to come back to you on that because I actually haven't done a lot of research on that. But I do think that in this case, just like many others, as far as I understand it, there can be multiple different prophecies fulfilled with one specific part of a verse or section of the Bible. So I'm going to look into that some more and see what I come up with and then get back to you.
Why would we conclude that a prophecy has multiple fulfillments and that the additional fulfillments are completely disconnected from the actual context?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'll look into it more because I know you read that section, but I need to look into the broader context of the entire book to see.
While you're doing that, you should look into the way in which Muslims use that same exact tactic to read Muhammad into the Bible.
Right, I know that they do that a lot. They do that even with like the book with Solomon and things like that.
Right.
I understand that. But I'm from my perspective, if you have a body of followers of Christ who are claiming to be in continuity and the continuation of Judaism, the completion of it, essentially, and they're saying that, hey, it was in reality and the physical world this thing, but spiritually it meant this thing as well. And that happens all throughout.
That's literally no different than Muslims. They think that they're the continuity and completion of Judaism and Christianity, and that while the text might say one thing, it's actually alluding to another.
Yeah, but I think it is
Mormons
different. Yeah, I think it is different in this case, though,
What's different?
because I would say number one is the fact that Jesus himself is the one quoting from these things and
But
talking
why do
about
we
them.
care?
And
Jesus isn't special. He's a liar and a fraud
why do you say this?
because he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. You don't get to be the Messiah until you fulfill the messianic prophecies. Now, listen, if he fulfilled the messianic prophecies and then he also
Mhm.
went back and was like, also, didn't you know, if you read these prophecies, they also point to me, but in some sort of a spiritual sense. Then I'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. But until he actually fulfills the real prophecies of the Messiah, I
Mhm.
have no reason to believe what he says.
Okay, well, I think as far as I know and have seen, I do think that he meets the requirements of them. But like I said,
Like what?
I'll get back to you on that and have some like written down examples and stuff that I can refer to, because I'm not really good when it comes to going off of memory. I have to look things up and write it down so I can actually interact a little bit better.
Fair
But
enough. Yeah, go give the prophecy track a read and come back.
yeah, I'll do that. And then let me see. What would be, as far as you're concerned, or either of you, your greatest, I guess, uh reasons for not believing in like Christianity, for example, specifically Christianity.
Well,
If you
I
had to
think
give like two or three.
a couple reasons. One, the New Testament authors clearly have no idea what's happening in the Hebrew Bible. They clearly can't read Hebrew. They screw it up at every turn. Even Paul claims to be Hebrew of Hebrews, and he completely demonstrates he doesn't know how Hebrew works in Galatians chapter 3. So like we don't have any good evidence that the New Testament was written by like legitimately trained Hebrew readers, and they keep quoting from the Greek Septuagint, which is not a good
Mhm.
translation of the Hebrew. And none of the prophecies about Jesus match the actual context of the prophecies. So if you go even just through Matthew, I think there are 22 different prophecies in Matthew. Not a single one of those prophecies listed in Matthew matched the original context of what the prophet was actually saying. All of them are these weird spiritual fulfillments, but a spiritual fulfillment is meaningless to me. The original fulfillment needs to come true.
Yeah, otherwise we can.
What if the
And
original fulfillment
otherwise,
was meant to be the spiritual one?
Why
well,
would we
then we can
believe
make
that?
Rabbi Manak.
I
Then
mean,
we
if
can
there
make Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson the Messiah, even though he
say it
didn't
again.
fulfill the literal. Then we can make Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson the Messiah. He was so many Jews thought he was Messiah in the 1990s until he died. He
Mhm.
didn't fulfill messianic prophecy, but if we spiritualize it, then we can say, look, when he established the Chabad community in Harlem, that was him building the temple.
Right,
Spiritualizing it.
but the difference between all of them and the case for Jesus is that Jesus claimed that he would rise from the dead, and he did. So that would make everything that he
He
said
certainly did not.
accurate.
That
Why do you say this?
dude's a fertilizer. He's worm food. He's gone.
And we
Why
don't
do you
know
say
the
that?
historical Jesus actually said that. We have the gospel authors putting those words into Jesus' mouth, and we know for a
No,
fact that they're not beyond making up things about Jesus.
we also have people from outside of there claiming that what they heard was Jesus was risen from the dead too. Um,
They did
I
not
can't
hear that.
remember. I
They
can't
said
remember his.
that there were Christians who believed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Jesus appeared to individuals, but that can just easily be chalked up to. I mean, Menachem Mendel Schneerson has literally appeared to many of his followers in Chabad after his supposed death. And
Mm-hmm.
some believe he never even died in the first place, and some believe he resurrected, and some think he's a life-giving spirit, which is the position that Paul took.
Well, in the case of like Jesus rising from the dead, I know I've heard like the hallucination theory before, but that doesn't really work because you have at one point
Sure does.
500 something, over 500 people at once seeing him, and then over 40
Name one of
something
them.
days seeing him in the person in the
No,
flesh.
name one of the
Name the
500.
500.
I mean, later on you had Thomas see him.
He's
Then
Not
he's
about
one
one
of
of
the
the 12.
500.
Yeah.
okay, but he's one of the people that saw him. I'm just saying the 500 was one group, and then there were
No,
over
that's what we're
40
saying.
others.
Muse,
We don't have testimony
Muse,
of
let
the
me.
500.
How do we know that the 500 that first and foremost that all 500 of them actually saw Jesus? Two, that they, even if they did all see Jesus, that they were seeing the same exact thing,
Mhm.
or hearing the same exact thing. How do we know that this was an example of mass religious hysteria?
because the things that they would have been seeing and expressing to the apostles would have to be consistent with what the apostles know to be Jesus.
Says
They
who?
wouldn't have
Because
written it. They wouldn't have
I
written
don't
it in their own account.
I don't. Well, we don't know we don't have their testimony. All we have is Paul saying that 500 people saw that Jesus appeared to 500 people. This happens all the time in Pentecostal churches, that multiple people may have like these hallucinatory experiences. People don't get together and compare notes like on exactly what they saw. They just confirm one another's bias.
Right, but in this case, we don't just have. It's not like it's just 500 people all in one place. It's hundreds and hundreds of people all over the area. So it's not like it's just one group hallucination.
But not a single person wrote about it. That's the point.
Not only
we have a single claim by Paul in 1 Corinthians 15. That's it.
Yeah, but
Paul
again,
just says there's this group of 500. We don't know who they are. They didn't leave us testimony.
Right, but then Paul and all the others would go on later on to be martyred and killed and die and never.
No, we don't know that either. We
do know that. That's a history.
No,
that's not even.
We don't know that.
Paul
died in prison.
Even among secular scholars, nobody denies these claims.
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
I don't know.
Even among religious scholars.
I don't know a single religious scholar that I can think of that would deny that these people actually died.
Where in the world are you getting the idea that all the disciples were martyred?
No, I didn't say they were all martyred. I gave various things that some of them were killed, some of them were martyred, some of them died in prison, some died of old age. But I'm saying the problem is that not one of them ever rejected Christ after.
First of all, we have no record or no way to say that. We have nothing beyond the New Testament. Everything beyond the New Testament, the only early evidence we have is from Clement. That's it. We've got the first letter of Clement. That's all we have. Everything after that's hundreds of years later.
Yeah, but we also have people who were disciples of the disciples, who just as
like
well. We have, I think, Ignatius.
Who is he a disciple of?
I don't remember. I believe he was. No, I think it was. It may have been Irenaeus, actually.
I think Irenaeus is the one you're looking for. Who is he a disciple of?
Let me see.
But Irenaeus wasn't a witness to any of the things.
Disciple of Polycarp, and Polycarp was a disciple of John. But my point is that
did Polycarp say this, or did Irenaeus say this on Polycarp's behalf?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Both.
So Polycarp himself says that his disciple is Irenaeus, and that Polycarp's teacher was John.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to double check. Like I said, I'm going to look this stuff up to confirm when we have our next chat, because off the top of my head, I can't remember.
Because I'm only aware of one letter of Polycarp. Isn't there just one of them?
I don't remember. Let me see. Yeah, I think there's one, it looks like there's one letter of Polycarp that survives till this day. And it references Paul's letters, confirming their authority and continuity.
Does he mention the disciples?
Let me see.
Irenaeus only says that he knew Polycarp and against heresies. And he says Polycarp was taught by the apostles.
But yet in Polycarp's letter, I don't see any evidence here talking about his relationship with the disciples. Thomas isn't in there. Thaddeus isn't in there. I don't think Peter's in there.
And like I said, I'll get back to you on that and look some more. But even in the case of Irenaeus being a disciple of Polycarp and then going back, they're not far off as far as their time period and stuff. And if they were alive around the same time and he was like making false claims about being one of the disciples of Polycarp, then obviously that would have been noted or mentioned.
Well, my point is this. We've got a guy named Polycarp who doesn't actually talk about the testimony of the disciples or how they died. We've got writings that come after Polycarp, and they don't talk about how the disciples died. we don't get writings about the death of the disciples until long after these people, right? So even if you
Right,
think, even if you
I
think
was
that
going to say the
Polycarp
thing.
was a disciple of John, it's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, but the thing is that not everything that was ever known or understood by the early Christians was written down. A lot of it was just orally transmitted throughout history.
Well,
So,
I mean,
what?
how trustworthy do you think oral transmission is?
Well, again, I think that oral transmission by itself, and this is where the idea of the preservation of the teachings through the Holy Spirit comes in. And again, that would have to be
a presupposition that we need to
yeah, it is a
validate.
it is a
Yeah.
presupposition. I'll grant you that. I don't doubt that at all. But I'm
Well,
saying that
he
in
didn't preserve the
in
Bible. Why would he preserve oral tradition?
you say what doesn't preserve the
Said he
Holy
didn't.
Spirit? Yes, he does.
He did not preserve the Bible
Why do you say that?
because it's in fragments. We have to guess as to what was actually in the originals, and like there's an abundant amount of straight up contradictions because when they assembled the text, they were too lazy to check it for errors.
Again, I think that's kind of you assuming that versus actually
No,
proving it. But
no, it's a fact. Want me
as
to
far
prove
as
it?
sure,
There's a classic example of this. As for how many years? Which king was it? How many years did King Saul reign for?
I've heard of this one.
Yeah, we actually don't have in First Samuel. We don't have a text that's not anything but broken. So says Saul was blank years old when he began to reign, and he reigned blank in 2 years over Israel. We don't know what was in the original. God didn't preserve that for us.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like it's just
Okay.
nonsensical
I
to
think
believe that God preserved His word because like
no, when we talk about the Bible and God preserving His word, we're not specifically talking about each and every letter. What we're talking about is all the dogmas and doctrines of the word.
we didn't do that
And
either.
I'm going to even go a step further and say that even if we got rid of the Bible altogether, that wouldn't remove our knowledge of what God delivered to us because
It's kind of weird to think that God is like preserving some sort of theological idea when like the book of Hebrews will make the claim that Jesus was sinless, and then the book of Hebrews will claim a psalm saying it's about Jesus, but that same psalm says that the person in the psalm is a sinner.
Mm-hmm. And again, I'm saying that I think that you have to look at it through the lens of the early church fathers and the church as a whole, because they're the ones who are saying that they're the ones who are saying that the
they're brain
word has
dead. They're
been
goofs. They're a bunch of
This makes me not
failures.
trust them.
But I'm saying that you're saying that right?
Yeah, because we have the
But
evidence.
you're trying to interpret something from over 2,000 years ago
It's not even hard.
In our modern
No.
lens, without
No, we're not.
even-
We're not putting it in a modern
without-
lens. We're just showing you the straight
I'm saying-
contradiction.
without trying to understand it from their perspective or why they're saying what they're
Well,
saying.
first of all, that's a lie. We do try to understand it from the author's perspective. That's why we study it. The second thing is it doesn't matter. A contradiction is a contradiction. So, for example, let me show you a drastic theological contradictions that Christians have no way to cope with. If I asked you the question, what is the age in which God will circumcise the hearts of the people? Is that the messianic age?
Say it again.
What do we call the age in which God circumcises the hearts of the people?
I don't know that we have a specific age. I think that's done throughout all of Christian and Jewish history.
It's not. This is a
Why not?
messianic age, because in the messianic age, finally there will be a king on the throne, and God will circumcise the hearts of the people, and then finally they'll love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and soul. That's the promise when He circumcises the hearts of the people. It says in Jeremiah 31 that all will know the Lord from least to the greatest. Right? That's the age of circumcision of the heart. Now Christians would say, well, that's what Jesus did. In fact, Paul makes a whole theology based on this, that accepting Jesus is circumcision of the heart, not circumcision of the flesh. So if the circumcision of the heart is when people accept Jesus, that means Deuteronomy 30 comes true when Jesus dies. It says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. That's Jesus, right? Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
It says, the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I am commanding you today. So Paul says, when God circumcises the hearts of the people, you're still going to follow all of these commandments. They're not going nowhere,
Mm-hmm.
which means Paul's a heretic.
Well, again, it's just like the idea of the Jewish temple worship with animal sacrifice versus us saying today that Christ is the bloodless sacrifice, even though he shed his blood in the Eucharist.
Yeah,
You know,
even
it's
though
like,
Jeremiah said it would be forever.
yeah, and Christ is doing that perpetually. It's a
He's not.
perpetual sacrifice. Yes, he
He's
is.
He's not a Levit. The Jeremiah specifically says it would be a Levitical priest. Christ is not a Levitical priest. He's the priest according to the order of Melchizedek.
Right.
And it says there's more than one of them. Levites in the plural.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And sacrifices in the plural.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's in verse 17 of chapter 33. Thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time, or for all of the days, it says in Hebrew.
Le'olam.
So
yeah, like I said, uh-huh. Yeah, I'm writing a lot of these things down so I can look into them some more and get back to you on that, because I don't want to speak without having any answer to it.
Fair enough.
I do think there's a way to reconcile these things, because to me at least, I don't think that if you're going to go by, at least when you're trying to steelman somebody's position or an entire religion's position, especially when you've had scholars and theologians for thousands of years behind them, I think that it's fair enough to give them their strongest interpretation and go by what they're interpreting it as, rather than just to say that, oh, this is a blatant contradiction.
Strongest interpretation is a subjective matter because there are a multiplicity of interpretations of any given text, and who's to say which one's the strongest?
Well, again, I'm saying in the case of, for example, the scriptures, we're saying that whatever the church is saying is the strongest. We're not just saying like this Christian or that Christian.
We could dog walk the church fathers all day. We could just read them and demonstrate why they are exactly wrong in what the Hebrew Bible actually says. They're not special.
Yeah, and again, I'm saying I don't necessarily think so, but I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. All right, thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for coming up, Muse. I know it's difficult to talk to two people at once, but you did a good job.
Thanks.
All right, cheers,
you know, Justin, as soon as I saw an opportunity to steer the conversation towards Hebrew Old Testament prophecies, I took it. I was like, this is like I had the little M&Ms, and I was leading him to the box.
You have to. It's such a slam dunk for our position, you know. Jeannie, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, did God have a wife? I saw this show that she said she was edited out of the Bible. Well, first of all, Jeannie, she wasn't edited out of the Bible. She was already mostly removed from Judaism when the Bible was written. But was she part of Judaism? Oh, for sure. Or we'll say Hebrew religion, not Judaism proper. But did the Israelites worship a goddess mother? For sure. I would include Asherah in there, Atharoth in there. They probably worshipped Anat. That was one of the daughters. Anat has a number of names, towns named after her. You can find multiple names in Israel named after the goddess Anat. They're even in the Bible. They're in the book of Judges. There are Israelite people who named their children after the goddess Anat. You can find that in Judges. So like, yeah. Did the Hebrews worship a pantheon of gods that included some mother figures? For sure. Jarek, thank you for the 200 THB. Says everything the mystical experience guy said proves materialism. Our brains are the same and being influenced the same way, whether through drugs or meditation, malfunction the same way. Sinfully wet for Sharon and rock hard for Doug. I agree. I think he laid down an argument that didn't lend itself to the conclusion that he wanted, but he wanted us to make that leap with him, and we just obviously we couldn't do it. Non-duality, thank you for the $10 super chats. Religion is the ultimate anesthesia, numbing submissive minds to yearn for authoritarianism. Thus, 77 million people are perfectly willing to worship a despotic grifter at the expense of democracy. I couldn't agree more. People are lazy. They don't want to do the work
What a
for
line.
themselves. Yep. They
I
want
could see
to
that
be
coming from
told what
the
to
mouth
do.
of V.
Yeah. Yeah, people don't want to put the work in. Austin316, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, what the fuck is a reverse circumcision? Can I choose the skin from the repository of foreskins?
So back in the day, while they didn't circumcise as much of the foreskin as we do today, and therefore they could do certain procedures in order to make it appear as if they were not circumcised, and thus this was what Hellenistic Jews did in order to fit amongst the Greeks.
Indeed. So many questions, Austin. We're with you. We got questions too. And Buzzard, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate memberships. Also, for everyone who's got the memberships and access to the cheat sheet, I did add a new tab to the cheat sheet for the Quran. I'm documenting the contradictions and errors, scientific errors in the Quran. I've got a dozen or so on there already. I'll be adding more. I'm actually reading through it right now. I'm almost through the first and longest, actually the second chapter, was technically the first chapter, but it was also the longest chapter. It's going to be a good time. We're going to be cooking some Quran here soon. Chip, thank you for the $10 super chat. Chip says, hey, Christian, even if you prove reality isn't natural, that isn't proof for your God. Offer actual evidence for your God. Rock hard for Doug and Sinful for sharing. Well, Chip, I thank you for that. And I couldn't agree more, because even if we found something supernatural happening that was like difficult to explain, it still doesn't lend itself to a God. Like there's no link between supernatural and God. You could very well just be a Buddhist. And Chip coming in again, thank you so much, Chip, says somehow, possibly, maybe, could be, who knows how, theoretically, hypothetically, it could be good to do baby paste for God. Lots of Christians. Yeah, almost all Christians that I've met. I mean, that is the case. It's hard to be a rational thinking human being and get on the internet and watch people defending putting swords through babies. It's tough to swallow. That's what she said. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, Muse is a prime example of CBRS, Christian Brain Rot Syndrome. Praise Doug and Sharon for not needing baby bricks to believe in them. Yeah, absolutely. There's no human sacrifice or rock sacrifice with Doug and Sharon Stone. They'll take you as they come, as long as you're not harming others. And also a $10 super chat from Juno's Boy Toy. Thank you so much. Says, guys, seriously, I have this note that says 500 people saw me and my Canadian girlfriend. You have to believe me. I know. I'm sure that picture you kept in your wallet is not of a model that you found at the mall for advertising purposes. It is indeed your girlfriend. It's a shame that we just can't talk to her because she lives out of country and collect calls are expensive, but one can hope. One can hope. Design, thank you for the super chat, says the disciples, look, a resurrection, and all 500 of you have seen it. Bystander, sirs, this is a Bronze Age Wendy's. That was a good remanufacture of the original saying. I really appreciate that design. Design's always coming in with some zingers, man. And Morpheus coming back with us. Good to see you, buddy. He says, why did God wait 4,000 years to send Jesus if he was the answer to sin? And why didn't God just forgive Adam and Eve for their first mistake if he's so forgiving? Well, these are questions that rational people already know the answers to because it's fiction. It's a made-up story. But you have to later go back and justify it, because if Jesus was the answer, then fuck, you could have fixed things a long time ago. That's why you have weird theologies like in Ephesians chapter 1, where Paul talks about the elect being chosen before the foundation of the earth, or the lamb being slain before the foundation of the earth in Revelation. It's just like nonsensical.
Yeah. Instead of killing those animals to make skin suits for Adam and Eve, just have the serpent bite Jesus. Make Jesus right there. Physically, you can do that, you're for God. Have the serpent bite him, he dies horribly or whatever, and boom, sacrifice done. Move on.
It would have been easy. Would have been real easy. Theoretically, the animal was innocent. The animal didn't do anything wrong. So it would have been a perfect sacrifice. Unless a couple moments after they ate the fruit, that fucking animal had impure thoughts about that sow over there. That could be the problem.
No, that's canonical. That's canonical.
I'm just saying, Maybe that was it. Dan, thank you for the super chat, says, and again translates to, I wasn't actually listening, just waiting for my turn to speak so I can reassert my claim. We do hear that a lot. That is a common feature of these discussions. To be fair, sometimes I do it too, you know. Jeremy says, Christians pray for people's cancer to be removed, but they don't pray for amputees to get their limbs back. Doesn't do bullshit, or doesn't do shit. You're right. 10% of all cancer cases roughly go into spontaneous remission. It's not always terminal. So like, that's why they pray for that shit, because in the rare case that they prayed for someone who's going to spontaneous remission, they could just say God did it, but they're not going to pray for the amputee. That's one expectation level too high.
And even if they do pray for the amputee, I guess it wasn't God's will to heal you.
It wasn't. It was not God. You're not on his docket today, friend. Sorry. Design coming in again says, at some point before following them to their next point, Justin needs to kind of look into the camera and sip on a chef's hat. Oh, slip on it. Actually, I've got one in the room. I could do that. As we're making our way to Bible prophecy, I could just slip it on and see how we do. All right, I got 2 more super chats, friends.
A sous chef hat now.
We'll get dueling hats for sure. Sonic says, if Jesus didn't want animal sacrifice, he would have said so when he cleansed the temple, but he did not. He only cared about the money lending. Yeah, not only that, they're allowed to be there. They're allowed to be lending money in the temple according to the laws. If you live far away, you can bring money to the temple and exchange it for animals rather than bringing your animal the whole way. That's explicit in the Torah. And also, Jesus fucked up and misquoted the Old Testament when he gave his speech in Matthew 21. He talked about the infants praising him by quoting Psalm 8:2, and he quotes the wrong one because he quotes from the Septuagint, which is completely different than the Hebrew.
Have you ever seen the size of that marketplace? There's no way one guy drove everyone out. It's huge.
Yeah. I mean, the story only works on a fanciful level if you don't know anything. Justin Wright, great name, by the way, says, hey, Justin, can we talk about how old Mary would have been during the pregnancy of Jesus and why God chose a child? Christian God equals Muhammad? Good question, Justin. So the only data we really have from the ancient world is what we find with the early church, and the earliest evidence is the proto-evangelism of James. And in the story, it tells how Joseph and Mary eventually got together. She was dedicated to the temple. Joseph was basically chosen by God to marry her once she hits the age of menstruation, lest she make the temple unclean. And because of this, they're like, she's hitting puberty. We can't just keep her here. She can't be unclean in the temple. So they have her marry Joseph, and she gets pregnant almost immediately after. And what we find out in that text is that she was probably 12 when she was married and 13 when she had Jesus, depending on how you're looking at it. But that's what the text says. Okay, Dr. Ginny. And shit, Sarah's here too. Welcome in, friends.
Hi.
Sarah, good to have you. Dr. Ginny, good to have you.
How's it going?
Not too bad. I think Dr. Ginny's up here by accident.
Oh.
Just cooking.
Sarah, did you go live tonight?
No, I haven't. Although it's still early for me, so who knows?
Yeah, you're a night owl. Yeah. Well, Dr. Ginny, if you're up here by accident, that's fine. We can pop you down and move on to the next. Dr. Ginny, I don't think you're here on purpose, are you? No? Okay. Well, it's a shame. If she was here on purpose, I feel bad that things didn't work out. Oh, well.
It happens.
I think we'll get Chris after this one from the YouTube queue. Don't go anywhere, Chris. Slug Solo Dolo. That's not a name I've seen before. Is that what the kids are saying these days? Solo Dolo?
Oh my god, I have no idea. It sounds like the Barbie movie though. Mojo
like
Dojo Casa House.
I'm an old man at heart, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. There was a trend a while ago where people were just using skibbity for everything, and I still don't know what skibbity means. I don't want to know, really. Oh well.
Nobody
No,
does.
to me, Skibbity always sounds like a stain in someone's underwear.
Actually, it's just
saying.
a bunch of nicknames together.
Bunch of what?
Nicknames.
Slug? I think Slug's connection's bad.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Slug, are you with us?
Yeah, I think I'm. No, I'm actually. I can hear you. It was on mute.
Oh, you're muted. Okay. Slug, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Okay.
Slug?
Yes, I'm. And I'm over 18, but I think I have a bad echo.
Yeah, I think your connection's bad, man. I'll drop you down and come back, okay? It looks like when he connected, it didn't fully connect. It didn't load up on my screen all the way. It was weird.
That is weird.
Sometimes it does that. We'll try it again.
How about now?
We'll see. How you doing? I'm going to count to 3. When you hear me say 3, you say 4. 1, 2, 3.
4.
About a 3-second delay. We might be able to work that out. All right. So, Slug, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes. Yes. I'm over 18, and I believe in God. I guess you can say that.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
Just to be fair, I grew up in America, and then now I live in East Africa, and I used to believe, but I didn't really believe. I was a follower. I guess you could say that. I never, it never made sense to me, so I never believed. But now I came here, and I have a different experience here that I experienced, and I started believing something different.
Like what?
That mostly the teaching, in the rural area over here, they have this belief that that Jesus, I don't even know if that's the right name to call him, but whatever, Jesus is, his teaching was tampered.
So you're Muslim.
Or Rastafarian.
No, so to me, there's only one God for all the religions. It's just that I'm sure you guys know about the history, how the Bible came about, how it was put by people together, in the 4th century with Constantine, whatever. It can go even behind, but there's a lot of contradict put in the Bible purposely for this reason.
Who corrupted it?
The people who put the Bible together.
What's the evidence of that?
There's a lot of contradiction.
We agree. I think it's not from corruption. I think it's from dummies putting it together. Have you ever heard the saying, never attribute to malice what can be better explained by incompetence?
So do you really believe these people who are using this to run the world didn't purposely manipulated this?
Using the Bible to run the world? How are they doing that?
To have people follow certain rules.
Like what?
Be oppressed.
Where's
It's
that in the
okay.
Bible?
Wait for Jesus. The Jesus will tell you, wait for me. You will go to heaven. All this thing will put people to submit to certain things that certain group or certain entity is putting on them. Because the Bible tells them, oh, you're going to go to heaven. Jesus will come back. You don't think that will have people just go along with what's going on in the world?
I think you're assuming the vast majority of people were reading the Bible, which we know for much of history they were not.
I'm confused about what your beliefs are.
Sounds like you're an atheist.
No. Some of the things in the thing, there's people who follow only. So, I mean, I guess obviously I can't say that Jesus, I don't want to offend a lot of people, but I don't even want to say this on this mic, but
Then maybe
there's
don't.
We say much worse things on this live, I guarantee you.
Yeah, you're okay. You can say whatever you want here. Just don't use any words that like get us arrested or something.
so there's people who in the rural area, East Africa, that believe that Jesus was trying to teach us something to open our mind.
Do you believe
And
that?
they use
Jesus took them. The rapture happened. We finally got it.
There was one, I guess.
He was the only one. Check your Mormon friends.
Slug, if
ask
you read
you
this,
one question. I'm sure you guys know a lot of scripture. One of the things he said was, "The kingdom is within you. Seek you shall
no,
find."
that's a mistranslation. The Greek actually doesn't say the kingdom is within you. It says the kingdom of heaven is among you.
Yeah, in your
So
midst.
what is the kingdom then?
Well, it depends on which
What was that?
gospel you're referring to. The kingdom, according to Luke, is different than the kingdom according to Matthew.
Yeah, but what do you
But
think the kingdom is?
to be clear, I get what we're trying to figure out is what you actually believe right now, because you don't believe in the Bible and neither do we. So it's just not really all that critical to our discussion. We're trying to figure out what you do believe.
So I mean, the Bible. What I'm trying to say is there's some small truth in there, but there's a lot
Like
of
what?
misinformed. So the one thing is, I can give example too is, this is something that you will have understanding within you. I mean, I know you're gonna say I don't believe in God when I say this, but it's something that you. I'm sorry, my English is not good. I mean, I can speak English, but proper way, proper words, I can't. But what I'm trying to say is, there's something inside of you when you do certain things. It will help you discern everything. It will make sense to you, and that's something you cannot explain to nobody. I
Yeah, you
understand
can.
that.
It's
You can lead them.
It's cultural conditioning and the fact that we have empathy. And not
But
everyone
Is
has
this
certain
it.
like a
entities,
Christ consciousness thing?
Starting to
Like
sound
you
like it.
believe that Christ lives in you and is part of you, but you don't call yourself a Christian, you call yourself something else?
no, the people in here, certain people in deep in the rural area, they believe he was
But
just
we're not
another
asking
person
what those people believe.
Yeah,
We're
what do
asking
who.
you
what
believe?
you believe.
So he is just another person who just connected with God to the
Christ
highest.
consciousness.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean he was God. He was just another person who truly,
Another prophet?
yeah, just another prophet.
Okay.
But the Bible is corrupted. How do you know that?
I mean, we all know that. I mean, we know how the story, how how everything came about with the Bible. So I mean, it's very obvious that that Bible is contradicted. I mean, it is. There's
Yeah, but if the
many
Bible's
Christianity
corrupted,
Bibles.
how do you know which parts of the Bible are true?
That's where it comes to. It's something that within you, that when you do certain things right, that will be discerned. You will just understand it.
I didn't ask about your
Vibes.
moral compass. I'm asking how do you know which parts of the Bible have been corrupted and which ones are not corrupted? I heard vibes too, Sarah.
Yeah, vibes. Vibes is how.
Yeah, I mean that's something each person has to go through in this lifetime.
So vibes.
Yeah.
But I mean, certain things is very obvious. Some of the story was just put together. I mean, I can't believe that some people are arguing with you guys. They should just say, yeah, there's a lot of contradiction. I mean, that I don't even know why they're arguing with you. I mean, but it's beyond that. It's not the contradiction. There's something is missing there that purposely was put there. The contradiction didn't happen because those people was confused. It was
So,
done
Slugs,
purposely.
what you believe about God, that there is a God and you believe things about this God, you are just internally figuring that out. Is that what you're saying? Like you're not getting all the truth from the Bible or the Quran or anything. you are just internally experiencing it, and that's how you know who and what God is?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What if my
There's a
vibes say
lot of stories.
that the whole book is bullshit?
So I just want to tell you a quick, trust me. I used to be when I lived when I was
I wouldn't
young.
answer that
I
question
really,
either.
I really, I really, thought that everything was bullshit. I'm gonna be honest with you because it just didn't make no sense. Some of the things it was just contradicting. And when I moved back to East Africa, and particularly in Eritrea, the north side of East Africa, I mean, there's places like there's one called Lalibela. You can Google it. It's like it was built
It
like
sounds
1,000 years ago,
it
and it's
sounds like
like
you got caught up in religious fervor.
Mm-hmm.
no. Let me explain to you a little bit. It's a 7 church in the mountain, carved from a stone, connected underground, and the king who built that is saying that an angel came and helped him. And there's a lot of story there. I mean, you can fact this to even when they had a war with Italy. The Italy soldiers that they testified, they saw a while. I mean, you can go Google it. I know it sounds some bull thing, but I mean, and you have to understand that that side of the region, they have a long history before even Constantine in 4th century. There's a letter where the Roman Empire wrote to the King Izana. You can see it,
I know the
telling them,
letter.
we can't teach. So they are they have more experience than most other religious place that you are according to. So, and there's some certain things there that I saw that I can't explain, and some of the people that I spoke to that are in a rural area, not in a church in the cities, because those people are a little bit twisted, and I don't want to go to that. But there's people deep inside; they have a different belief, and I was shocked to hear that. Oh, Jesus was just another person. He just had a higher understanding of the universe, but his story was completely twisted. And for me, it was very hard to say how can everybody in the world be fooled,
Sounds like
And
you are right
it was
now.
a mind-boggling, but not everybody, but majority people. And
Right,
I
there's always
just, and
the small few who are correct, right?
Yeah, it's
I,
always a minority. As they usually say, it's harder to convince someone they've been had than it is to have them, and it sounds like you've been had.
hold on. So I know you guys don't believe in this, but do you believe in at least something like supernatural? Like people can
Nope,
go in and out this thing, in and
nope,
out from this world? No.
nope. This is it.
It's amazing, man. At one point I used to be like that too
Well,
until
there's no
I
evidence
saw certain things.
to point to the contrary.
Uh, I mean, there's a lot of things that we don't understand in the world. How certain
So
things. How did they build it? I mean, you
If
don't
you don't
understand.
understand something,
no, you
if you
can't
don't
just
understand
posit
something, you should
God
say
and
I don't know and
yeah,
learn more. Yeah.
like you can't just say I don't know something, therefore God.
Not that I don't know. It's something I cannot explain. To be honest with you, at this
Well,
point,
maybe somebody else can.
the people I spoke to, they don't even speak the regular language of that region. They speak the older. They call it Giz. It's the oldest language, and that's what they read, and that's
Yeah,
what
are
they
you in
kept. And a
Ethiopia?
lot of yeah, Eritrea right there on north side,
Yeah.
and one of the cave guy, one of
Yeah,
the
you're using
religion
all the
cave in the cave.
buzzwords. So just to be sure, like the Ethiopians believe that like they have true heritage going back to the period of Solomon, and there was an actual intermarriage, and they have all this religious background, but it's all just made up nonsense.
Are they
Yeah,
believing
You've
in
been
the
dragged
Ark
there.
of the Covenant?
I agree with you. I truly agree with you because the guy told me after 1942 there was a King Haile Selassie. He was in British, while the Italy
It's
was occupying Ethiopia.
the founder of
And
Rastafarianism.
let me tell you a story. So he's not. That's bullshit. I'll tell you
I
Yeah,
that
don't
much.
think
But
I don't think we need a story.
when he came back from British, he was there for 5 years. Some of the priests, they didn't want him there. They didn't want him to come back. British soldiers are the one who brought him to Ethiopia back
Yeah, where do you
from
hear the story
Djibouti.
from?
And
A guy.
this is a fact.
guy.
You can see
Uh-huh.
this is a fact for everyone. This happened in 1945.
I'm
This
sure it did.
Yeah, this happened recently.
Yeah, and Joseph Smith
But
predicted the Civil War.
a lot of
I
things
think-
went wrong
I thi-
after
I think-
1945.
I think the story's been
And
corrupted, Slug.
Some of the priests. It is. I'm agreeing with you. I am agreeing with you.
Oh, Slug. Listen, buddy, you're a nice guy, but
I'm agreeing with you.
I don't think this conversation has the substance we're looking for. But we appreciate you coming up and sharing with us. You've been kind.
People worship Haile
No problem.
Selassie
You
as a
guys
god,
have.
even though he... Oh, sorry. go on.
That's a lie. That's a
Slug,
lie.
let's end-
That's
let's
a
just
made
end-
up story.
We'll just end on a point of agreement
Actually,
that Christianity is
believe
bullshit.
Haile Selassie. The Bible that we read at this day is bullshit. I agree with you.
Agreed.
That part,
All right.
we agree. Okay.
Done. We'll leave on agreement.
All right. You guys have a nice day. Now it's time to leave.
Cheers, buddy. He was
Oh
nice.
boy, I called it.
But
Yeah, he was. I knew it was, but I knew Haile Selassie was going to make an appearance in this conversation.
had to. Yeah, he's
Aren't they the
he's in
people that
cult.
believe they have the Ark of the Covenant? Don't they think they have the Ark of the Covenant in a way?
They're the closest thing to Black Hebrew Israelites as you'll get without being Black Hebrew
Cool.
Israelites. It's crazy.
Who? What? Who is he talking about?
The Christians over in Ethiopia, they have all kinds of crazy traditions. Like, for example, they think that in one of their buildings they have the Ark of the Covenant hidden away. No one can see it, of course. Only the local priests are allowed to go in there and see it. And they have all kinds of strange traditions. I think it has something to do with King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba.
Yep. That's crazy.
Oh.
They've got their whole parallel mythology down there. It's crazy.
Wow.
Timeout Houston, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, wild how the Bible slips in a female demon named Lilith. What kind of, almost, but never once mentions a female angel. So apparently, in that worldview, women could only show up as demons, not divine messengers. So it's a little more complicated than that. The idea of an angel doesn't come along until the period of the Greeks when they translated malach as angelos, as messenger. So the angel concept, it comes late. Messengers were all over the place. Sometimes a messenger could be any number of divine entities. They weren't clearly defined. So, but was Lilith a demon or a messenger? In the book of Isaiah, she's mentioned alongside other desert demons. So we're led to believe that she's being referenced here as a demon. But to be sure, the difference between a demon and a messenger is like one's good and one's bad. Like there's not much difference in the Hebrew Bible. And Shay Kingsley, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I'll keep it short. I appreciate what you do. Listening to your lives is the highlight of my day. Well, thank you, Shay. That is so sweet. That is the wind beneath my wings. I appreciate that, Shay. And also, Rock Hard for Doug, Sinfully Wet for Sharon from Seattle. Well, Big W over in Coffee Town. I hope you're having a good time with the live stream. And John as well, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, might have been explained already, but the document mentioned in a previous super chat defined many ideologies as terrorists, including trans ideology and anti-Christian ideology. Scary as heck. Yes, what was the name of the bill again? I already forgot it. It was S something or another, or shit. It'll come up. Somebody will chat it. But yeah, there is some new legislation, not legislation, probably an executive order, really. There's something happening on the federal level. They're trying to we're all terrorists now because we're atheists, but whatever, we'll be fine. Crazy Robot says, not only was I born an atheist like everyone, it was permanent. Many other never theists here. They're actually quite a bit in the community, and I'm in awe that you guys were able to do it, for sure. And Jesus TTFN Christ, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend, says, if my resurrection was fake, explain Sarah. How could a random universe create someone so delightsome? Every time I hear her voice, I think maybe I should walk back some of that misogyny I put in the Old Testament. And there you get the laugh. Misogyny vanished.
Hooray!
Unfortunately, we can tell you from experience that when Sarah is around, there is still misogyny. It's an unfortunate factor, but we try. And last one from our friend Flying J. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, flying at 6,500 feet across cross country and listening to my boy Justin. Thanks for making it go by faster with all the cooking. Thankful for my Garmin autopilot and for the spirit of Doug providing his safety. Rock hard for Doug. Well, big W. I hope that you are safe in your travels. Once upon a time, we would ask for traveling mercies, but we know that's just as bullshit as the hedge of protection. So we'll say, stay rock hard for Doug, and he'll be rock hard for your friends. All right, I promised we'd get Chris in here next. Chris has been waiting in our YouTube queue. So let me grab Chris and get him into the discussion. Welcome in, Chris. Chris?
Muted myself, my bad.
There you are. We got you. How you doing, Chris?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. Chris, are you at least 18? And do you believe in a god or multiple gods?
18, yes. Hanging out in deism lands, kind of deconstructing from Protestant evangelicalism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you go from deconstructing into deism or deconstructing into theism and then into deism?
Deconstructing from like just Christianity into deism. Basically, I still want there to be an idea of a god, but I can't stand for like the morality of the God of the Bible. So
I get that.
I'm trying to figure out where I'm at now, I guess.
So
Is an argument about a deistic God interesting to you, or?
No, it's not interesting to anybody, but I can tell you that I'm willing to entertain it.
Okay, fair enough. So here are the two things that I at least personally find compelling, and you can poke holes in it. So premise one would be that I have genuine love and affection for both my children, but also people outside of my immediate kin, just humanity writ large, or empathy. Maybe you can use that. Premise two would be sorry, this is going to be woo. I don't know how else to say it. The experience of said empathy feels objective and transcendent. Therefore, that empathy must have an outside source other than me, I guess. The naturalistic explanation I've heard from evolution sounds logically reasonable, but doesn't comport with premise two, I guess, if that makes sense, right? Like, it doesn't feel like, oh, my brain is just telling me to love people and have sacrificial love for my children and blah, 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 blah. I could see you could maybe make that evolutionary argument about my children specifically, but not the same kind of empathy for someone that's not my DNA or kin. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but animals do too. Animals care for young that are not their own all the time. Like they have codes of conduct as well. But I don't think this argument lends itself to deism. I think this would lend itself to theism, because a deistic God doesn't give a shit what you do.
I suppose that's true. It just can't be the Christian God because, and that's the Bible does not seem to me to communicate all goodness or omnibenevolence in the same way that it does omniscience or omnipotence. Like, for example, when you read, that I will reward thousands of generations, but I'll only punish a couple. Well, you're still punishing children for the sins of their fathers. That's
Mhm.
not good. It's just that he's more good than bad, sort of seems to be the, if you just read that honestly.
I mean, we
It,
agree with you there. The Bible is horrific, but I don't know if going from the first of all, I get it. I was a Christian for a long time. When I deconstructed, I went to theism after Christianity before I ended on atheism, because it's just kind of a logical maneuver, because you're like, well, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that's what most people
right,
do. Plus, it's
right.
nobody wants to believe that like death is the end and we only get 60, 70, 80 years on the rock, right? So
Yeah, that
we
truth
get all
sucks.
that. Yeah,
Yay, nihilism.
that's the hard part. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can
But I
tell
mean,
you
wanting it to
it
be
goes
true
away.
doesn't make it true.
No, exactly. Yeah, you get
Right.
used to it after a while. Don't worry. But so look at the syllogism though. See, premise
Yeah.
one is Chris has love for people. You have empathy. Premise number two is empathy feels objective. Now this is where
Yes.
we need support. Actually, even premise number one, we could say it's almost an irrelevant premise because not everybody has the same empathy. There's a lot of people that are born completely without empathy, and they don't have the physiology for their brain to provide that for them. We think of people that have been like serial killers and have zero remorse. They're to them, they're just it's another Tuesday.
Does the existence of an exception disprove the rule? So I think you can make an argument, for example, that a somewhat good, although not omnibenevolent, god of theism could create a lot of people who largely have that empathy, but not necessarily be obligated to give that empathy to all humans.
What seems more in line with evolution. Like if we're saying here's the data, some people have empathy, some people don't have empathy.
Right.
What scenario does this fit with? Well, in evolution, it perfectly fits because we're just a bunch of genes copying each other over and over and over again, and we develop traits that are helpful for our survival, and sometimes we have mutations that miss. Sometimes the cells copy each other, and we end up with a doofus that thinks it's okay to like light cats on fire. So like that's just expected in the naturalistic model. In the God model, now it needs an explanation. If the God has the capability of giving everybody empathy, what would be a good reason for it to not give everybody empathy unless the God's just kind of a prick?
Well, I guess that's where I waffle between deism and theism, because I don't know how like personally involved or interested the creator is in his creation, and the methodology he's used is quite clearly evolution. Like if there's anything we know scientifically, it's probably that. Not that we've tied up every loose end, but I mean, it's just the evidence for that is unbelievable. And like I came from 6-day creation land and went to the Ark in Kentucky and all that jazz. But the more I studied it, the more I was just like, this is insane. And also, it's strange. Like, okay, so you're telling me that God created everything 6,000 years ago in 6 days, but just made everything evidentially look like something different? Well, I mean, Christians just say but God isn't the God of confusion and deception. So that's a little interesting.
Except when he is.
Exactly. Yeah. Um, yeah, but I guess your refutation of premise one doesn't necessarily. I don't see that as a refutation of my proposition of God, because again, a God using evolution as his mechanic, even all the death that entails. Again, he's not required to be all good, so it's not a problem that he uses evolution as a mechanic of creation. Again, then you would expect under my theory for there to be evidences of psychopathy within the population.
Right, but if the God was concerned that empathy would exist, and then God didn't give it to all people, like he specifically designed a system where some people wouldn't have it, then that God is an unempathetic asshole. He's got the same problem as the Bible God.
Yes, I guess again, I'm not gonna be your typical defender of like the pure goodness of God, because I don't think that's reconcilable with the scriptures. And I came from Bible land, like biblical inerrancy, it doesn't matter what the church fathers or any of us think. It matters what God says through His Word. So to me, like, you can't read scriptures and then conclude like God is all good. So that's why I've stepped away from that into the Creator's good enough. Because while you do have evidences of psychopathy, again, the vast majority of creation has these largely positive experiences with their kin, but also people outside of their immediate tribe.
Mhm.
And so again, that seems to comport with almost more of like an Old Testament description of God, as I do some bad and a lot of good, right? I visit
But
the sins and iniquities onto the, to 3 generations on the bad side and 1,000 on the good. I'm butchering it. I
but
don't
why does
remember
that need God? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is God
the.
necessary in this equation? Why isn't this just a natural product of evolution? Because social species need to develop empathy because we survive as a species.
I guess I'm that. So that I guess I'm couching in premise 2 more, that this empathy does not feel like a biological drive that is apart from me, in the sense that other biological drives I kind of can separate, like myself, from how I feel about it. But when like if if you had a spiritual drill and you could drill down to like the absolute core of who I am, like my love for my children, my desire for other people to have the opportunities and privileges that I had, it is like so fundamental in a way that other biological drives I have, I can kind of separate my sense of self from them, if that makes sense. So
Yeah,
it
trust
doesn't
me.
feel like a biological
We
evolutionary like
we
feature.
agree.
Yeah,
It seems it's a it's a subconscious behavior. As a father myself, I
right,
know exactly what you're talking about.
right.
I didn't have to do anything to love my child. Like the second I saw my child born, I knew I would never love anything greater than this entity.
Yeah,
That's just how it works. That being said,
that's great, dude.
that is something that is entirely biological. It's the reason why we can care for our offspring for 4, 5, 6, 7 years and never grow tired of their bullshit, you know? And so,
Well, you have moments, but yes, I agree.
but without this evolutionary adaptation, like
Hmm.
as a species, we'd be cooked. I mean,
Yeah, I
we've
guess
seen
it's kind of
kids,
part and partial to our, like, our evolutionary advantages, our intelligence, but that also requires basically an insane gestation period, because it takes their brain
right?
so daggum long to fully get online. So you kind of have
Right,
to have that
right.
willingness to care for your young. You made
The
a
question
comment
that
too that a lot of other species. She said a lot of other species then are similarly compassionate, or they exhibit behaviors that would indicate empathy, even for those that are not directly their young.
sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's lots of examples of animals in the wild protecting others, and in fact, one of my
Mhm,
favorite examples is elephants. Elephants will protect any young elephant, and in fact, when you have a herd of elephants and there's a new birth, the other elephants come around and they all celebrate together. They celebrate together the new birth of a baby elephant. They're very social
mhm.
creatures, and dolphins are very much the same. All of the mammals that have adapted really good abstract thinking capabilities also seem to develop a higher level of moral reasoning and empathy.
Correlated to the fact that they're all social species.
Oh, sure, because we're like a pack animal in a way.
Right.
Yeah, you won't see this among like solitary animals.
Mm, okay. Well, maybe I need to do more. So I suppose then, again, kind of, you made a comment earlier about, okay, we have the evidence. What is just the most reasonable, simple explanation for these? Maybe I need to do a little bit of research on the behavior of animals, because I mean, in any kind of God theory that kind of I would stake my claim on, we would be a little bit of a separate creation, at least in degree, if not kind. However, I mean, if it's pretty clearly demonstrable in other species that there is this kind of empathetic behavior, then my argument doesn't really hold water, you know.
Right.
Um, and I kind of know I'm stranding a little bit here, because I kind of want
It's
God to be
okay.
true, but again,
I
that whole
know.
best fit for the evidence thing, you know. So
We were all there with you, Chris. Don't worry, we've been there.
yeah, we'll get there, dude. We'll get there. I did buy Grasping God Word, and I've got a New
Okay.
Oxford annotated. I'm reading through Job. That's a trip right now. With some new
It
eyes.
is.
You're like, gosh, what a dick. But anyway,
yeah, indeed.
so another argument that is intuitively convincing to me is the argument from fine tuning.
Oh no.
I understand there's a little more recent and more sophisticated versions of this, but like if you go with the just like science and biology is so fascinating to me. The idea that you have organisms that have parasitized themselves onto other organisms, and they have this they have a symbiotic relationship where they both kind of come out on top. The idea, I mean, the extreme lengths that plants will go into just to have an animal come and pollinate and transfer their pollen. A lot of this stuff is really complicated, and then that all the way up to like the gravitational constants, the strong and weak nuclear force. The fact that life as we know it, I'll admit, I can't conceive of a kind of universe or life that I don't currently experience. But life as we know it is impossible if any of this stuff changes, even a tiniest bit.
We don't know that.
So, Chris, what if we had an infinite amount of time prior to, for example, if you had an infinite number of monkeys banging their hands on a keyboard, infinite number of monkeys, would one of them eventually accidentally like type out the entire script to Romeo and Juliet?
If you had an infinite number of combinations, yes. Like it's basically inevitable.
Yeah.
And if there's an infinite amount of time in the past and the universe doesn't have a definite starting point, then eventually, no matter what happens, you would eventually get something as complex and beautiful as what we have.
Well, it's also horrific, but I'm trying to use the Christian argument here. We're not going to talk about like, wasps that paralyze and let their young eat their prey alive while the young. But anyway, so I think maybe that works with the first part of the argument of the complexity of like ecological systems, but are the laws of physics themselves variable apart from us inducing some kind of like parallel universe theory?
I don't know the answer. I don't know if the universe can be configured in a different way with different constants. Certainly some of the constants could change, probably not all of them. But the reality is the fact that we do have constants, I don't think says anything to whether or not it was created. It just happens to be that some things are changing and some things are not changing.
Okay.
Like it would be weird if all of the physical parameters of the universe were always in flux. Like gravity was always different. Like
right.
If we have a universe made of stuff, we'd expect that some of the properties change and some of the properties don't change. I think that makes the most sense. If all of the properties were always changing or all of the properties never changed, that to me would be weird.
Sure. I guess it's just, so I tend to take your view that the universe itself seems to be some form of eternal, and whether that's a succession of big bangs and expansions or whatever, I don't know, right? I don't know if any of us know that. It seems interesting to me that the matter, space, time, and energy that we have, which are eternal or infinitely existent in both directions, that they just happen to operate under kind of like cosmic rules, so to speak, that aren't changing, which in and of itself, like that could be a toggle. And then also all of those physical principles are consistent and conducive for everything that we have now.
Right, but you're suggesting that there couldn't have been another way that there was life. If there's a creator, it doesn't matter what any of these numbers are. They could be literally anything. If there was a creator that made life, there's no combination he couldn't have or she couldn't have used to end up with life, which means we have no
Yeah.
idea whether or not this thing was finely tuned. It could have been anything. The other problem is that like when you imply that fine tuning is implied by life, you're assuming that the universe has a goal. You're already begging the question. You're saying because life is the goal and it's so hard to get life, there must be fine tuning. But once you like get rid of the notion that the goal, like the universe had a goal of creating life, well, the fact that life came from it is a completely useless data point. It's meaningless.
Sure. Well, from your perspective, life is meaningless, but from a theist perspective, I mean, that is kind of the point, right? Because
That's
they come from some kind of religious tradition, which,
That's what I
so,
said is begging the question. You're starting with the idea that life has purpose and meaning, and like
mhm.
it needed to be here, like it was planned to be here. Yeah, if somebody planned to bring about life, and the fact that we have life, which seems so hard to do, yeah, that would be really interesting. But the reality is, that's begging the question. You're assuming that there's a creator that has intent without demonstrating that there's a creator with intent.
So your rebuttal here is essentially that this is a circular argument, or that you're begging the question. You're
Yeah.
assuming the conclusion before, and then working backwards to some kind of argument for the existence of God.
Because you have to assume that the universe intended to make life. So, for example,
Right.
if I said I'm gonna take a deck of cards, I'm gonna mix them up, I'm gonna throw them in the air, and they're all gonna land on the ground in numerical order, that'd be
Yeah.
like nearly impossible. If I did that, that'd be the fucking miracles happening, right?
Right.
Now,
Right.
if I just take a deck of cards and I throw it up and it lands in that order, and I didn't predict it, I didn't say that was going to happen. Well, in an infinite universe, just inevitable. It would have happened one time or
Right.
another, right? So,
Right.
like, fine tuning argument to me is always a form of begging the question because it assumes that life was the goal, and we have no reason to believe that.
Sure. I guess rhetorically, it doesn't have the kind of punching power that a lot of your moral arguments have, because you and I are operating from kind of a different framework, and you can't directly, like, you can't establish common ground with me in the same way that you can of, like, should women be raped for their husband's sins, and we're like, no, there's not that common ground you can establish on this one, that it just doesn't give it the rhetorical power. I think that, like, I completely understand what you're saying about the deck of cards or the Shakespeare. Again, that seems to me to only work for the ecological systems, not for um like principles of physics, because you don't have infinite shots at that, so to speak, because the universe just is. It always has been. There's only like one existence of it, unless you go to, again, like the parallel universe theory of there's a million of us
Yeah, but I'm
all
not sure that
intending.
matters. Like whether the constants are changing or unchanging, there's no reason to believe that the universe intended to create life as a goal.
Right. Okay. We're presupposing that life is important because God, therefore we have a universe that makes life, therefore God. But okay, so there's a presupposition in there that you just have to go after, essentially, that we're kind of
Yeah,
slipping in without talking about it. Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
You're
Yeah, that's fair.
presupposing intent. Yeah.
Okay. One other argument that I find personally convincing, and last time we talked about this, I was more still a Christian, not now. So, and again, this is an argument for theism, not Christianity. The proliferation of religion itself in all of its different forms. Uh, I guess if you have, I think C.S. Lewis had a really great quote of, like, if a guy's floating in the ocean and he has a hunger for bread, but there's no bread to be seen, it's reasonable to assume that bread does exist because the man has a hunger for it. And I guess the prevalence of different religions and different societies across time is pretty consistently. Correct me if I'm wrong. Secularism and atheism seems to be a more modernly popular theory. I'm sure there's always been people that never believed in God, but
Well,
again, the
well,
existence of religion seems to point to there's something we're all yearning after. kind of in Ecclesiastes, right? Man
Sure.
seeks after the eternal.
Sure, but I think so. In your analogy, in C.S. Lewis's analogy, where the man hungers for bread because bread is a thing, what is
Right.
it that people are pining for that God is filling? Is it a pining for something divine, or is it a pining for order, structure, maybe someone to follow, which
Not
isn't
dying.
unique to
I was gonna
God,
say
not dying?
fear of death and control over the elements, probably.
I would say that fear is real for sure, which is why we pine for immortality.
Yeah.
But is there anything in us that's pining for something that can only be explained by there being a God out there that's like drawing us to Him?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So just like the man who pines for bread because bread is a thing out there, is there anything that's in us that we're pining for that points to there being God, like something that only God could satisfy?
I suppose eternality. I don't think Romans 1 is right, and that all of us just like look at the trees and are like, wow, there must be an eternally existing God that I really want to have a relationship with. That's insane.
I don't know. I went for a walk in the woods the other day and nearly converted.
You better watch it. You better stay in the concrete jungle. You'll never experience awe by, some of the marvels of
But that's just
engineering.
eternality is just us pining for life, and life is a thing that exists. That
Sure.
points to us knowing that life is out there. But is there anything that is in us that's drawn to something that can only be explained by it being a God?
Yeah, I've never considered this question. I can't think of anything offhand. What do other people try to insert here?
People like look for father figures, but that just tells us that we have
Uh-huh.
like a longing for certain social relationships, and then we
Mhm.
insert God into that. But that only tells me that humans were made for social relationships because we're social creatures.
Gotcha. So what about this then? Just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. Um, in almost every religion, there seems to be this need to justify oneself, to clean up oneself, to eliminate the sinfulness or the wrongness, right? I mean, every religion has some version of here's how to live a better life or a more righteous life, a life more in line with God's will. Um, the desire to purify oneself doesn't. I can't think of a reality here on Earth that would be a corollary to that. What do you guys think?
I think the desire to be pure is in line with empathy, a desire to fit in and to be of a particular character that your environment deems acceptable. Like to be
Hmm.
sure, there are people who don't have these desires because they were raised in a particular way or because they have some sort of deficiency.
And I would actually wonder if this actually truly is universal to all religions, especially if you were to go back in time to some of the earliest forms of spirituality. Would the belief in gods be accompanied by a need to obey gods and to be ritually clean, or is this something that would have developed later as society would like develop a civilization where you have to obey a king and you have to like be clean and like that the religions just followed suit?
I gotcha. So, that's an interesting question. I'm not familiar with like really ancient religions, like maybe like early Hinduism or like ancient like pagan or Celtic religions um,
Yeah, I'm going
that
way,
aren't
way
like
back,
post
like
monotheism.
animism.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know enough
Yeah.
about those to, I guess, speak intelligently about it. I'd have to maybe poke around on the internet and see what I could find out. But that's an interesting thought. I had heard one time, Justin, you had mentioned that we have always stuck God where we couldn't find him, and then
Mhm.
as we kept pushing that boundary, we kept pushing God out. Like people used to be in hell, and then we drilled down in the earth, and we figured out it's just a mantle, and he was in the trees, and then he's on the mountains, and then he's in the sky, and then he's in space, and then he's in a literal dimension we can't access.
Mhm.
It's God of the gaps by definition. That is a very novel concept, I guess, that I hadn't considered. Um, those are, I guess, okay. I got some stuff to think on. Those are my three arguments for now. I did want to make a couple quick comments just for I know you started this channel with the intention of helping people deconstruct, and I guess for people like myself that are willing to be intellectually honest, even through the cognitive dissonance, a couple things that were really effective for me from listening to you, when you talked about other religions, like Mormonism, Islam, things like that. I don't give those an implicit bias and deference that I did with Christianity, but then feeling that willingness to excuse the same kinds of interpretations and, oh, I'm going to make this word not mean words, but doing it, but I'd never allow that with like Mormonism. So seeing you debate those guys or even make those comparisons was super helpful. Like, oh, holy crap, I'm like insane here. That was really helpful. Divine hiddenness was a killer for me. Like, if God loves me so much, he should just tell me. Like, that's not an infringement upon my free will because I still have to choose. The demons know he's there; they just choose not to
Yep.
worship. Right? That was a
Could
killer,
you,
killer.
yeah, could you imagine being that way with your own child?
That's
You would never do
insane,
that.
dude. That's insane. Yeah, I would like crawl over. Yeah, my son was in the hospital a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I would crawl through glass
Yeah.
just to take away this temporary pain, let alone like the idea of him being eternally damned. And I'm just gonna like sit up there and see what happens. It's wild.
I think for me, and this is the last thing I'll say, for me, the last thing that really solidified was like the day that I knew for a fact that that I was an atheist is
Mhm.
when I started when I had my son, and I started thinking about all the God concepts. They're always loving, they're always fatherly. I'm like, none
Mhm.
of these motherfuckers care. There's no heavenly father up there that put all this carnage into place. I would never do this for my family.
Right, right. Yeah, it's insane. There's no way to believe, like I said, that God is all good and
Right.
believe. Um, I would say as well, non-Christian frameworks. So, like for example, that God being all powerful includes the consequences for sin. These are just things. Again, growing up in the church, it never occurred to me that God could just not punish Adam and Eve with
Yeah, he
eternal
chose them.
damnation, or that like it never occurred to me that he could just not have original sin be a thing, so I at least have a fighting chance, and it's
Right.
actually my fault, not my great granddaddy. So a couple things there, just like stepping outside the Christian framework. They're just things I've always assumed. One passage as well that you might want to throw in your rotation because I read this the other day and I just like was flabbergasted. Joshua 10, verses 12 through 14. Probably familiar with it. It's when God stops time. So
Yeah, the sun.
so that like okay, think about this cosmologically. Okay, you'd have to literally stop the entire earth, which would like shear it in pieces and also immediately kill everybody. But God, so in a lot of ways, this is the most miraculous thing God's ever done, way more than parting the Red Sea. And he did it. Why? So that the Israelites could make sure they killed each and last every one of the Canaanites as
I
they conquered.
know.
That's insane. Like
There's
my greatest
actually
miracle is just so my people can slaughter more of my other image bearing creation.
there's actually another one in Kings with King Ahaz. I think
Hmm.
it's in Kings or Chronicles with King Ahaz, and he actually makes the sun. He's got a sundial. He makes the shadow on the sundial reverse, and then go
Yeah,
back. Meaning the sun had to travel back and forth, clearly
right.
implying that they understood the sun is circulating around the Earth, and you
Yep.
could just move it and it wouldn't affect anything. It's not that big of a deal. In
Yeah.
reality, we know that that's not the case, because if the sun was moving around like that, the earth would be doing this thing, and the oceans would be all over the land, and like everything would be
Right.
knocked over, we all be
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah. It's just insane that like this is the most cosmologically miraculous thing God's ever done. Uh, and also it's just for the purpose of killing more of his supposedly supreme creation that he very
Right.
much loves and is made in his image. Anyway, that last parting shot, I'll think about the like empathy, behaviors of other creatures, some of this other stuff, and maybe I'll be back on. But thanks for your time. I got to get out of
All
here
right.
before my wife comes back from church. It's Wednesday night.
Well, best of luck to you, Chris. Good to hear from you.
See ya.
Cheers. Sometimes we hear back from people that are deconstructing. It's nice to see where they're at. It sounds like he's still in process. So best of luck to him. I'm going to grab a couple of super chats. We're going to get, Well, we've got Jesus follower, and then Rob, I don't know why the fuck you came back. Dr. David says, Justin, which God do you believe in? Slug Yabba Dabba Doo. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. I was hoping for a better conversation from Slug, but what are you going to do? Jesus filled no. Oh my gosh, Jesus fulfilled no prophecies is someone's YouTube name. I love this. Am I? Do I get credit for starting this talking point? I feel like I was the only one talking about it for so long. I feel like it's getting around. I don't know. That was the original talking point. Oh yeah, you know. To be fair, Tovia Singer had been doing it for a long while. Actually, to be really fair, like even Kelsis mentioned it, so I'm a little bit late to the game. Jesus fulfilled no prophecy says, I'm like you before my traumatic brain injury. Indeed. You need one of those to be a believer. Humphrey, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the church closest to my home is called The Rock, but for some reason they don't know about Doug. Blasphemy, I say. Thanks for all you do. Genuinely, rock hard for Doug. Well, they're denying the truth in unrighteousness. That's the problem. Romans was written about them, friends. They're denying the truth of Doug. And Sonus, great to see you, my friend from Argentina. Says, I haven't been able to join for a while, but still supporting the channel, watching and liking the uploads. Great barbecue tonight. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much, Sonus. I really appreciate that, friend. It's always good to see you in the live stream. And Stateful Heretic, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, you should talk in Middle English to KJV bros. Maybe they would take you more seriously, or at least as seriously as they take the Bible. Sinfully went for Sharon. This is a good idea. I actually did. I published a long time ago. I didn't put it on the cheat sheet, but maybe I should. I've got a Word document full of all the words in the King James Bible that I know nobody understands. If you can ask 100 people, you won't get an answer to it. I need to add that to the cheat sheet so people can just fuck around with King James onlyists and just talk to them using words we know they don't know.
As a kid, I had a completely different understanding about what a cereal offering was. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I did not think. Yeah, as a kid, I would have thought, Lucky Charms, Frosted Flakes, grape nuts. I did not
Doug
have the
will
same
accept
consumption.
your cereal offerings.
He absolutely will. Jesus fulfilled no prophecies also come in and says, how crazy fast we went from eyewitnesses to fourth hand. Isn't that crazy? From eyewitnesses to second hand Polycarp, third hand Irenaeus. It moves fast, friends. Goalpost on wheels around here. Bobby Ellis, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the simplest way to address this is to say that the universe was not made for us. We evolved based on the parameters the universe forced upon us. I couldn't agree more, actually. Bobby, that is a good, concise way to word that. I agree. And Santa Bart, great to see you, friend, says if Chris were Roman, he might say after speaking with you, I came, I saw, I concurred. I see what you did there. That's a good one. That is a good one, Santa Bark. That deserves a round of applause. We appreciate that, buddy. And Jeremy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says the universe appears finely tuned because if it were any different, we wouldn't exist to notice it. Yeah, that's a fair point. It only looks a particular way because we are existing here to look at it. And McDubbin says L Rob. I know, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why he came back after last time. Gretchen, thank you so much for the $3 super chat. Says the executive order is called NSPM-7. I actually got it pulled up. I'll have to read this later after the live stream to see what kind of horrific shit's in this. Thank you, Gretchen, for the update. I really appreciate that, friend. And with that, oh, hold on. We got an update. Jesus fulfilled no prophecy says, you absolutely get credit for my name. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad we're making an impact on the world, friends. We really are. Thank you for that. All right, we're going to get Jesus's follower in here. Let me double check to make sure the audio settings are working. And welcome in Jesus's follower. Right now you're muted though. Your hardware is muted, Jesus follower. Can you hear me? Hola?
Are you
There
able to
you
hear me?
go. Well, yeah, welcome
Okay.
in.
I was just doing something real quick.
Yeah, can you get a little closer to your microphone? You're a bit quiet.
Is this good?
That's way better, yeah.
Okay.
So,
how you doing?
Not too bad. Can't complain. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Jesus's follower. Are you at least 18? And I shouldn't have to ask this, but I assume you believe Jesus is God?
Yep.
Cool.
Uh,
And what would
let me
be
see.
a reason to believe that? Because I don't think that's true.
Well, it's not entirely about that. It's more of trying to make yourself better in a way. Repentance, you know how you talk a lot about morals, right?
I mean, only when the guests bring it up.
Yeah. Like the moral of not sacrificing children, or I wouldn't give up my children for God, you know? I would rather go to hell for that.
I'm with you. If God appeared to me and said to sacrifice your child, I'd tell him to go fuck off. You can send me to hell.
Yeah. That I don't remember what's his name did that, but he actually was gonna go through with it, and
Abraham
that actually pissed off God.
No, it didn't make
Like,
him
Oh
mad.
no, he didn't. No, he
Did a
passed the
little.
test, and
Yeah.
and Jephthah actually went through with it, and Yahweh didn't do anything about it.
It was a pleasing aroma, baby.
Yeah. Like he was like, oh no boy. All right. But let's see. I heard a little bit about the universe a little bit earlier, right? It was like about fine tuning and all that.
Oh boy. So why do you believe in Jesus and his Father specifically?
Well, it's actually there was this I was watching YouTube because I literally am one of those brain rotted people, you know? Constantly scrolling. And I stumbled onto this guy. He was talking about God and Jesus, you know, all that. And I was kind of in a depressed stage of my life, you know? I was constantly always masturbating and all that. And
What's wrong with that?
Well, I just feel it's a little bit gross, you know? I mean, would you do that in front of a whole crowd, you know?
Do I have their consent?
Probably not. I mean, like in a public area.
That's
in
assault
front of
if you don't
a
have
bunch of people.
consent.
Yeah. That's why I feel like it's kind of gross because don't you think it's a little weird
consent. Well, I think it's a little bit weird because we've been conditioned to think that our private parts are private, but there are people who live in certain parts of the world that don't believe that. There are people that walk around with their private parts exposed and no one cares. So it's a personal thing, the way we were raised.
And that's exactly Genesis. They didn't give a crap about that hanging out, you know? I mean, Adam and Eve, they were swinging their junk around. But the second they ate that fruit and they let sin into the world, they're like, oh crap, I have my wiener out and I have
Is it a sin to expose yourself?
No, but people view it as evil. That's why they saw that when they ate
So
that.
that's the problem with the Genesis story is if it's sinful to be walking around naked, that means God created the original sin. He created two human beings in a sinful state.
Well, no, it's not a sin, but when they ate the fruit of good and evil, it also revealed what's weird nowadays. And
Well, why did God make them clothing to cover up? Why did God want them to cover up?
They didn't.
They didn't know.
Leaves from the
God
trees.
did. After God found them, he killed an animal and made coverings for them.
Well, that's because they requested it of him.
No.
If you were to make your child be able to be naked whenever they wanted, and then they see these people with clothing, you know, they see, oh, hey, that's kind of weird. I'm walking around naked, you know, and you ask your father, hey, can I have clothes? Would you say no?
To be sure, God decided he would make garments for them.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So which means he didn't want them to be running around naked. It's just right there in Genesis 3, man.
Yeah. Oh,
it says,
man. It's a bit more
Genesis
stressful,
3,
you know?
Says,
I don't know what to talk
and the
about.
Lord God made garments of skin for the man and for his wife and clothed them. So
Yeah.
God made clothing. He killed an animal and made clothing for him. If walking around naked wasn't a problem, he wouldn't have done that.
Yeah. So I want to establish one thing. Something I actually know, at least for a fact, is that when the New Testament and when Jesus died, I just want to throw it out there that most of the Old Testament got thrown out. It's like
No,
when you repent, he forgets that.
No, that's not the
Jesus
case.
didn't teach that.
Yeah, Jesus
In
never said
fact,
that.
what right after his resurrection, my dude, Jesus said, "Baptize, go therefore, make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I've commanded you," which includes every instance in the prior to this where Jesus taught them to observe the Mosaic Law.
Oh, okay. Because what I heard from before is, and a little bit of
Hey,
what I read.
Jesus
What?
follower,
Yep.
whatever's happening with your microphone is blowing my ears out, and I think
Oh,
the
sorry, I
audience
got
as
you.
well. And I
Sorry.
don't fully know if you really know what you believe, other than
I
you're a
do.
Jesus follower, but you can't really articulate why you're a Jesus follower or why we should be
So,
one.
well, it's not exactly that, but I don't know what I'm supposed to talk about. When I saw the other
Well,
people talking, they would bring up random stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I should
well,
go off that then.
the question is, what would be the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
Okay. It's actually that, let's see. It's not always about it being real entirely, but it's more of transformative, you know?
No one cares if it's
Would you?
transformative. Buddhism is transformative. Islam is transformative. We want to know if it's real.
And what other religious or leader came back from to life after 3 days?
None of them did. Not even Jesus. He's dead.
I would say if
Actually,
we're talking about mythology, the Inanna, she descends into the underworld where she is nailed to a wall as she dies, and 3 days later she resurrects to life.
oh, okay. But it does not state that he died a second time. It actually said he ascended,
No, he
didn't it?
died once. The Bible's
Yeah,
not true. That's the point. The Bible's not true.
but it stated that
So what?
500, like you said before, 500 eyewitnesses said, yeah, I saw him walk
They
around alive.
they didn't. We don't have
Where are
testimony of
they?
even one of them.
There's letters,
Like, name one.
but
Where?
let me look it up real quick.
There's letters. I don't know who. Let me look it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
While he's looking for that, Justin, I've been reading this National Security Presidential Memorandum,
Oh no.
NSPM 7. Charlie Kirk
What's
is
it?
mentioned at least a few times in it.
Of course. They have to weaponize his unalivement. That's because it's the only way they can force their authoritarianism on everyone.
Mm-hmm. We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, we knew this was they were going to make this the biggest martyr in history. They're going to have a whole library named after him. They're going to have like a road named after him in DC. You find the documents, Jesus follower?
Yeah, it's in Corinthians 5, or no,
15
through 3 through 8. Yeah. I just
Yeah,
looked it up.
and name one of the 500.
Peter.
Nope.
He's
He's not one of the 500.
No, he's mentioned. To be sure, what the list of names that are given is First Peter, then the 12, which is weird, and then it mentions the 500 as a separate group. So, do we have any of the names of any of those individuals from the 500?
Says, then he appeared to more than 500 brothers and sisters at one time. Most of them
I
were
am.
still alive, but not one of them's named. Not one of them gave a written testimony. Not anyone gave a verbal testimony to anyone else that could write. It's just a claim. I can claim that.
Okay. Well, the whole basis of Christianity relies on that one thing. That's why people weaponize it so much.
Yeah,
That's not
really
very
does.
good.
If he doesn't come back to life, then nope. Goodbye.
Yeah, that dude's toast.
Yeah. But it's also about how he does love us. And I heard earlier that why would a God who doesn't, why would you want to follow him if he
Right.
doesn't love you, right?
Who does he love?
Us, all of us.
No, he doesn't love
Not
all of
me.
us. Luke 19, he says he's going to have us murdered by the sword.
According to Psalm 5:5, God
The
hates
whole-
me because I'm a doer of evil. He hates all who performers of wickedness.
No. He hates sin itself. He does not hate people. He
No,
doesn't hate
Psalm
creation.
5:5 says he hates those who perform wickedness.
Huh. All right. Well,
It doesn't say he hates the sin. It says he hates those who perform wickedness.
I think no, actually I know. The whole basis of the New Testament is all about how he died for us and rose again to show us that we can have eternal life. That's the whole basis of it.
Why did he need to die for that to happen?
It's basically to take the punishment or the receipt or debt of our sins.
But he didn't.
But he
Because
didn't.
he lived a perfect life
So
for 33 years.
Jesus follower, do you believe that because of our sin we deserved eternal separation from God in hell, right?
Well, sinning is choosing to not want to be with God. You don't
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to be
yeah,
with God.
yeah, yeah, sure.
You want to live your own life.
Yeah, sure. But because of our sins, we deserve eternal separation from God in hell, right? That's the punishment of sin, right?
One second.
Oh, I'm foaming at the mouth.
I don't think Jesus' follower is 18. I think I can hear his mom calling.
Are you talking to those atheists online again, son? Jesus follower, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. One second.
Anyways, nice weather we're having here, Justin.
It is beautiful. This is the right time to be in the Midwest, which if you're not from America, Midwest isn't actually in the Midwest. It's just what we call it.
Hold up. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I do still live with
Okay, so Jesus follower. As a result of our sin, we deserve eternal separation from God in hell, correct? That's the punishment.
Again,
for sin.
It's an invitation to eternal life.
Oh, that didn't answer the question.
I'm not talking about that. All I'm asking is the punishment for sin eternal separation from God in hell, right?
My morals? No, I wouldn't like that. No.
He didn't ask you if you liked it. He's asking, what is the wage of sin?
Death.
And what?
Yeah, and that death includes eternal separation from God in hell, right?
From God, yeah.
Okay, you said Jesus took our punishment, right?
Yep.
So the fucker's dead.
Is he?
If we choose him.
Is he currently in hell forever? Because that's what's due to us.
Next to the throne of God. That's what it says.
Then he didn't take my punishment, because the punishment that's due to me is eternal separation from God in hell. But Jesus didn't receive that.
Okay, so since he lived a perfect life, zero sin, nada.
Are you gonna address what Dalton just said?
Yes.
What did he say?
Died by taking our sin.
That's not at all what he said.
What did he say? What did he say?
He literally said the opposite of that. He didn't take the punishment that was due to us. Because the punishment that was due to us is that we would be eternally dead or eternally separated in hell. And Jesus is not eternally separated or dead in hell, which means he didn't take our punishment, and he took maybe a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver.
Well, I guess I can't say anything about that, but I don't know. But
Yeah.
I
Listen,
can
Jesus
say,
follower, you're a nice young man, but I'm starting to doubt that you're not 18, and that's okay. You're up here doing your best, but I got to move on to someone more up to
all right,
speed. Okay.
all right. Have a nice day. Hope you guys
Cheers.
have the greatest day. Have a nice day.
I don't think he was 18.
He
He
didn't
was
deny
nice.
it. He didn't deny it.
Yeah, I don't think he was 18. Let me go. I got 3 super chats. Design. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says God. Oh, it's no sin for me to see you like this. Also, stay away from that fruit over there. It's crazy that the garden scene is wild. That God knowingly placed them in the garden in a sinful state, and then got mad that they ate the fruit. Like, but the fuck, they didn't know anything. You made them to not know what a sin is. Nathaniel, thank you for the $5 super chat. Good to see you, buddy. Says, not that this represents all of Judaism, but Kapparot among Hasidic communities in preparation for Yom Kippur tonight is animal abuse annually. There we go. I actually don't know the tradition. I don't know what happens. I'd actually be curious to find out. I have to look that up. I bet there's I bet there's some YouTube videos of people doing it live.
Yeah, in certain Hasidic communities, they will take chickens and they will wring their necks and say, you know, what was dealt to me, what was owed to me is given to you, or something like that. This is not the norm in Judaism, just so everyone knows. This is only within certain strains of Hasidic Judaism.
I believe that. And last one from Design says, as a performance, anyone think that TikTok's new owners will crack down on our type of spaces? I'm kind of curious to see how they spam a chat. Shit. I don't know, because I don't know much about the new owners or who will become the new owners. I'm inclined to think, though, that with the Trump admin in the White House, they're going to try to crack down on atheism. It just seems to be like what you would expect for authoritarian Christian nationalism. You know, just one of those things. All right, let's get Noah into the conversation, and we'll keep going. Welcome in, Noah.
Hello, hello.
Noah, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I'm 26, and right now, yes, I have been Christian my whole life, but honestly, after listening to y'all and watching like the atheist experience and everything, it's got me thinking. So
Were you on my live earlier today?
Do what?
Were you on my live earlier today?
I was on this one. I was the one I tried to get on here, but then my phone died.
Oh, okay, that's
Right.
where I remember you from. Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, basically I was raised Southern Baptist, and after converting to Catholicism when I was like 19, I've always believed in God, and I've always been a searcher of truth, I guess, and now it's just kind of it's really the hell concept. Like me as a gay man, it's always going to be hard to be accepted in the any Christian community, really.
Right.
But my boyfriend and I, we have found a nice affirming Episcopal church, but I still have those those doubts, and the parents in my head, the family from Alabama saying that's of the devil, and I'm in therapy now. That's a whole other thing. But
W for therapy.
yeah, so with therapy comes not unfortunately, but it feels like unfortunately self-realization, and just thinking what is truth, just questioning truth as a whole, just asking all these questions that I'm told I'm not allowed to question or ask. But no, it's really the hell thing. Like, what do I want to know a couple things, like as far as hell. I don't want to mix my questions up, but like, what what made you, or if I don't know if you guys have been, if the Bible guy has been Christian before, but as far as hell, like how did you get over, or at least realize that like that's a bunch of bullshit?
Well, I
I
know
wonder if our
for
answer's the same
me,
on this.
yeah. So like I even when I was a Christian, I didn't worry all that much about hell because I knew enough of Jewish tradition and I knew enough of even the biblical interpretations of a middle ground. Protestants might refer to Abraham's bosom, Catholics refer to purgatory. And so for me, hell wasn't a motivating factor, and it didn't even make sense that God would just send decent people to hell. So it wasn't that big of a deal for me. Now, that being said, if you are afraid of hell, then it sounds to me like there's still a small part of you that believes. Like the fear of hell naturally goes away as your brain is fully convinced that it's all bullshit. Because like, how afraid are you of the Muslim hell?
Not at all, really.
Yeah, because you're 0% convinced that Islam is true, right? So it just means that
Yeah.
you're still kind of young in your deconstruction journey. And so part of you is still kind of holding on to some of the beliefs. You haven't fully let it go yet.
Yeah, it's the same was true for me. Like the more I learned about what the Bible had to say about hell, first and foremost, I began to notice that the Bible has a lot of different ideas about the afterlife. Like even Paul himself had different views on the afterlife depending on when he's writing. And once you see that hell is wasn't always there in the religious tradition, but it sort of gradually evolved and became what it is. It sort of you start to see the fiction of it, and if you understand that it is a fiction, you no longer have to be afraid of it.
Gotcha. Okay. What are there any books that you recommend, like
Yes.
on a young journey, like as just starting out?
I was literally just about to suggest the very thing. You got like a pen and paper on you or something?
Yeah. Give me a second. Oh, son of a bitch.
Even now, there are Christians in the TikTok chat shouting that you won't like hell. They're trying to save us from hell by yelling at us. I'm sure it's very effective.
All right, go ahead.
All right, the name of the book is Heaven and Hell, A History of the Afterlife by Bart D. Ehrman. Ehrman is spelled Ehrman. It is one of the best books on how the concept of heaven and hell sort of evolved and progressed in Judaism and Christianity.
Okay. I have heard about this one other book, but I actually wanted to ask because my friend recommended it to me, but I don't know if it's one for young deconstruction people or like more advanced. I don't know how this works. The God Delusion.
By Dawkins.
Yes. It's fun. It's a fun book. What do you think, Justin?
So I skimmed it when it first came out, and I was like, it's not my style. And yeah. I ended up didn't even read it. In fact, I gave the book away. I don't even own it.
I think for me and you, it's like the atheism stuff that more interested in us was the scholarly work. And as cool as Dawkins and Hitchens' works were, they're more rhetorical and they're like really fun, entertaining books, but they're not really the things that interested us necessarily.
Right.
Okay.
But certainly that's a good start. One of the things that that might be helpful is looking for books on particular topics, because you can do a deep dive on a particular topic and realize, oh, the Bible's all bullshit, Like the idea of Satan. The idea of Satan in the Old Testament is nothing like the idea of Satan that we get in the New Testament. They're entirely different concepts. And so once you realize that the New Testament and the Old Testament just have nothing to do with each other, then you stop worrying about all the hell nonsense. There's no hell in the Old Testament.
Yeah, it was that when I started questioning hell, and then the whole getting into like how Sheol, Gehenna, and Hades were all translated to just hell. that, and then I dug deeper and started getting into like the entire universe and questioning why the hell are we the only ones in this entire everything, and it all just matters here. Yeah, so that it just started getting way too deep, and I just stepped back. But I think I'm just ready to step back into it and like go slower, and because I don't know, after thinking that indoctrination and religious psychosis is just of the devil, you know, you just never think you're going to go through it. So,
Right.
But yeah, well, thank y'all, and I'll definitely check that book out.
Well, good to hear from you, Noah. Best of luck, friend. Have a good one.
God bless.
I heard that tongue in cheek. Well, W Noah for thinking critically and getting yourself out of the cult, or at least working on it. I got a couple super chats. Hammond, good to see you again. Says, "Is this guy Baha'i?" I think that's for the guy that was in here previously.
The perennial guy, the guy who believes that God is manifested. That's very Baha'i-like.
Yeah. And Joshua, so to answer your question, I don't know much about Baha'i, but Joshua says, all the big W, multiplicity, had one good joke for the whole movie. All the big W. I don't remember that line. I've seen Multiplicity, by the way. I don't remember that line or how it gets worked out in the movie. It was a funny movie though, about the copying, and then the degeneration of the copies individually over time. It was an interesting movie concept. Shit, who was in that movie? It's a popular face.
I've never seen it.
It's an old one. We're talking like 90s. 1996 was Multiplicity. Michael Keaton was in it. That's what I was thinking of.
I was born, so.
Yeah, that would explain it. Yeah, we're old. I'm old. Hank, thank you for the 668. It says, Perennial Buddy has been shilling, tripping balls to meet God for years, ever since Matt D was on AXP. It's wishful thinking on shrooms. You know what? I've never ran into Perennial before, but the way that Dalton knew him and the way he talked led me to believe that this is normal for him. He just goes around the circuit trying to peddle the bullshit, hoping somebody will accept him.
He gave the same. He did the same thing to Matt, although he didn't last nearly as long on that episode. Matt really tore into him.
I believe that. Yeah. Cloudo, thank you for the information, says NSPM-7 common threads include anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, and hostility towards family, religion, and morality. Fuck me.
So that's paragraph 4 of section 1 of the text, and basically they're saying that there is a bunch of violence arising in America under the umbrella term of anti-fascism, and these are the things which are basically facilitating the violence.
Yeah, we're cooked. Stateful says Mr. Goo Gaga Gogurt is objectively wrong, and I couldn't agree more. The minute you go into baby paste Gogurt, the conversation's over. Dr. David, thank you for the $1.99 super thanks. And also, Dr. David, thank you for the super chat. It says Muse cooked himself. Well done, crispy. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for that. And Sydney says, can you please explain forthtelling versus foretelling? I mean, I thought forthtelling just means you're willing to come forward with the information. You're forthtelling, you weren't withholding anything. Whereas foretelling is you're predicting something. Isn't that the difference? Am I wrong here?
I don't know. Let's find out. Forthtelling versus foretelling. Forthtelling, speaking forth God's truth into the present situation. That doesn't sound right. This is why you shouldn't ask stupid random questions to ChatGPT.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Chris C, thank you for the super chat, says, too lazy to clear my friends list, so I post from cheat sheet and have people delete me instead. Modern problems equal modern solutions. Okay, so you want friends to delete you, so you post stuff from the cheat sheet, I assume on Facebook, and your friends read it and say, fuck this guy. That's a novel solution. I appreciate that. And good question. Good to see you tonight. It says, my tithe, no challenges or ideas. Praise Peter, the son of Doug. Yes, Praise Peter, hailing all the way from Petros. Thank you so much. Good to hear from you. Good question. We appreciate that, friend. And Dex is with us as well. Dexter, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, I saw this and thought it might make you chuckle. Why did Jonah hate learning Hebrew verbs? Because every time he thought he'd mastered the call, he got swallowed by the PL. Wait. What does PL have to do with a fish? Is that a fish? Is PL a fish?
Dog is fish, I thought.
Yeah. Dog is fish.
This joke was too big brain for even us.
Apparently, it's over my head. Dexter, we appreciate the Hebrew joke, but I guess I don't get it. I guess I'll have to think about that. Thank you though. And
By
Abraham,
the way, forthtelling to make something public.
That makes sense. Okay,
that's what it is.
Abraham the Chaldean, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, how do they square 1 Corinthians speaking about the 12? Don't they replace Judas after Jesus ascends into Acts? So there's a lot of debate about this. When it talks about the 12, whether or not they actually mean the original 12 or if it's just a generic title for the disciples. So
here's my theory on that. I don't think Paul knew of a story of Jesus being betrayed into the hands of the Romans. There's one passage in 1 Corinthians, I think 11, where he talks about on the night in which he was betrayed, but the same Greek word used there for betrayed is the same word, I believe it's paradosis, which literally just means to be handed over. He uses the same word in Romans to describe how God handed him over. Perhaps someone saw that Jesus was handed over on the night he was handed over, assumed that meant that someone handed him over, like a person, as opposed to God. And perhaps it wouldn't be the first example where Paul says something offhand and the gospel author is construing the whole story around a saying of Paul.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, they do so much theology on one word. Like, it's crazy how much they try to bake into like one interesting word in a sentence. But because you have to get the betrayal in there somewhere. Dwayne Hinton, thank you for the 616. Hail Nero says, what versions of the Old Testament do y'all recommend as the best? Well, I've got maybe 3 picks. I still, believe it or not, enjoy the 1917 JPS Tanakh and also the newest JPS Tanakh, I think came out in 2022, maybe somewhere in there. I forget, not that long ago. 23, 24, 21, 20?
Yeah, 1914. So I don't remember. Yeah. For the Old Testament, I would go with the Aleppo Codex, and the New Testament, I would go Codex Sinaiticus.
This motherfucker. To be fair, the Aleppo Codex is the primary document for the Masoretic text still, so it's a good one.
Yeah.
Here's an unpopular one though. I still do kind of like for the Old Testament specifically, the 1995 NASB. The 1995 NASB and also the New King James, they do a pretty good job of trying to stay with a rigid interpretation, like where it's more, they try to do word for word. They do less theology than some of the other translations, so it's better for reading the Hebrew.
I did like the NJPS because it was like they weren't Orthodox, so they were more like a little bit less biased to the tradition. And when I was first learning Hebrew and I needed a Hebrew English Bible, that was the one I was learning Hebrew from. Yeah.
I got 2 more super chats. Brian, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, love the show as usual. Critical thinking and finding truth is futile until you accept the almighty wisdom of Doug. Yes. You need to be rock hard for Doug and also have your brain full of pebbles. Make sure that you're thinking with Doug on the mind. He'll never let you down. Never going to give you up either. Cienturista, thank you for the 100 R's, whatever country that's from. Thank you so much. Rupees. Your channel is awesome. Cheat sheet is great. I've been learning a lot. Congrats from Brazil. Oh, there we go. From Brazil. Well, welcome all the way from Brazil. Big W, thank you for being a member. Thank you for supporting the channel and for letting us sell. Good to hear from your friend. All right, I'm going to grab Siobhan from the queue and then local rappers after Siobhan. Give me 1 second. Double check the audio. Welcome in, Siobhan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good night, good night. Good night. How's everyone doing tonight?
Good, how are you?
So I'm doing good myself. So I've been watching you guys for almost an hour right now. My dad put me on to the discussion, and I'm a fellow believer. Like, I believe in Jesus Christ and everything that he has done in my life. And I just wanted to jump on and like have a conversation with y'all about like why I believe in that. Why do I believe in God? So before I really get started, like, is it cool if I can just share like the reason why I believe before we start this conversation?
Is it like a personal story?
Just a small one. It's nothing. It's nothing crazy.
Well, the reason why we don't do personal testimonies is because they're useless to us. We have no way of verifying that your story is accurate, which is why we stick to like objective type arguments.
So I'll take from my story the objectives, and then we can go from there. How does that sound?
Sure.
All right. So when people talk about God, they have different worldviews on who he is, right? And the purpose that he serves. Some people believe in God because of the moral values that he presents. Other people believe in God because of the part of heaven and hell, the fear of going to hell and the desire to go to heaven. And then a bigger reason is that people want some level of assurance, and back to that conversation on where they're going, right?
Why do you believe?
So the reason why I believe is because of just what I have seen God do, not just in my life, but in others as well.
Like
but
what?
At the same time, when I used to live in a different country from America, we used to deal with a lot of poverty. You know, we didn't have much to eat, so my mom taught me how to pray, and ever since then, I always saw him work ways and miracles by bringing people into our life to like not only just help us through that hard time, but provide for us financially. So the reason why I believe is because of what I've prayed for and my prayers being answered, and
What
for the
about
word
the
itself.
What about the 3 million children that die of starvation every year?
And that's a real thing right there. The 3 million people that die from starvation. I'll be a fool to just sit here and neglect or ignore the fact that there are people who are going hungry. There are people who are dying in the world, and there are people who don't even have the access that I have now. You know, I would be a fool and a heartless person to say that there are not people who are suffering, right? So what about those people? That's a real question to ask. Like, if there's a God, then why are bad things happening to people who we deem as good?
No,
That's a question, right?
specifically, if God is willing to feed you, why is he not willing to feed the 3 million starving children?
See, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
Yeah, that's a fair answer. All right, so that would be my response to the personal story. I realize for you it's really convincing. For me, it's not convincing because while he might save one child from starvation, he's allowing 3 million of them to starve. It seems like it's more likely a series of coincidences than God actually stepping in.
And that's why when you said objectively, one of the things I wanted to bring up to you is sin, right? Like, what is sin to you? Like,
Well,
I heard someone mention you were a pastor or preacher before. So
yes.
I was curious on like, what does that mean to you, if it even means anything?
sin technically is just a transgression of the law, meaning God gave you a command and you failed to obey it, whether on purpose or on accident. So when we talk about sin, we're just saying, hey, we missed it. We didn't get it right. That being said, sin is only a thing if obviously you believe in God and I don't. So like in your world, there's sin. In my world, there's no such thing.
So objectively speaking, in your world, based on what you describe sin to be, there's nothing that holds you to a certain standard.
No, in my worldview, morals are decided on by human beings, and they're subjective. Meaning, we might come to a pretty broad agreement on some things, but we disagree on other things, which is a pretty hallmark feature of subjective morals, because human beings can't agree on a whole lot, right? The reality is, in your worldview, you have subjective morals too. You just kind of typically think that they're objective because guys like C.S. Lewis tried to get everyone on board with them being objective. But if morals come from the mind of God, then definitionally speaking, the morals are subjective. They're subject to the mind of God.
I see what you're saying. So, all right. So essentially what you're describing is in a sense that really and truly it falls on what people believe to be right and wrong.
Yep.
And from that standpoint, you decide whether it's okay for someone to go hungry versus if it's okay for someone to have all they need, right? Like based off of the way that society has decided that.
Yeah, and it changes over time. You know, for a large portion of human history, people thought that slavery was acceptable, and then humanity changed their minds on it. And to me, this is good evidence that morals are subjective, because even Christians, like Bible believing Christians, will double down on slavery being immoral at all times, yet the Bible endorses slavery.
Yeah. And seeing that you mentioned that, like, would you say that the way that slavery was presented in history is the same way that is presented in the Bible?
Yep.
Is there, so slavery in the sense that there was no form of like forgiveness, because in the Bible it describes that for 7 years a forgiveness of one's debt is required, right, in the Hebrew law. And then
only if you're an Israelite. So if you're an Israelite and you have a Gentile slave, you get to have them for life. To be sure, there's only one difference between like the slavery of the South in America versus the ancient Israelite is that and here in America we enslave people because of the color of their skin. In the ancient world, they just enslaved people in general, but they treated them the same way.
Like how?
Like property.
Like for example, like property. You could beat your slave, so long as you don't beat them to death.
All right. So okay then. So I definitely understand that. I have actually, it's so funny because I used to make Christian content a lot, and I remember I stopped when I wasn't able to like answer that question about like if you believe in God, then why was there slaves? Like why would you believe in someone who promotes slavery, right? And I'm gonna ask you this: in the New Testament and the Old Testament, you say they're not connected in any shape or form, right?
Well, the New Testament authors had no idea what was in the Hebrew Bible. They're a bunch of semi-illiterate goofs that were depending on scribes to write for them. They certainly couldn't read or write Hebrew because they quote from the Greek 99% of the time. And the Greek Old Testament's not a great translation of the Hebrew Old Testament. It was full of problems.
Yeah, I've heard that said before too. Like some of the translation doesn't go back well with the Hebrew, and the Hebrew doesn't go well back with the Greek. But writers like Paul, who was educated and also was both in the Jewish and essentially the Greek, his nationality, right? Like he had citizenship as the Roman citizen and one as a Jewish citizen, right?
Well, we don't really have any reason to think that he had citizenship in Israel. I mean, from all accounts, Paul seems to be a Hellenistic Jew. So he's Jewish, but he doesn't seem to know Hebrew all that well, from what we can gather from his own writings.
Okay then.
So Paul did say he was a Hebrew of Hebrews, but he doesn't quote from the Hebrew Bible. He keeps quoting from the Greek. And here's, I think, the best demonstration that Paul himself didn't know what was in the Hebrew text. And even if you didn't, let's say, for example, you didn't grow up reading Hebrew, you just had passing familiarity with it, and you grew up reading the Greek text, you would still know that this is a problem. So, for example, in Galatians 3:16, he's talking about the promise given to Abraham, and he's making a big deal about how in the Old Testament in Genesis, it says seed in the singular rather than seed in the singular. And we'll explain this in a second. It says, now the promises were made to Abraham and to his offspring. It does not say, and to offsprings in the plural, as of many. It says, and to your offspring in the singular, that is, to one person who is Christ. So he's saying that the promise to Abraham was to one individual, and that individual was Christ. And that's because in the Genesis narrative, it doesn't say seed in the plural, it says seed in the singular. Now, the reason why this is silly is because sperma in Greek does have a singular and a plural, but the Old Testament in Hebrew didn't. So the word zerah for seed is a collective noun. It's like the word sheep. Like a sheep could be one, but it's almost always a collection. The word seed in Hebrew is almost always referred to as a collection, especially when it's referring to somebody's offspring. It's a collection of offsprings. And so the fact that Paul didn't know this is like, so when you first learn Hebrew, typically when you're learning biblical Hebrew, they make you memorize the words in the frequency at which they show up, meaning the most common words are the words you learn first. Like within the first 100 words of frequency, you'll find zerah. It's a very common word, shows up all over the place. And the reality is, if Paul knew Hebrew, he should have known that there's not a plural construct of zerah.
I see what you're saying. So essentially, could you bring up that verse back up again real quick?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And note that while that the translation that Justice Pope says offspring, older translations also say seed.
Yeah. Listen, as I said, I'm from Jamaica, so sometimes we say seed and all that stuff. So I understand. So it says, now the promises were made to Abraham and his offspring, not offsprings. It does not say and to offsprings as of many, but it says an offspring is the one person who is Christ. So my point is, okay, then the law. So essentially, what book of the Bible is this coming from?
Galatians 3.
Genesis.
I mean, the original promise is in Genesis.
Yeah, so there is a sense that he quoted from the Old Testament, but you're saying the quotes that he was using was from the Greek Bible and not the Hebrew Bible. All right.
Yeah,
so
in the third century, in the 3rd century BCE, the Jewish people undertook a project to take the Hebrew Bible and then translate it into Greek, and he's quoting from the Greek and not the original Hebrew.
So would that be a disclaim for the people who were following Jesus at the time, who wrote their own accounts, that they didn't know what they were writing about? Like, does that still apply, even though, like, at that time, Paul and Peter were like in the same timeline? Like, would there be that type of separation too, even though Peter is considered Jewish? Like, would his quotes from the Old Testament be falsified?
Well, what we're suggesting is that the authors of the New Testament didn't really know the Hebrew Bible. They grew up in a region, in a time period where they weren't really fully trained. Paul certainly wasn't a Pharisee if he couldn't read Hebrew. Jesus certainly wasn't a rabbi if he couldn't read Hebrew, and he never quotes the Hebrew. He screws that up all over the place. So it just brings into doubt that this was truly an authentic Jewish movement. It seems to be a movement that was up towards Galilee, that was not part of proper Judaism, and he got like the lowest people in society who didn't know any better to follow him. So, for example, Julian the Heretic wrote about this, about how the movement wasn't accepted in Israel necessarily. It was more or less a Galilean movement until it was authenticated by Constantine, because the Jewish people proper rejected this wholesale because they could actually read the Hebrew Bible.
So I want to show you something, right? If you still like have your Bible up, could you just turn to where is it? Galatians 1 and verse 11 to 12 for me?
Yeah. It says, "For I want you to know, brothers and sisters, that the gospel that was proclaimed to me is not of human origin, for I did not receive it from a human source, nor was I taught it, but I received it through revelation of Jesus Christ." Yeah. He makes this claim elsewhere too.
Yeah. And he continues that in verse 17 to 18. He gives like further details on that time period.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is the character of Paul is a lunatic. He's overstating his credentials.
Yeah. So essentially, I have to disagree with that, because whenever Paul introduces himself in his letters, he normally refers to himself as, depending on translation, as a slave to Christ, a servant of Christ, he or a sinner among sinners. Like he never really like puts himself on a pedestal where he boasts of like how intellectual or sound that he is.
There are literally passages where Paul
No,
does exactly
I know.
that.
I'm getting there.
A Hebrew of Hebrews.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I was just making a statement, because like in some parts of the Bible, when Paul introduces himself, he doesn't take on the boastful claim, because if he did, he could, and he has done that, especially when he was speaking, I believe, to the Corinthians church, saying that if he wanted to, like he could boast about all the accolades that he has achieved over his.
But that's what I'm saying, is I think those are lies. I don't think he had those accolades, because somebody who literally sat at the feet of Gamliel would know Hebrew, and Paul doesn't.
I see what you're saying. Because a lot of it really comes down to understanding the spiritual aspect of why he says these things, even the Bible as a whole. See, the gospel of Jesus Christ is something of a simple understanding, not one of complexity and philosophical meaning, in a sense that we know today. A lot of philosophers at that time that were prominent during that time were known for their beliefs on life, what true life even means, and what it means to live and die. And I think in this case, with Paul, when mentioned Galatians 1, 11 to 12 and 17 to 18, I think it's pretty clear that Paul wasn't trying to appease the intellectual part of the human mind, but he was trying to give us something that was more real than what we're used to. All right, I'll go with it. He was going for something more that is consistent, because as human beings, you have stated it before, we change throughout time, throughout history. We don't remain the same constantly, right? But
the
when
problem is,
go ahead. I'm
does
listening.
This doesn't change the fact that Paul is simply wrong on the Hebrew of Genesis. Like he's either being dumb and he doesn't know what the Hebrew is, or he's being purposefully deceitful and trying to like get one over on the Galatians, making an argument from the Bible which is not from the Hebrew Bible, which is not proper.
Yeah. So could you? All right, I'll bring this up. Could you turn to 1 Corinthians 1:27 to 28?
Because God
Oh,
chose what
that's
Hey, I'm
God
giving
chose
you.
what
You
is
know what I'm
foolish
saying?
in the world to shame the wise. God chose what is weak in the world to shame the strong. Come on.
Listen, Paul was an expert at like cope because he says this, but he also says things like the Jews can't understand the Hebrew Bible because they have a veil over their eyes. Like Paul just simply couldn't accept the fact that his arguments weren't very good, and therefore he came up with a lot of ways of coping with the fact that his arguments weren't very good. Like this is
Yeah.
exactly what I would say. You guys are all just dumb. You guys have nothing on my God. My God's wisdom is actually might be foolish in your eyes, but
Yeah.
it's actually the true wisdom.
Yeah. So you know, no. So I see what you're saying, and you know, it's funny enough too because I forgot where he went. I think it was Athens, where there was a statue of a unmarked God, and you know Paul just like lashed out, like he was like, are you not thinking like?" And he starts to yeah. Go ahead.
I should say this is just me saying this personally. I don't think that Acts is like true history about Paul. I think it's fan fiction about Paul.
Can I ask why you would say that? I'm just curious.
It contradicts. Yeah, it contradicts Paul's own testimony about how he became a Christian.
Oh, you're
Like
talking
for
about
example,
Galatians 1, I should say.
like what does Galatians 1 say versus what does Acts say? Like when Paul first became a believer, did he have any did he go to Damascus and talk to nobody? And then only 15 years later did he meet the apostles, or did he go straight to Jerusalem, and was he also interacting with the Christians in Damascus?
Because in Damascus, his encounter he's mentioned he had an encounter with Christ, and then Ananias was spoken to God to go to see Paul and to restore his vision. And I was also curious too to see if he actually taught him anything or revealed anything to Paul.
Because Paul, we see in Acts that Paul has a revelation of Jesus. Then he meets Ananias, but then he also meets other believers in Damascus and spends some time there. And then he escapes Damascus and goes straight to Jerusalem, where he meets the fellow believers. But Paul himself says that after his revelation of Jesus, he had no interaction with anyone else. And then he went to Arabia. He went to Arabia and did not see any other of the apostles until about like years later when he met Peter and James. So the author of Acts seems to disagree to the history of Paul as to like the order of events for his coming to Jesus. So a lot of scholars don't think that Acts is anything other than like second century Pauline fan fiction.
But then again, that you have to look at it from, I guess, an objective lens, with the language that was used, right? It was said that Jesus was revealed to him on Damascus, and then he had interactions with other believers, but it wasn't said if he was taught from them or received any form of knowledge.
But Paul said he interacted with no one.
I don't think that's what the scripture said.
Galatians 1.
He said he didn't receive any human revelation about Christ, and it is actually proven that his revelation of Jesus Christ was through his encounter from Damascus. So we can say that he met with them and he went to Jerusalem, right? But was it in said that he received teaching from them? That's what I want to see, the scripture that you're referring to. That's what I want to see.
I did 1:16. He says, "I did not confer with flesh and blood, nor did I go up to Jerusalem to those who were apostles before me, but I went away into Arabia, and again I returned to Damascus." So he goes to Damascus, to Arabia, back to Damascus, and then only then does he go to Jerusalem. But in the Acts account, he goes from Damascus to Jerusalem. and nothing else in between. He has interaction with all kinds of believers, including Ananias.
Okay. And you're saying that in that time frame that Ananias took the time to teach Paul, to interact with him on a level where he introduced who Jesus is, even though that he stated in Acts 9 about his encounter with Jesus Christ on Damascus.
We
You
know that
see,
he spent
the
quite a
point
bit
that
of,
I'm making, yeah.
we know that according to Acts, he spent quite a bit of time in Damascus, and that he was interacting with all kinds of people.
Yeah. So and that's the point that I'm trying to get at, is that yeah, he spent the time interacting with them, but also from Paul's perspective, he talks about his time spent away from the other believers. He talks about like the insight that he has received before other believers. In Acts 9, you say like is a fan fiction because he meets these people. He goes to journey to Jerusalem, and then he goes down and speaks with these leaders. He gets introduced to probably Peter, John, Mark, all of them, and you're stating that from Acts to Galatians, that is this a contradiction in itself?
Yeah,
And that's
so
the point. Yeah.
In Acts, he goes from Damascus to Jerusalem, correct?
Yeah. It states that, yes.
And Paul says he went from Damascus to Arabia, then back to Damascus, and then later to Jerusalem.
Yeah. So when now is a time frame that was the letters were written. That's the context we have to look at too. It's like from what setting was Paul writing this letter, and from what time frame did he write it to Galatians, and what was so different from Acts to Galatians, if that makes sense? Because the way that I'm looking at it, and not trying to sound as crazy as Paul, right? Well, a point that I'm making is that one thing about the Bible is that the understanding that other believers get from it is that Paul's interaction with Jesus was what triggered him to stop his journey of slaughtering Christians or capturing them and bringing them back to the temple, or to like arrest them, right? That was his mission. It wasn't he running up believers of the way?
All Paul says is that he persecuted Christians, but he doesn't go into all that detail about.
Persecution mean?
Well, we don't know. Paul doesn't tell us.
Isn't there a dictionary that we use to define words?
Yeah, but he does. I know what I meant is that we don't have any details about what that persecution entailed, like him taking them back to the temple and all this other details. That's not Paul. Paul never gives us that information.
So okay. So the letters that he received from the synagogues, what was the purpose of those letters?
That's an Acts. That's not from Paul. Paul never.
So, and again, I don't believe that is the case. He says he's got letters supposedly from the Sanhedrin, but like, I've read the writings of the Sanhedrin. There's not a single case I can find in there where they were granting people permission to go out and round up Christians. It sounds like a fanciful story.
But not everything you read in the Bible is like completely fleshed out. It says these things were written for you to believe, and many other things that had happened was not even placed in the book. But the things that were written, the things that were written were placed to help us believe in in God, and why He's real. And it really, if we really look at everything, it really stems from sin and the promise that God made to man. And I know you're gonna make that face.
I don't know what sin has to do with this.
No, I said I know you're gonna make that face because you're like, why would sin have anything to do with this, right? That's really the question that you're probably thinking, like, why would he mention sin? Like, this is just completely like not expected, right?
I'm thinking a lot of things.
Is it okay if I can explain why I said that?
Go for it.
The reason why I said that is because as you define what sin means, right, is missing the mark of God's set laws, his set commands. What is the law, right? In the Bible, Paul talks about the law as a guardian over us.
Temporary.
Temporary guardian. Yeah, I know you know your word, man. so he's a temporary guardian to
What does
reveal to
Jesus say?
us. What does Jesus say?
Does Jesus say that law is temporary?
No.
Mm-mm.
No,
Jesus said he did not come to abolish the law. Paul said he did come to abolish the law.
Yeah.
God took him just like that. There he is.
Oh,
We lost your audio. Hold on.
okay.
Did your AirPods die? What's going on? Your audio cut out, friend. Let me switch your hardware up. Try that. I think his connection's starting to go out on him.
Can you hear?
I can hear you right now. It's the audio connection's a little bad.
Oh, and there's an echo from you, and it's high pitched.
There is an echo. Yeah, I don't know why my voice sounds like that.
Don't worry about it. I think it's better now. I think your connection
man.
was slow for a second.
Okay then. So yeah, so what I was saying regards to the sin conversation and the law, and Jesus said in the scripture that he didn't come to abolish the law but to fulfill it, right? Through that in Old Testament, we see how there was a continuation of animal sacrifice through our unblemished lamb. We see how the Jewish people atoned for their sins through the sacrifice of a lamb. And through that sacrifice of that lamb, it withheld the judgment of God over these people. Because in the Bible, it talks about how sin leads to death. All right. Not walking
right,
into
but
a car.
The question at hand is, did Jesus abolish the law?
No.
Okay,
he fulfilled
so then
the law.
do you follow the law?
No.
Oh, what do you think?
two
What do you think the word
commandments.
abolish means?
To abolish means to get rid of.
Okay, so
to
he
do
got rid of the
away
law,
with.
which is why you don't follow it.
So you're asking me why I don't follow the law?
Yeah, he didn't abolish it, so you should follow it.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see if you can make this argument.
I see what you're saying. Yes, no.
I'd be interested to see if you can make an argument. I'd be interested to see if you can make an argument for why you don't follow the law without quoting Paul. Just from
He
Jesus.
won't be able to. Not a chance.
So essentially, yes, the law is still in place, right? And yes, the Bible talks about those who choose to follow the Mosaic laws, the laws that were written in Numbers.
What does
right?
Jesus say about following the law?
He said to do two things. To love God with all your heart. Go ahead, show me.
He didn't say that.
What did he say? Do not think
he
that
says, therefore, verse 19, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven, which means if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you've got to follow the commandments. You got to follow the law of Moses.
What about Ephesians?
It's a direct contradiction. That's Paul. Ephesians 2:14 and 15. Paul says he abolished the law and all of its requirements, which means Paul contradicts Jesus. Yeah.
Could you show me that? I want to see that.
Yep.
I know.
It says, for he is our peace. In his flesh he has made both into one and has broken down the dividing wall. That is the hostility between us, abolishing the law with its commandments and ordinances, that he might create in himself one new humanity in place of the two, thus making peace. So Paul says the law was straight up abolished.
Yeah. And Jesus said that the law, he didn't come to abolish the law, but
Which
to
is,
fulfill it, right?
yep, it's a direct contradiction, yes.
All right. So what was that again? That was from Ephesians, right?
Yeah, Ephesians 2:14 and 15.
2:14. So what does Paul also say in Ephesians about grace and about the reason why we're saved?
I don't
Come
think it
on.
matters. The question is not what saves you. The
Yeah.
question is, should you follow the law?
And no, that aligns with that too.
Nope.
Because here's the thing. No, because if you're gonna do away with without grace and the salvation of Christ, then if you don't follow the law, regardless, you're still gonna deal with that
Siobhan,
and
if I were to ask Jesus, good
yeah.
master, what must I do to inherit eternal life? What do you
Yeah.
think Jesus' answer
Come.
would be?
Give it to me. Give it to me. What do you think it would be? I'm curious.
He said, follow
Well, we
what?
have
Yeah, no, I'm curious. I'm with you. No, go for it. Like, what do you think it would be?
Well, we actually have his answer. It's actually in Matthew chapter 19, verse 18. The rich young ruler said, "Good master, what must I do to have eternal life?" And he says,
Yeah.
"Why do you call me good? No one is good but God. But if you want to enter into life, keep the commandments."
Yeah. So this is the rich young ruler, right? The one who came to him and said, "I have followed the law, I have done everything." But what was the one thing he couldn't do?
Sell all of his possessions, but that's not the question. The question is, should you follow the commandments? So I don't know why this keeps getting lost on you. The question is, does Jesus want you to follow the commandments or not?
Well, first of all, what was the initial
No, Shavon, you're going to have to be
you
honest for a second and stop pivoting. The question is a yes or no.
Okay,
Should you, according to Jesus, should you follow the law?
Yes, I should follow the law.
Okay, then according to Jesus, you should follow the law, but you don't follow the law, and that's fine. The question is, what does Paul think now? Does Paul think you should follow the law?
No, he thinks that the law was abolished.
Yeah, so you see the contradiction then.
Yeah, no. I see the contradiction that you're speaking of. But one of the things that I feel like you guys are missing, and it really aligns with following the law, is that Jesus did not do away with the law, right? That was
but Paul said he did.
In Matthew, right? And then in Paul, in Ephesians, we see that he says Jesus abolished the law. No, I like this because this is challenging what I believe. And I think that is healthy as a believer to know what the word of God says and also to wrestle with it, because sometimes there's going to be stuff that are said in the Bible that you're like, huh? So I appreciate this. I appreciate you guys taking the time to share this with me, right? The point that I'm making is that Jesus says to follow the law, and so he didn't come to abolish the law but to fulfill it, right? Paul says that Jesus abolishes the law, right? The rich young ruler says he has done the law, like he has lived it out, right? And then he is mentioned that the only thing he couldn't do was sell all his possession.
So the answer is he should have sold his possessions and keep the Torah, and he would have life. Like, it's both, not one or the other. That doesn't do away with the necessity to keep the Torah.
Yeah, and to be sure, the additional command to sell your possessions and follow him wasn't a salvation command. It was about, if you want to be perfect, this is the additional thing you must do.
Was that the case, or was that to follow him? Because I believe there's scripture that says that he doesn't have any home. Like Jesus doesn't have a home for himself. He's just a sojourner. Like he's someone who wanders. So for you to follow him.
No, what I'm saying is, Jesus says, if you want to be perfect, go and sell your possessions, give your money to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Come and follow me. So this is not a requirement for salvation. Jesus is not including this. The one requirement that Jesus gave you for salvation in this passage is following the commandments.
Yes. So where is the scripture that talks about the two commandments that Jesus tells us to follow?
It's Matthew 22, and he doesn't say that. He says that all of
Yeah.
the commandments can be summed up by these two commands.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah,
didn't say that you
remember
only need to follow these two.
what question was he responding to? And so Jesus is giving an answer to a question. The question was asked to him was not what are the only commandments I need to keep. The question was, what are the greatest commandments? Them being the greatest commandments doesn't mean that the rest are nullified, because this same answer that Jesus gave was the same exact answer that the rabbis gave. Do you think the rabbis believed that you should
Yeah.
keep the Torah?
So you're stating so in a sense, using our context clues, right? When Jesus said the law can be summed up in those into two commandments. I love you, man. I love you. I just want you to know that,
Did
because
you hear his question?
really, no, it kind of sounded like high pitched.
Okay, so here's a little backstory. The Jewish people, among the Jewish people, there were these two rabbis, one of which his name was Hillel. A Gentile came to Hillel and said, I will convert to Judaism if you can teach me the whole Torah while standing on one foot. Hillel stood on one foot and said, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. These are the greatest commandments. The rest are commentary. Go and learn. Jesus isn't responding to a question that says, what are the only commandments that I should keep? The lawyer asked Jesus, what are the greatest commandments? And just because these are the greatest commandments doesn't mean that the rest of them aren't to be observed, because Jesus said, whoever breaks the least of these commandments and teaches others to do so will be called least in the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, okay then. Not understand where you're coming from now. I understand. So you're stating that the commandment of Christ is to follow the law, right? That's the premise. What Jesus says is to, in order to to be saved or to live a good life, is to follow his law, right? Is that what you're saying? And you, in reference to those two commandments that he gives, that's the historical background. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right, that's cool. That's cool. I never looked at it that way. So essentially, one of the things I want to pose at you, right, is when the Bible speaks about how once we go through Christ, right there, and this is Paul for you. He talks about there's no Romans 8:1, right? Talks about there's no more condemnation or shame, because the law reveals to you what sin is. And as we stated first off, is that the law is a temporary guardian that's supposed to be over us, but it has now been replaced with Jesus Christ. So my thing is when we look at it from that context, you call it a contradiction.
Yeah.
It is.
It's no longer Christianity at this point. It's Paulianity. The thing that me and Justin are pointing out to you is that Jesus and Paul had different and opposing perspectives on the necessity of the law of God. And most Christians today are not following what Jesus commanded.
Yeah.
They're following the teachings of Paul.
Yeah. Because I think Paul was the same one who said to the church of Corinth, it's not I who you were baptized in. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he say that? He mentioned that one person plants the seed, the other person waters it, but it's the Lord that grows it, right?
Right. It's the beginning of 1 Corinthians when he's addressing the dispute with Apollos.
Yeah. So one of the things that I looked at is the fact that Paul knew his role. Paul was just a man like us, because he even said it, like even he couldn't follow the law.
But people could follow the law. Luke chapter 1 says Zachariah and Elizabeth were righteous according to all of the commandments of the law, being blameless.
No, that's not.
Yeah, and Paul said of himself that he was right, he was perfect and blameless according to the law. That's
So
what Paul
what?
said.
So in reference to the thorn in his side, like even in Romans when he says that we want to do good, but sometimes we just do bad, right?
Well, he doesn't say do bad. He says it's in Romans chapter 7. He says sometimes the things that I want to do I can't do, and the things that I don't want to do I do. You know, woe, who is going to relieve me from this? You know, this body of flesh, so on and so forth. I don't think he's necessarily saying he's sinning.
Yeah, no, not to, yeah. So in that case, then Paul's constant talk about grace, like what is the purpose of grace then? Like, if it, not saying the grace just leaves with for us to sin, because what I
I
when I
don't
come to understand
I
now
don't,
is that
I don't
in order,
understand why you need Jesus for the grace.
because he's the one who is the propitiation of our sin. He's and I
You know, there's grace in the Old Testament too, right?
Bunch of it.
I didn't hear that. Repeat that one more time.
There is grace in the Old Testament.
Yeah, man. Yes, sir.
So what do we need Jesus for?
No, listen, man. You see, even David talks about Jesus in the Old Testament. Even God mentioned the promise of a king that will reign on the throne forever.
Jesus didn't reign on any thrones. He's dead.
No, he's not, bud.
He didn't reign on a throne for a single day. In fact, the messianic prophecies said he would be a king over the Israelites in the land of Israel, and he never was.
No, he was.
Oh, show me the passage in the Bible where Jesus was on the throne in Israel.
So when he ascended to heaven, right?
In Israel, I said. Not a magical kingdom far away.
Sitting on the right hand of the throne of God, right?
In Israel. The prophecies say he's going to be a king in Israel.
I can't point you to that. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I know the scripture because I haven't seen that scripture myself. But in the prophecy, right?
As far as I'm concerned, Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 prophecies. There's not a single prophecy from the Hebrew Bible he fulfilled.
Even when the scripture of I think it was I'm not sure, but there's a scripture that talks about the soon and coming king that rides in on the donkey.
That's in Zechariah 9. Have you read the whole chapter?
Not in the full entirety.
You should.
I'm gonna read it tonight. Oh, you got it.
Yeah, it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion! Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem! See, your king comes to you." First of all, he wasn't a king, and it says, "Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, on the foal of a donkey." What would it mean to be a victorious king? Well, he tells you, "He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." And obviously that never happened. Jesus didn't end all war in Israel. He didn't have a physical dominion that was from sea to sea. He died. That's it. He's gone.
Yeah. So what's the purpose of Revelation?
Revelation is the last cope of the book. Revelation says all the stuff that he was supposed to do that he didn't do, it's okay. He'll do it when he comes back.
Mm-hmm.
But
so
if he didn't do anything up front, why am I going to believe he's going to do it when he comes back?
So that's where you're like, it doesn't make sense if he didn't fulfill it. Then why is he going to fulfill it when he comes back? Is that what you're saying?
He tells you when it's supposed to be fulfilled, and it's not fulfilled.
But that's defeating the purpose of all the other prophecies that he fulfilled.
He didn't fulfill any.
Yes, he did.
0.
So when the disciples of John the Baptist came and said, "Are you the Messiah that we were looking for?" Right? And he said the blind are being healed, like the lame.
That's not in the Hebrew Bible.
That's Hebrew Bible.
That's a quote from the New Testament. Find me an Old Testament prophecy that was fulfilled in Jesus.
To be sure, that's a reference in Isaiah 61 in the Greek Septuagint. There's something about opening the eyes of the blind, but it ain't there in the Hebrew.
Actually, it's not 100% great in the all of our Hebrew manuscripts either. That's a different story. But
So is Isaiah not Hebrew? Like, is he
Isaiah
not?
is Hebrew.
So the
Yeah, Isaiah
prophecy.
doesn't say doesn't say anything about him opening, like doing miracles. There's no prophecy in the Old Testament about the Messiah doing miracles.
Huh.
What
Okay
the
then.
prophets do tell us is that when the Messiah comes, and this is what the Jewish people are still waiting for, when the Messiah comes, he will gather all the people of Israel from the four corners of the world and bring them back to the Holy Land. He will establish Jerusalem as the capital of the world, raising it above all other nations. He will build the temple of God and reinstitute the Levitical sacrifices and bring peace to the whole world. That's what the prophets foretold of his Messiah.
Mm-hmm. And the prophecy of the birth, the virgin birth.
What
Ain't
about it?
Isaiah. That was Isaiah 7:14.
Yep.
Behold, a shall conceive and bear a son, and shall
So
call him.
it doesn't say virgin, but even if it did, it wouldn't be about Jesus. So give me the context of chapter 7. What's happening? Who is God speaking the prophecy to?
He's speaking it towards Israel, if I'm not mistaken.
Nope. Israel's the enemy in this passage, actually.
So I'm guessing it would be Isaiah then.
He's speaking it to King Ahaz, the king over Judah. King Ahaz is being attacked by the Israelites to the north and the Arameans that have made an alliance with the northern Israelites. He's afraid that his kingdom's going to get toppled. That's verses 1 and 2. And so God sends the prophet to give him a word of faith, and then he sends him a second time. The second time is where we find the prophecy that you're concerned with. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before you whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is to King Ahaz about a young woman who's already pregnant with child. And he says, before this child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you are going to be wiped out.
So what happens? Who's in charge of the time that Jesus is born? Is it just King Herod? Was there some Roman influence?
No, this prophecy in chapter 7 comes true within a couple of years. This was already completed 725 years before Jesus.
So you're saying the claim of this birth of Emmanuel wasn't Jesus Christ?
Not remotely close. Why is my live TikTok live just got restricted?
I don't
Your
know.
live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results because it primarily directs people off the platform. Not fucking true. This is in line because I have the link to join on the screen. That's why.
Yeah.
Never mind. Don't worry about it.
So, because I have my mom to look after. I appreciate this. There's some stuff that I'm gonna look into, especially this prophecy with Isaiah for myself, and I just appreciate taking the time.
Can I give you a video reference?
Could you repeat that one more time? Yeah.
Can I give you a YouTube video reference? Type in, when you go to YouTube, type in Isaiah 7:14, and then type in the name Tovia Singer, Tovia Singer, and listen to what this rabbi has to say.
Okay, then. Thank you, good sirs. You have a great night or morning wherever you are, and honestly, I do pray that you guys will see the truth itself. But besides that, I appreciate
we have
time. Yeah. You guys are good. I like that. You have a good night. All right.
All right, have a good one, buddy.
All right. Take care.
You know, Justin, there's a book that I was going to suggest to you because you have so many books, and I wonder if you've read this book. It's called "The Authentic Letters of Paul," and it was produced by the West Star Institute, the same people who did the Jesus Seminar.
I have yet to do it. It's been on my hit list. I didn't even buy that one yet.
It's
I did
good.
not study the New Testament as in depth as a lot of Christians because even in Bible college and seminary, both I focused on the Hebrew Bible, and I had to do Pauline theology. We had a class specifically for it, but like it was so boring to me. It was hard to care. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
it's really good though. This book, they kind of show you like the disparity between Paul and Acts, and then talks about a lot of the passages in Paul's letters which were interpolated, and kind of restructure, like you reframe Paul. No one liked him apparently.
well, I'm certainly at a point now where I think it'd be an interesting read. Send me a link to that, and I'll make sure and get it on my to-do list. We've got a
Will do.
clarification on the Hebrew joke from Dex. And Dex, I don't know if it's going to clear this up because I pre-read it. Thank you for the super chat anyways. I appreciate that. It says Jonah was swallowed by a fish. We knew that much. Hebrew students get swallowed by PL. Not sure about that. Call is the simple stem. We know that much. PL is the tougher intensive stem. We know that, yes, it's the active intensive stem form that overwhelms you right when you think you're safe. And I don't know how that fits. It's so there are multiple Hebrew stems, some of them active, some of them passive, some of them simple, some of them intensive. PL is an intensive stem, Pual is an intensive stem. But I've never known a Hebrew student to get overwhelmed by the PL. So I feel like I feel like there's something missing from the joke. I'm sorry, Dex, I love you, buddy. I don't get the joke. A PL is actually one of the easier verbal stems to recognize. It's not that bad.
I'm a Hebrew speaker, but I don't know hardly anything about the grammar, so it went well over my head.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Well, anyways, Dex, we appreciate the attempt to clear it up. And Osprey says, just saying thanks for the content. It's so satisfying seeing every argument used by my Christian school teachers dismantled using the Bible. Well, thank you, Osprey. I appreciate that. And that is the goal, is to defeat the book with the book. It's so self-defeating. Really, you just have to read the damn thing, and you'll be fine. Veronica says that is the small, still voice of Doug. It is. Yes. It is. The critical thinking is a small, still voice of Doug. And good question comes back with a 666 super chat. Big W says, by contradicting Jesus and creating an empire-friendly Christ, did Paul become the first Antichrist? Actually, that could be true. That could be true.
I always wondered if he was the Balaam mentioned by the author of Revelation.
Oh my gosh, that'd be so funny. Well, you know, James didn't like him. Whoever wrote James didn't like Paul.
Yeah, because the author of Revelation talks about someone who's like Balaam. Balaam, it was on his way to curse Israel, just like Paul was on his way to persecute the Jews when he had a revelation. But Balaam turned back against the Israelites later in history. He was killed by them. And Paul, just like the book of Revelation says, taught them to eat food sacrificed to idols.
Right.
So
that's a very good point.
It's always...
Because it talks about following in the footsteps of Balaam. That's a reference I haven't considered, but now that you mention it, that's a very good point. Because by the time James and Revelation were already being penned, there was already opposition to Pauline theology within the movement, for sure. That's good. I like that point. Design, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, curious, if Dump says, I haven't come to abolish the Constitution, I've come to fulfill it. No more 1A and gold office for me. What would Christians say? He didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled the law, which means it's still here, but you don't have to follow it anymore. So you mean abolish? No, not abolish, fulfill. Okay. Yeah.
Isn't that what Donald Trump's doing? He's not come to abolish the Constitution. He's just fulfilling it so that no one else has to keep it anymore.
Yeah, it's to take a big runny dump on it. Dwayne Hitton, thank you for the 616. Says Matthew 5:19. Does that mean no one goes to or stays in Christian hell? I wonder that every time you all bring the verse up. So, Dwayne, my reading of Matthew 5:17 through 19 is that there are gradations in hell or heaven, which is why, for example, it says at one point that disciples will be ruling and reigning over the 12 tribes of Israel in the kingdom. Meaning there must be some kind of hierarchy in the kingdom. And in order to be high on that hierarchy, you got to follow those commandments. I don't know if there's a gradation in hell, but there certainly seems to be a gradation in heaven.
I don't understand kingdom of heaven in Matthew to be a reference to kingdom in heaven, but rather because heaven was used as a circumlocution for God, like you would say heaven instead of God in a Jewish framework. So just kingdom of heaven is just the kingdom of God, and Matthew seems to think the kingdom of God is going to be an earthly kingdom.
Well, for sure. Yeah, Paul as well. Good question. Says Shivan said, follow the law for a good life. Heck no. Following the law was done to avoid immediate smiting. Law abiders suffered regardless. I couldn't agree more actually with that one. All right, let's get our probably our last guest for the night. Let's get local rappers. Welcome in, local.
Hello, what's up?
Not too much. How you doing?
Sorry.
Immediate teacup. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Local, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 27 and I believe in the Christian God, yes.
Sure. And why?
Well, before we start, I kind of want to go into a little bit of detail on just kind of where y'all ended off with the last person, Shayon. So before I start though, what evidence would you need to, what standard do you need in evidence to, believe that God, that Jesus came and he was the Son of God and died for our sins? What evidence do you personally need?
For me, he'd need to fulfill messianic prophecy.
Agreed. All he has to do is fulfill all the messianic prophecies and he's a Messiah.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's an objective truth, right?
No.
It's just so, but if he did fulfill the prophecies, then that would be evidence for God's existence for you?
It would be evidence that Jesus is a Messiah. Yeah.
And God's existence?
And additionally that, that God existed.
Yeah. So, this point has been kind of stuck in my head whenever you mentioned like logic or logical argument. And then you mentioned, why is there 3 million people starving annually a year?
Are you just pivoting that fast?
No, we can go to the prophecies, but I just wanted, because I had like a little.
You went there, not me. Listen, we don't want to hear a whole commentary on the last conversation. We're not here for that.
No, it's not that. It's that
we're here to have a conversation with you about your religion, not about what the last guy was talking about.
No, the 3 million people starving that's not an objective argument. That's like a grief and an ache for humanity. That's not an argument for God's not.
Definitionally speaking, all arguments are subjective.
Yeah. So then why use the argument that people are suffering and blame God for not stepping in?
I don't think you were listening to the last conversation. I was saying Siobhan's story of being rescued from starvation is useless as a demonstration that God exists because there are 3 million starving children right now that are going to be dying from the same problem, and God refuses to step in despite the prayer. So if answered prayer is the evidence, we have way more unanswered prayer than answered prayer about the starvation, which means that particular argument isn't a good argument. That's why I said it.
Yeah, fair. But that's fair.
So how about we'll make this interesting. Do you like money?
Do I like money?
Yeah.
I mean, you got in this world that we live in, we have to have it. I don't.
I will
I like.
cash app you $100 on the spot if you can find me this quotation that is supposedly in the book of Jeremiah. Concerning the betrayal of Jesus for 30 pieces of silver, Matthew 27 says, "Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price." Matthew says Jeremiah spoke those words. Can you find those words for me?
They took 30 pieces. I think that's actually in Zechariah, right?
Damn, not in Jeremiah. Yeah, Zechariah 11.
Yeah.
So Matthew.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that exactly. Look,
And
I
neither was
mean,
Matthew.
well, maybe whenever I got into this, because I was kind of raised Christian, but it was always more comforting feeling that people kind of like they feared hell, so they wanted to go to that. So one verse that stuck to me was John 5:39. To this day,
Why?
it's just because it mentions that they study the scriptures day and night diligently, and they refuse to come to Jesus when the scriptures testified about him.
Well, that's a
Yeah,
quote
the
because
Gospel
the
of John.
scriptures don't testify of Jesus.
Well, okay.
And to be sure, the Gospel of John did not like the Jewish people.
So the Zechariah prophecy wasn't directed to Jesus whenever Judas sold him for. How not?
Nobody gets betrayed in Zechariah 11.
Well, what do you mean? It says Zechariah 11 says that they will. What I'm just paraphrasing here. But why does it reference Judas? Why is Judas possibly mentioned by Christians nowadays that was a fulfillment of Zechariah?
Because they haven't read Zechariah, just like you.
I mean, I've read that specific prophecy.
Okay, then show me where somebody gets betrayed by somebody else for 30 pieces of silver.
So, what do you mean? In the New Testament?
Show me in Zechariah 11 where somebody gets betrayed for 30 pieces of silver.
That's what the Matthew verse was referring to, maybe, right?
That's what it says.
Go to it. Sorry.
Matthew 27, verse 9.
The Bible's a big book. It's hard to have everything down packed,
Yeah, there's a lot there.
But I mean, I'm willing. Like, I'm not against testing and testing my faith because I don't want to follow the wrong thing.
Sure, we get
it.
I would suggest, what verse do you think he should? You think he should just read the one verse, or go back a couple verses to get the context?
It's the whole, it's something that I haven't gotten into yet. If we wanted to kind of get into a prophecy though, that we could. You said Jesus fulfilled no prophecies, but something that sticks with me is specifically the Dead Sea Scrolls, because they're a lot similar to what we have now in our translations.
What do you think the Dead Sea Scrolls have to do with prophecy?
Well, no, it's just the Bibles that we haven't been mistranslated or completely off.
Not remotely
irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, but even if that were true, it's irrelevant, because if you're saying that the Bibles we have today are exactly what the Dead Sea Scrolls have in them, then Jesus didn't fulfill that same prophecy in the Dead Sea Scrolls either.
So he didn't fulfill Isaiah 53?
No.
Nope.
First and foremost, local, do you know the difference between past tense versus future tense? So if I said to you, I went to the store, does that mean I'm going to the store?
I went. So
you'll see how this is relevant in a second. So you understand the difference between these two statements. I went to the store versus I'm going to the store. What are the differences between these two statements?
was talking about like you went to the store and then you're going to the stores for future.
Right. So one's past tense as if it already happened, and one's future tense as if it hasn't happened. So the question I have for you is, in Isaiah 53, if we look at the tenses of the actions, are they past tense or future tense? Are they talking about something that's already happened or something that will happen?
About the suffering servant.
Mm-hmm.
So is this? So you're saying this isn't a prophecy?
Yeah, I mean, is it in past tense or future tense? Could you read like verse 3, for example?
Yeah. He was despised and abandoned by men, a man of great pain and familiar with sickness, and like one from whom people hide their faces. He was despised and had no regard for him.
What tense is used here?
Past tense.
So what would that tell us about the person who's suffering?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
So what would that tell us about the person who's suffering if all these suffering passages are in the past tense?
That it already happened?
Correct.
Okay.
And this was 700 years before Jesus.
Yeah. Is that not how Hebrew prophecy works?
No. Hebrew prophecy speaks about an individual who shall do this and shall do that. But this doesn't say shall. So it talks about someone who's already suffered.
This isn't a prophecy?
Not about the Messiah, no.
No.
It's not a prophecy. I mean, part of it's prophetic, but not this part about the servant suffering.
So this couldn't be about Isaiah seeing something so certain?
No, that's a common apologetics tactic, the idea of the prophetic tense. But to be sure, that's just a cope, and we have zero reason to think that such a thing is actually authentic.
I actually have a chapter dedicated to that in the book that's coming out about all the instances of the prophetic perfect are actually fictitious.
Fantastic. I can't wait to read this book.
Well, you wrote it?
Yeah, hopefully you're going to finish it here soon.
I'm just kind of stuck here, though.
So here, I'll give you the answer. At the very beginning of this passage called the Suffering Servant Song, it begins actually in Isaiah 52 verse 13. It says, "Behold my servant, my servant shall be highly exalted and lifted up." But this is not the first time in the book of Isaiah that the servant is mentioned. The servant is mentioned. What is it? 8 times, Justin, and out of these 8 times, repeatedly. Here, I'll let you, local. I'll let you read the verse and you tell me according to Isaiah who the servant is.
Well,
look at the screen.
I mean, I'm just looking real quick. Verse 13 in chapter 52 says, "Behold, my servant will prosper; he will be high and lifted up and greatly exalted."
Mm-hmm.
That's using.
The exaltation from Isaiah's perspective is in the future, but the suffering before the exaltation has already happened.
So then who?
But look
at
the look at the screen. Read the verse, and they'll tell you who the servant is.
"But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you whom I took from the ends of the earth." So you're saying this is about Israel?
Yep.
This, when it says the suffering servant?
Mm-hmm.
And then, behold, it's about the same servant though, right?
Yeah, the nation of
Behold,
Israel.
my servant will prosper. He will be high and lifted up and greatly exalted.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. The suffering of the servant was the suffering that the Israelites underwent during the Babylonian exile. And the prophet here is saying that even though that they have suffered and they were despised, God's going to raise them up.
What is that? Chapter
52:13.
Well, no, verse 10. What was that, the one you had on the screen?
Oh, I've got Isaiah 43:10 right now.
Very, very, very interesting. Because, I mean, it is, honestly, because people use this as a prophecy for Jesus, you know?
Right. So all of the prophecies about Jesus are in some sort of a dual fulfillment type of situation or partial fulfillment situation. So the way that you can put Jesus into Isaiah 53 is to say that there's two meanings. The original context was about Isaiah, but the spiritual meaning is about Jesus. But that just brings into the next question, why would we attribute a secondary spiritual meaning to a prophecy?
Well, is this could this be talking about a different servant?
Nope, it's just Israel.
So 53 verse 9. And his grave was assigned with wicked men, yet he was a rich man in his death because he had done no violence.
Yep.
Did Israel do no violence?
So
the righteous remnant within Israel did.
Yep.
Which one? Wait, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
The righteous remnant of Israel is the suffering servant. So at the beginning of 2nd Isaiah chapter 40, it's clear that they're suffering for their own sins and for the sins of others. It says you've been paid double for your sins. And the righteous are having to suffer alongside of the wicked. Jeremiah is a good example of that. And so the idea is that the righteous remnant of Israel are the righteous sufferers, not all of Israel.
So is Israel talking about Israel?
No, it's the nations. If you go back to the end of 52, he sets it up for you. At the end of 52, it says, that which had not been told to them they shall see, and that which they had not heard they shall contemplate. And the very next line is a personification of the nations doing it, because he's talking about the nations here. And it says, who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, this is the nations talking. We know who the arm of the Lord was revealed to, because in verse 10 of the prior chapter, it says, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations. So this is now the nations being personified, talking about what they witnessed. And what did they witness? Well, they witnessed specifically the nation of Israel being marred and beaten and bruised, but for a good cause. That cause is that now that Yahweh is exalting the beaten servant, they recognize that Yahweh is the one true Lord. And if you read all of 2nd Isaiah, he says over and over again that through the exaltation of his people Israel, the other nations will know that he is the one true God. This is not about a Messiah dying for anyone.
So verse 5 is not about... So who fulfilled verse 5 then?
The righteous remnant of Israel. Yeah.
How so?
Because have you not seen the Babylonian captivity?
Do you understand the concept of the righteous remnant, what that is?
Not really. Are you talking about basically the 12 tribes?
So you remember the story of Elijah?
Yeah.
And do you remember when Elijah was complaining to God about how he alone is left and no one has remained faithful? Do you remember what God's answer was?
And was that when he was in the cave?
Yeah. Do you remember what he said? I alone am left. Do you remember what God's answer to him was?
I alone am left.
He said, God says, no, there are 10,000 who have not bowed their knee to Baal.
Yeah.
So the idea is that within every generation of Jews, and this is what the Jews actually people do believe in, they believe that within every generation, even though the majority of the Israelites might be wicked, there's going to be a remnant or a small cluster of Jews who remain faithful to God no matter what. And the sad thing is that when God decrees judgment on Israel, such as letting Nebuchadnezzar overtake Jerusalem, what ends up happening to those righteous Jews who remain faithful to God? They don't get spared. The prophet Jeremiah Jeremiah says that the righteous are punished alongside of the wicked. So the righteous remnant of Israel, they suffered at the hands of the nations. And but God says that in Isaiah 53 that he's going to highly exalt them after their suffering.
And he will.
That's what Isaiah thought, at least.
That's what he thought. What do you mean?
It didn't really come to pass. I mean, he said, "No unclean." Isaiah 52 starts with, "No unclean, no uncircumcised or unclean individuals will ever enter you again." But that quickly did not come to pass. So this was just the author of this section of Isaiah kind of hoping for the best for Israel.
So then, why does this sound just like what happened to Jesus in the New Testament?
It sounds like what happened to every individual that was ever abused.
It sounds you could easily apply this section to the Jewish people of the Holocaust, couldn't you not?
That they were pierced for our sins?
Not for.
He was crushed for our wrongdoings?
For is kind of misleading. The preposition is not the letter lamed, which would mean for. It's the letter mem. And here, better is because. They were pierced because of our wrongdoings. As in, the nations did something wrong, and because of that wrongdoing, the suffering servant was pierced, or rather, thrust through.
And to be sure, even no matter what you think about this, the interpretation of this chapter is that the righteous remnant of Israel suffered so that the nations could see that Yahweh is the one true God. There is a little bit of substitutionary beating happening here, but it's the nation of Israel taking it on.
And by his wounds we are healed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Jewish people believed that righteous people could suffer and that it could result in atonement. You can see this throughout the entirety of the Old Testament and even in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
What? So you're saying the fulfillment was the righteous Israel?
What I'm saying is
the fulfillment.
Yeah, the prophecy is not about an individual; it's about the righteous remnant of Israel.
But is it not talking about a specific person?
No.
Actually, no, because there's a verse actually in Isaiah 53 where Isaiah 53 verse 8. Could you read Isaiah 53 verse 8 for us in your translation, local?
I have the NASB.
Yeah, go ahead and read it in your translation.
By oppression and judgment he was taken away, and as for his generation who considered that he was cut off from the land of the living, for the wrongdoings of my people to whom the blow was due.
Oh, interesting. They like the NRSV. They avoid using any pronouns in that section. So the reason for that is because if you read a King James version or a classic Bible, it'll say, "For the transgression of my people, he was afflicted." But the thing is, in the Hebrew of Isaiah 53 verse 8, the last four words in the Hebrew are "mi pesha ami negat lamo," which means, because of the transgression of my people, they were afflicted. It refers to the suffering servant as they in the Hebrew.
So I'm just kind of confused that Israel being righteous and unrighteous, that separates them? That separates Israel?
There are two Israels, he's saying, like the righteous Israel and the wicked of Israel.
And it's the wicked Israel?
The righteous within Israel are suffering, and their suffering results in the healing of the nations.
And that wasn't fulfilled yet?
No, it never came to pass. It's a failed prophecy.
But how is it failed? Did Jesus not fulfill it?
Whoa. He didn't fulfill anything.
No. Jesus is only one person. The prophecy is about a multiplicity of people.
For the wrongdoings of my... So you said in verse 8, it says they?
Yeah. In the original Hebrew, the word used there is lamo, and lamo means they. It's used in other places like in Psalm 2:4 and Psalm 99 verse 7. And there, even in most Christian Bibles, it gets translated correctly as they. For the transgressions of my people, they were afflicted.
Well, I mean, where's the history of the Israel being killed on behalf of, Israel's sins? Is there that
on behalf of everyone's sins, not just Israel?
Yeah,
the speaker at the begin the speaker at the very beginning of Isaiah 53 are the kings of the nations. So if you read the end of Isaiah 52, it tells you that the kings of the nations will shut their mouth because of what they've seen. And then we have this individual saying, who has believed what we have seen? And the speaker there are those kings of the nations who are shocked by the author thinks that God is going to exalt the Israelites who have suffered under the hands of the Babylonians, and that this is going to cause the nations to be shocked.
to be so that was fulfilled in chapter 1, you're saying? Where is the fulfillment of this specific of the righteousness?
Here, let me put it really simple. The Jewish people suffered. The author of this section of Isaiah recognizes that suffering and believes that they are going to be exalted before the eyes of the nations, and as a result, the nations will receive healing. The problem is, it just simply never happened because it was a failed prophecy. The exaltation and the healing of the nations never occurred.
So the righteous suffered with
the wicked. When the Babylonians came, and they just not for it.
Not for it. They suffered with the nation, but not for it.
What are you? What is so hard with this? Local, the righteous remnant of Israel suffered alongside of all of their brethren, righteous or not, and their suffering was the vehicle by which their sins were forgiven, and for the nations to recognize that Yahweh is the one true God.
It doesn't say suffered and they were misunderstood.
We didn't say misunderstood. I don't know where you got that from.
It's just, I'm just not seeing the fulfillment of these, because it says he was
of what?
I mean, specifically verse 5.
What about it?
And he was pierced for our offenses. He was.
By the way, it doesn't say pierced. It really just says that he was wounded.
Right.
It gets translated as pierced in Christian Bibles because that makes it sound Christological.
Really?
Mine doesn't say pierced, and the word dakar isn't there. That's the Hebrew.
Yeah, it's the word halal, and halal just means to be wounded.
So then they were never raised to life. That part was unfulfilled.
I don't know what you mean by raised to life.
About specifically him rising, like
Where
about them being.
Where does it say that? That's not in there. What is in there is that they're going to divide the war spoils. And then
it also speaks about the offspring of the suffering servant. Did Jesus have offspring?
Physically?
No, not even
that's
spiritually.
Zerah in Hebrew never refers to anything like a spiritual offspring.
It's referring to physical offspring?
Mm-hmm.
What is it? I mean, in Galatians, it does talk about an offspring.
Galatians
3 is a train wreck. You don't want to go there.
I'm talking about 4, chapter 4.
That's in Greek.
Yeah, and it refers to the story of Abraham and Sarah.
Yeah, let's not go down this rabbit hole. Let's stay on task with the Hebrew of Isaiah.
So the suffering servant was fulfilled by Israel, the righteous Israel.
Mhm.
Can you show me? I just want to see where it was fulfilled at specifically.
I don't know what you mean by
Where they
fulfilled. What do you
suffer?
want to see? Did you not know they suffered?
No, they suffered, but
For
like
how long?
so this specifically in this context, I don't know.
70 years almost in Babylon. God specifically
And
raised up the Babylonians to do this discipline.
and local, you recognize that amongst all those Israelites that suffered, there were righteous individuals who were suffering along with them, right?
Says, I will listen to what it says in Jeremiah 25. I'm going to send for all the tribes of the north, says the Lord, even for King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, my servant, and I will bring them against this land and its inhabitants and against all the nations around the world. I will utterly destroy them and make them an abject horror of hissing and an everlasting disgrace, so on and so forth. The Babylonian exile is one of the most written about topics in the entire Hebrew Bible.
So you're saying that the modern church nowadays is using this out of context?
Yep.
Not just
All
the
the
modern church, even the
prophecies.
ancient church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth, like a lamb that was led to slaughter, and like a sheep that is silent before its shears, so he did not open his mouth. And this is referring to they in the original Hebrew?
In verse 8, it's in the plural. It says they.
And then verse 7, it's not.
You have to remember that in the prophetic and poetic texts, sometimes a collective can be referred to in the singular as a he. Take, for example, Hosea 11:1, where all of Israel is referred to as God's son, singular. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. That's referring to Israel, but it refers to Israel as a him.
We see the same thing a lot with like the collective nouns, like is for people, but it's treated quite often in the singular, even though it's referring to multiple people.
And these righteous Israelites, were they sinless?
No, that's not a notion that's necessary for righteousness.
Yeah, the idea that you have to be sinless in order to be righteous is a concept foreign to the Hebrew Bible. All you had to do to be righteous was be repentant before God.
I feel like, personally, I feel like it fits. If you want to use the Bible and the New Testament to prove it wrong, because if y'all want to, like, because I'm willing to hear you out, but when I see the New Testament, it shows this specific thing was written about Jesus.
Yeah, the authors of the New Testament wanted it to be about Jesus. I mean, they were really bad at taking Bible verses Old Testament verses out of context, mistranslating them so that they sounded like they were about Jesus. This is a common occurrence in the New Testament.
So do we just pick and choose what is just used for what we want to be fulfilled?
Yep.
No, you.
That's what
I mean,
Christians
that's
do.
how they. That's how they did it. Yes.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to hear it out, because if it's not true, then let's not be delusional here, but let's also on both sides though, because whenever the New Testament,
We're definitely not delusional.
yeah, I
We
feel that.
We used to be in your shoes. We used to be Christian. Then we read the book, and it turned out that none of the prophecies actually got fulfilled.
Yeah, I actually went from Christian to practicing Judaism because Jesus didn't fulfill the prophecies, and then the Old Testament had its own problems, so I ended up going to atheism.
That's fair.
Yeah. Listen, local. We threw a lot at you. I've got like 5 to 6 more minutes left in the live stream before I got to cut. But read some literature on the prophecies. Coming back and have another chat with us.
I'm down. So let me write it down real quick. Just specifically Isaiah, because I know there's a lot in Isaiah that, I mean, it sounds like Jesus in the New Testament, but at the same time, y'all are saying it's not. Which
It sounds like every individual who's ever suffered who thought they were a Messiah. If you read the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are people in the Dead Sea Scrolls that think that they are the fulfillment of Isaiah 53 because they're being abused by others. Like, just if the only thing that takes to fulfill Isaiah 53 is a human being suffering and dying at the hands of their enemies, I mean, we could put that on anyone.
All right. I mean, I don't want to go into too much more detail, but in the Tanakh, the prophet like Moses, has that been fulfilled yet?
Joshua.
Joshua was a prophet like Moses?
Yeah, he gets commissioned and fulfills the prophecy. Chapter 31.
Ooh. All right. I'm going to actually come back with that because, well, next time, because I'll definitely come back and I want to discuss more in detail.
Yeah, for sure.
But, yeah, I mean, I don't want to go into too much more, but I really appreciate this time that you give me.
Yeah, thanks for talking with you. You're nice.
I'll be back. I'm gonna give you a follow. So whenever you're online, I'll. It's usually on what, Wednesdays, Thursdays,
Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Perfect. All right. Thank you for giving me something that I can really dig into and test into.
Absolutely.
You know.
Yeah. Have a great one, buddy.
You too.
Justin, do you know what's really crazy? I was just looking at the Greek of Genesis, and even when it's referring to a multiplicity of seeds,
please tell me it's still singular.
It's still singular.
Oh,
so Paul is not. It's not that Paul's mistaking what the Septuagint says, because he's just making it up, and it's not plural, even in the Septuagint.
What a loser! What an absolute loser! Paul has no idea what's happening. This guy is out of his mind.
Or he knows exactly what he's doing, and that's the problem.
That's true. All right, friends, I'm going to read a couple of super chats. Herman, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. It says Full Metal has been sipping photon juice. Actually, we're going to have some photon juice coming up on the Unapologetic channel. We're going to get that going. Grace, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says stay off the photon juice. Einstein, probably. That's got to be something Einstein said. And Tim says, I think he was trying to say MC squared equals E. I think you were actually right about that one. He was a little bit backwards on his formulas and, well, literally everything. Evan says, Dr. Blitz has a PhD, a pretty huge doctorate. Yeah, I'd say so, but it's nothing compared to this guy who did his own research on Google. Just saying. Reverend J Danger says TT equals toe tapping. Interesting. Yeah, I could see that, toe tapping. And Adam says E equals MC Hammer. I couldn't agree more. Too bad no one can touch it. Let me grab Tim also with another super chat. It says, in the name of igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic, the real Trinity, the Trinity of Doug properties. And Homeschooled Historian, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, favorite rock or metal album or band lately? I love Our Last Night. I still love Linkin Park. I love some older bands that no one's ever heard of. I love Atreyu. They were pretty much fantastic. I don't know. There's a lot of bands I can get into. When I was younger, I listened to some Korn, Cannibal Corpse, all kinds of fun stuff. Pantera.
I was lame. I went to a Skillet concert.
Oh no!
because they were Christian.
Of course you did. And last super chat from our friend Tim again. Thank you so much. Tim says, "Heaven light, heaven full flavor, super heaven XXL." I think those are the levels or the sizes of heaven that you can get. I would imagine. I think I'll take heaven light. Is that like heaven where I don't actually have to like be surrounded by the baby murdering wife rapist deity? Because that'd be the right one for me, I would imagine. Well, some friends, that is the last of the live stream. Who's live right now that we can go raid? Surely somebody's got to be live.
Let's see.
Let's see what we got. Mezzo and we haven't raided Thinker in a hot minute. Give me 1 second. Let's go raid Thinker's live stream. I'm gonna pull up the web page for Arch Thinker. Is she live? I don't think she's live right now. She was
Born Again's live.
Shit, Born Again's all right. A lot of people want Mezzo. I like Born Again. Born Again doesn't get enough attention. Hold on.
I need to follow Mezzo.
Oh, he's great. Let's get Born Again Atheist in here. All right. Here is Born Again Atheist. Please tell me that they're live. They're not live. People keep sending me non-live channels. What's happening right here? Apparently Mezzo. I guess it's gonna be Mezzo. He's the only one left. Let's see.
You said Born Again's not live?
That's what my.
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, interesting. Only on TikTok. Okay.
Yeah, only on TikTok.
Three-Eye Atlas.
Okay. If Born Again Atheist is live on TikTok, I apologize. Well, friends, let's go raid Born Again Atheist. I love her show. It's a great show. She's an awesome individual, super entertaining. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the likes and shares and support and comments. It really goes a long way. And you guys know the more you interact with the live stream and the videos, the better the channel does. So we really appreciate that. And we'll see you again in 2 more days on Friday night. And also make sure you're following Dalton. If you're not following Dalton, now's the time to do it. Go to his Linktree, follow his YouTube, and follow his TikTok. Dalton, thanks for joining me, buddy.
Absolutely.
Have a great one, friends.